UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. It's your Wolf Commander Wolf. I am your werewolf. We're here to talk about an interesting topic that me and you, from judging from the comments, have some interesting things to really inject into. Some are a bit hesitant to talk about this one because they're unaware of how to write this kind of stuff, or or you guys are a bit hesitant because you run the risk of maybe writing bad romance. Well, we're going to help you with that, definitely. I'm here with one wingman, but the other two will be joining us shortly. Well, Leia will be once she gets off work. I don't know about Schooner, however. Maybe he's getting off work too. But we'll see. But join with me right now and occupy Balmora. He is the man, the myth, the FN, and the number, the Trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Trooper FN2525 from Occupied Imperial Balmora. Let's talk about romance. Bad romance, good romance, woke
How
romance, no romance.
how how to write it? Oh, we have. Oh, coming at you live
Oh,
from
look at
underneath
that.
the basement. It's the Schooner the Tuna, Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna joining.
Man, you have impeccable timing. I salute you, sir.
How have you guys been?
We've been
Not bad.
doing good.
Pretty good, pretty
Well,
good.
yeah, I can't really speak for Trooper, but I speak for myself on that front. Yeah, I'm doing really good. Yeah, guys, just let you know we're talking about romance today. Romance and fiction. How to write it, or really our ideas of how to write it. I mean, there's a wrong way to do it, but there's always there's not really a set. Let's just say there's not really a set right way to write good romance. But I firmly believe that to start, if I want to lead off with this, I firmly believe that if there was ever a romance that you cherish the most in a work of fiction or of any medium that you really like, that really sent you, heartwarming and good vibes, I would suggest that you continue to look at that romance, examine why you like it, and probably inject that into your writing if you did the right romance. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. If you're really questioning on how to write romance, which we have Fiona for 10 minutes to speak a little bit about that.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say that's one step to take it. I mean, one wrong way I would definitely advise you to never do when writing romance. Do not write your life experiences when trying to when going into courtship.
Yeah. Well, what's killing lots of stories these days.
Well, I have like 2 points to make too. I would say the safe way to not like write romances the way to freaking do it like freaking Hallmark does, which is very formulated. It's literally like you have character A, character B, they have some dialogue, and then girl finds out boy like lied, and then of course you have your 5 or 10 minutes of I can never, I'll never be in love again, and then of course could a miracle happen, Deus ex machina, something happens to bring them two together at the end. But it's like the worst type of
Third
romance.
act breakup.
Well, that's the thing about Hallmark, and that's what I find hilarious. It's like hilariously awful, but wholesome. So I don't know, it has an audience. It has an audience, but like Wolf said, romance, it all depends on how it's executed and
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
how it's written. Nothing's ever easy. There's no perfect formula to write a story, and there's not even a perfect formula to write a romance.
May I also add that it's very easy to write toxic romance because, again, like I said, the best thing, the worst thing you could ever do when writing romance, what you think is writing romance, is writing about your bad relationship into your story, or at least your bad experiences with other people in the case of courtship
Mhm.
into your story. That's that's telling about you more so than the people that you've been around with.
Mhm.
And sometimes I will even concede that some people have done it, but but they're writers. Let's just give them that. They are
Right.
writers, and they're good enough to hide that.
Mhm.
Now you could get some suspicions, but they will never tell you because of course they're not narcissistic like that. They're not that narcissistic to tell anything like that truth about them. But it can bleed into their writing, and they can do it in a subtle way. That's just like how I made that comment about Michael Jackson with Dirty Diana.
Mhm.
Now, now again, this is the question I always ask: which Diana were we talking about? Because there were two Dianas in his life that kind of gave him a bit of hell,
The dirty one.
of course. But like I said, we talking about Diana. Are we talking about Diana Ross or Diana Presley? Which we're not going to get into that, of course, because we,
Hmm.
if we ever do a stream talking about our celebrities and poking fun at them, oh, I will definitely do that. But where are my manners, real quick? Let me welcome to the chat. Welcome to chat, real quick. So we have the Maverick Hunter Saint Brian Gilmartin says, this is usually a pretty interesting topic. I hope you got something to contribute, dude, or at least you have some idea of contributing. Neil Star, the gift that keeps on giving. He says, I'm a bit too indecisive to write romance, bro. Dude, you start off with, if you're gonna be that indecisive, start off as a friendship and build up off of that. Especially
Mhm.
especially if it's two people of the opposite sex, you have to I will say this as a beginning, if you want to begin writing romance and courtship, you would want to take two of those characters and start them off as bottom line, write a, a will they won't they arc in their
Those are
romance
always.
arc.
I agree. Those are very popular, and it helps to lay down some groundwork.
It's a try and true formula. A will they won't they. Now I will advise, if you're, especially you being a comic book writer, is to stretch it as far as your arm can reach it.
Hmm.
Do not do not make it to where it's unreachable.
Well,
To where you're playing off. It's gonna start it's gonna train your readers to think that you're making excuses as to why you won't put them together, and you know that everybody knows that you want to put them together. What you gonna say,
Hmm.
Trooper?
well, I was gonna say, when we talk about romance, you also have to look at the body of work that you're working off of. So, what are your influences? So, I mean, are we looking at Greek tragedies? Are we looking at Shakespeare? Also, are we looking at something like Nathaniel Hawthorne? And you know,
Are we even looking
Scarlet
at
Letter.
something like?
What is your body of work that you're working off of, or are you going off of other contemporary romances that have been in pop culture? Uh, that's the thing. It's a good example of don't inject it if you already have too many things going on, or if you're going to put it in there, you have to write the story without everything else. Um,
I'll even go a step further. The playwright Tennessee Williams. I mean, Tennessee Williams. Um, he was known for writing quote unquote spicy innuendos
right.
because he was really good at writing characters who were really lusting for each other. Uh,
Yeah.
Well, I was
then
gonna say, yeah, do something like that, but write it out as an entire story, and if it works, then yeah, then what that
Push
tells you
pause
is
real
you can
quick
add
because
so many layers to it.
oh
I
yeah,
haven't addressed the chat yet. Sorry, guys.
no, it's all right.
No, no, keep going. Yeah, you're good.
Fiona Wolf is also here. She says, well, she's here for 10 minutes. She just said at the bottom. She says, which is different from erotica, but most modern derpage, if that's her own language, lathers the throbbing members everywhere. My contribution before work Day fun day.
Well, obviously she's thinking about the throbbing members, so that tells you where the female psyche's at in 2021.
Well, actually, if you really
She's
see
been the
stuff,
biggest she's been the biggest critic of the Anita Blake stories, which is basically porn at this point. As the series continued, everybody who was a
Mhm.
fan of that series have dropped out because it really devolved into porn at
Mhm.
that point,
And that's
or at
another
least a
bad.
diary of a woman's fetish, or at least a whole diary's worth of a woman's suppressed fetish. I'm sorry,
Well,
did I
just
say
to
fish? I mean it's fetishes. But
just to finish
before
up
we
my point,
continue, hang on, Trooper. Before you
yeah.
finish your statement, we got one more member to add to this bunch, and it's a much needed member that we needed. Definitely, speaking of members, we had the lovely Lady of Valor, Leia Plus Size, joining us.
Hi, fellas. Hi, everybody. How you all doing?
Yeah, I had to
uh,
get you in here because this is going to become a sausage fest without you. And
oh,
this is a very important
That's
topic,
perspective.
which we would
I
which we would need the woman's perspective as well on this one, mind you, Trooper.
Well, I was gonna say, romance is it's almost better as its own thing than injecting it into another story as a secondary narrative.
Before we go on, Sonny Lee Oakley, he says hello. He also says there's a good topic. I hear my voice as well. Somebody mute their YouTube, please.
Yeah, mute your YouTube.
That's very I get distracted when I hear my voice. Melissa Harris says her and Jake hate fiction. Well, if you catch the back watch, well, she don't hate fiction. I said they hate romance. Um,
oh,
you're
Well,
gonna have to be a bit more lenient with romance because even if it's like even if it's not the typical subject of the medium that you're reading, there's going to be some romance there
well,
in many forms. Yes, but
yeah, I was
she's
gonna say the same thing. I'm like, you don't have to like romance to literally have to deal with it every day. I mean, you do, right? I mean, obviously, there's affection for Jake, so that's a type of affectation that we
don't
would
judge me, Samuel.
go ahead and put into an entire body of what we would consider personal relationships. So, I mean, romance in and of itself also tends to mean like appreciation. Uh,
Mhm.
because that's where it falls. But to finish up my first point was,
Yeah, go ahead.
that example is Spider-Man 3 2007, where if they just would have taken out that whole romance storyline, it might have been a little bit more cohesive.
Hmm.
So,
Mhm.
well, yeah, I agree.
Hey,
um,
Evie. Oh, Evie's here. Hey, Evie.
Baby,
I
and
haven't
Leia
seen
plus
you in a
size.
while. We missed you. I'm glad that you're here. And sorry, guys, I'm about to derail this stream real quick just to do this real quick. The brilliant star that shines through the night, the tender caress that leaves your knees weak. Rise, a man stands before you. Rise, a man. Rise, a man. All right, I haven't got no energy for that. I'm sorry, Neil. Sorry.
got the he's
yeah,
got the
I don't have any
whip.
energy
He's
today.
got the gear. He's the riser man.
And I'm even like sipping on a Lilikoi lychee flavored rain, and I'm still tired. So,
The fuck are you, Latin now?
no, I just know how to roll. I know how to roll my R's, dude, and I know
You serious? Not kidding. But yeah, that
So
was
can
for
I
you, buddy. That was for you. But
can I,
who was beginning their statement? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you guys.
can I pose a
um,
question?
You know what? Let Leia
Yeah.
get the mic real quick because she just joined.
well, first of all, let me say hello to everybody. This is Leah Passage, your lovely lady of valor. I'm glad I was able to get on in here. And well, you know what? I'm very happy to talk about this discussion of romance. We're going to look at the good ones, the bad ones, and the ones that you may not consider to be romance, but they are. And so this I look forward to this conversation with you fellas. Glad I'm here to give you the as Commander says, to give you the female perspective of it. And I think it's going to be an interesting topic because, like I said, we're going to look at what's good, what's bad, what's not needed, and some romances that are non-traditional. But I'll get into that a little later. Continue on, fellas.
Yeah, so I have a question. So we're focusing on the broad range of topics of romances because are we also going to be focusing on? Are we talking friendship? Are we talking, sibling love? Is that what we're also talking about, or no? We're talking like specific.
Really, just where I'm going with this one is whenever time I bring up these type of topics, like when I name a specific writing subject, we're basically talking about the things that we would want to write, or how what not to do when writing, what you should do in writing, or what you need to keep in mind when it comes to writing, because this is definitely a writing topic stream today. And of course, again, I have it entitled romance. So what you guys can bring to the table is basically your examples of what you think is a good romance, or a good writing tool to write romance. In the case of Leia, you know, we like to hear the woman's perspective on the romance, and probably share some insight on what attracts women to romance specifically, or at least if a romance crops up in, say, a action adventure story, women really get real into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, for me, if it works and doesn't, it balances out the movie. There are some films I do like, the traditional, rom-com or romantic film. I don't mind romance and an adventure, because I know Scooney is going to talk about Han and Leia and Aragorn and Arwen, but I have some others that I can cover. But if it doesn't take away from the action, it works fine. But if it looks like it's just been shoved in because the studio felt that the male lead has to have a love interest, then it can go awfully wrong. And there are some examples of some that look like they were just shoved in and don't really flow with the story. But if it looks like it flows with the
You
story,
want to know what I half-heartedly expected Schooner to do, like what we did with our villains stream, the first villain stream. I was hoping he was going. I was hoping he was going to go on a long history lesson on how romance started to shift over time as the years gone by.
I can still do that if you'd like. I got it right here.
Yeah, because
Oh my goodness!
I got it from culture. I got it from mythology. I can even reference the Bible.
I'm interested to hear what you have to say, Scooney, because I do feel the art of romance is dying in a way. So it'd be interesting to see.
Hear that, folks? The lady would like to hear the man's perspective on romance, which is beautiful.
Oh,
which is very beautiful.
Yes, because I do feel it's dying a little bit. It's dying a little bit. I think that
Hey, Victoria, by the way,
Hollywood doesn't know what romance is anymore.
They do.
They just don't want to write it. I think we had this long discussion on MeWe the other day about the $5 movie versus the $20 movie. Like,
or at least or at least the TV dinner versus the home cooked meal.
Right? Yeah. Like that's where we are. Like, I mean, if I was to have to refer to any major franchise, I mean, that's kind of where we are. Like with the Ruse of Palpatine. I mean, look at the weird, awkward arc they gave Rey and Kylo Ren. I mean, that came out of nowhere.
Nothing ever suggested that there was a romantic interest. If anything, I always saw it was now this is me rewriting the movie in my head. Force Awakens, definitely. but I would have had him again being Sith as Sith usually do. They try to convert you first before they try to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a Jedi, I mean, like the whole idea, or at least where I thought what was going was Kylo was trying to induct her into his Knights of Ren. He's trying
Mhm.
to I was really I will even admit I was really on board with Ryan Johnson where Ryan Johnson was going about the whole Jedi being no more or killing the past, right? If it was
Mhm.
written well and had a ground to stand on. But my whole inkling was that Kylo was trying to organize a sort of new movement in where he's going to create Jedi and Sith together, but they're not being held they're not beholden by the tutelage or the rules that the Jedi with the way how the strict Jedi and the hedonistic Sith placed upon. He was hoping to have this idea where his group would try to be more responsible than these groups, but he was
Mhm.
introducing chaos into the way of the Force, which will cause an imbalance in the Force. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, we didn't get that. And of course, we would have gotten that if I was writing it. And I'm pretty sure you guys are already creaming your pants, thinking about how good I was writing their story better. Excuse the crassness, guys.
No, it's fine. It's good. It's good. This leads actually into what I was. This leads into what
Oh,
I was.
oh, by the way, I would have ended with fan kissing Ray.
Bingo.
Just
That's mine
saying.
too. I was saying because she had more chemistry with Finn than she did with Kylo Ren, at least from what I saw. Finn could have been the love interest, and if they wanted to go
Let's
down
just
that
be
route,
honest. But
there
let's
was
just be
certainly
honest.
something there.
Both Rian and JJ are racist. They didn't want no interracial relationship.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know about this. This is the weird part. I don't know about female leads. Okay, so like Shira or whatnot. Um, but when we get to say like heroes like Luke, where they tend to more or less remain chaste throughout, and that's excluding the expanded universe. Like, when they remain chaste in film, that seems to add more to the aspirational side of that character than if you start giving them a romance arc or a won't he arc. I mean, they kind of had a tiny one, but I got retconned real quick. I mean, in Empire. But I guess what I'm getting at is, does the female hero still remain aspirational if she does have a romance? I mean, they kind of did that somewhat with Red Sonja in the film, when it came down to the very last scene between Red Sonja and Prince Calidor. But I mean, throughout the very film, she's like, no one may have me unless a man has won me
Unless
about
I am
or whatnot.
defeated unless
Yeah,
I am defeated in battle, because that's what. But that's symbolic and allegorical, because the one who could defeat her in battle is the one who will produce powerful offspring.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
that's that basic. That's basic. That's if you're taking all romance out of it, that's the relationship as in the sharing of resources. Will this
yeah,
person be
yeah.
able to
And that's
provide?
what it
Will this
really
person
is. I
be
mean,
able
romance is
to
just something
protect?
that, yeah,
If we're
romance
taking
is
all,
a
if we,
byproduct.
yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, 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 no! No, keep going. You were making a good point. I was just kind of like stepping on your toes there for a second. Didn't mean
Well,
to, but
yeah. That's one way of writing romance. See, culturally speaking, which I always thought was interesting, if you really look at mythologies and cultures, and there is that level of, I don't want to say they do treat women as sacred, okay, because they are the life bringers, but they also treat the man also in these mythologies as, like you said, aspirational and powerful, because
yeah,
they need to be the protector. Historically speaking, that's always what romances were supposed to be. Great archetypes, and Professor Geek even says that what is the great, and even psychologists, for the male protagonist, when they meet a female, what are they? That is a great unknown to them.
Yeah.
It is the adventure. And in many ways, now I'm going to use this very loosely, but a lot of people have taken it and made it like so crass and a terrible word. The woman is chaos. The reason why it is chaos is because it is the unknown. You don't know what it is. So of course you will approach it with caution, maybe a little bit of distrust. But if you really look at it, the male archetype heroes that you have seen in these stories, whenever they meet meet their love interest, it's not so much they meet their better. It is the person, for the males anyway, it's to find a new way of thinking, and can be it's basically they find a new way of thinking and discover something about themselves that they didn't really maybe necessarily knew. And for the female, as Professor Geek says, the female's heroes, because that's what the hero's journey is about, a journey of self-discovery. The female hero's journey is about, as he says, taming the masculine, which is which is also in their story as well. The chaos.
Or my favorite word is temper.
Yeah,
temper. I like that more.
First they have to be able to have a mastery over nature before they are able to tame the masculine. Because for some, I always say for some unknown reason, and I guess it's universal. We always tend to kind of, when we look at some unknown body, refer to it in masculine. So yeah. I mean, the unknown we would refer to in a masculine sense. So
tempering the masculine, but then when tempering the masculine, and also discovering something within themselves to also discover that they can now stand together as equals. That's always what it's been about.
It ends up being like a rite of passage. It ends up being like a rite of passage more than anything.
Or even an allegory to the tale of adolescence into adulthood.
Yeah.
Because and they can also it can also be used in evil ways too, as like you said, the Greek tragedy. I mean, you look at stories like Macbeth, and you realize what happened, his wife and all that.
Still need to read Macbeth.
And then you get
it's long.
Too long, didn't read.
Well, no. You'll get lost in the language.
Of course.
So than the actual. Well, no, it's beautiful when you start to discover and appreciate, Elizabethan, views on romance, and also just the Elizabethan language. In and of itself is something you can wrap yourself in, more so than the actual romance itself. I was thinking, if we're going to, if we end up talking about romance, inevitably we're going to end up getting to, once we get past man and woman, you also have like the immaculate conception also.
Oh wow!
Where
I didn't catch that part. What?
You also have the immaculate conception, and it happens throughout pop culture, because before I take up too much time from anyone else, like. The only pair I really looked at, or the two pairs that I did look at, were Commander Riker and Deanna Troi, and then I also looked at Commander Deckard and Ilia, because I mean the two previous characters were based off those two I just named. So, and then I remember an episode where Counselor Troy has a spontaneous birth of Ian Troy, which you would call that immaculate conception because no man was involved. But it was a creative way of being able to tell that, through a curious entity or a pure being of light who becomes curious about the Enterprise and wants to live among, those that live on the Enterprise and go through the whole process of being born and then experiencing different experiences to the point where he has to, quote, sacrifice himself to save the others, if you will. So,
Yeah, that was actually a really good episode too, because
That was.
that was a
Or
great
Star
episode.
Trek?
Yeah, Star Trek,
Yeah, TNG,
Next Generation,
Yeah,
the Next
yeah.
Generation.
Not TOS,
Gotcha.
not TOS, TNG.
Or STD.
Oh God,
You
God, the
know,
less said about that show, the better.
I think the problem with STD is within the
Too much crying.
vacuum.
Not enough. Not
Within the
enough
vacuum
context
of
as to why they're
writing,
crying.
Poorly
within the
written,
vacuum of
badly
writing,
acted.
they're taking concepts, but they're not fleshing them out. So
And yeah,
they take something like a Valkyrie, and then suddenly it's a space angel, but they don't follow through. You know what I mean? It's all about
Mm,
imagery, but there's no real storyline, and that's the problem that we tend to have. And Leia and I tend to really crisscross on this a lot. You know, in talking on MeWe and in our private conversations amongst the four of us, that um, the way everything is written or displayed on a movie screen now, it's like people can tell you, "Oh yeah, you know, I watch Rise of Skywalker, and my inner geek comes out," and that was an example Leia used, and I said yes. And I had a similar situation with a guy that I ran across random conversation in the middle of, you know, not in the middle of the street, but through my day. They saw my Darth Maul socks and they started talking about Rise of Skywalker. They couldn't tell me anything about the story, but they could tell me that, wow, you know, that scene where you got the space horses on the side of the Star Destroyer, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, but normally when I talk to my own peers, say like within this roundtable, we really get into the minutia of the actual storyline. Like I just got into the minutia of, you know, a particular episode of Star Trek. So
and I jumped right on that like kibble.
yeah,
hmm
but you know, you see what I'm saying? It's like they can tell you about what they saw,
And
you know,
I
in
asked
terms
which
of
Star Trek.
imagery, but they can't tell you anything about the story itself or anything about the characters that really compels
Right.
you to like it. Um,
And we're seeing an increase in this of people.
mhm.
Exactly, Trooper said they can tell you what they saw, but as far as the story, how it made them feel, what was the story about, I'm finding one they cannot explain that one bit at all. They just say,
Yeah,
hey, you know, well, the laser beam went through the sky and she felt the power of the rainbow come down and feel her emotion. And it's,
right.
well, why did the laser beam go through the sky? And what was the meaning of the rainbow? Silence, crickets. They
Yeah,
say, what
Yeah,
does the difference does it make? You know?
exactly. They're watching it, but they're not feeling it. It's that
well,
it's they can't form that. It's that it was all. This was what made pop culture. Those invisible little tethers that people form with not just characters but the world in general. I mean, why do people? For example, why do people feel this when you're watching Star Wars, but they know that's Harrison Ford acting in a role? Yes,
well,
but when they get the comic book, that's not Harrison Ford, that's Han Solo. Or when they get the action figures. I mean,
yeah,
these are these are not people pouring them. This is not putting a piece of themselves in it. This is something that is latched onto them. This
well, it's
is
not.
something that you feel.
Yeah, and it's not even our form of cultural revolution. You know, I want to kind of piggyback on Professor Geek's interview with Leia in terms of, and I even asked this question of Leia in private. You know, being there, you know, as a small child, you only get, you know, small images and imprints, and you can, you know, remember certain things. But you know, I had asked Leia personally, you know, being a child in 77, 78, that whole time of Star Wars, you know, what was that like to be in the middle of a cultural revolution in terms of pop culture? And it's like, you don't really grasp it while it's happening until after the fact. Like, you look at the images of these people just flooding into the theaters. And one thing I had mentioned to Leia was um, throughout, you know, my studying and stuff like this, you know, movie theaters prior would let you pay X amount of dollars and you could spend your whole day in the theater just watching films. But it wasn't until after Star Wars that these theaters caught on that, hey, pay X amount of dollars, you can come in to see this showing at 3 o'clock. But it was a way of moving people so everyone could come and see this transformative film. And even Lucas said throughout his own interviews that, you know, he didn't really have a grasp for what was going on. Like, like at one point the art just creates itself. So, but
And I know,
yeah,
yeah, but see, there's a difference when Lucas says that and when people today say that, because
yes, and our
throughout all
cultural
of these,
revolution is a completely different type that's going on in 2020, 2021. It's the inverse almost, where
it's
it's
exactly where people
yeah,
say, "Oh, I know exactly where this is going to go," and the artist says, "Well, quick, we gotta subvert the expectation. We gotta
oh yeah,
catch him. We gotta get." That's what I hated about the Last
They're
Jedi.
no longer the corpos that when something got leaked, they immediately doubled down. This time it's like they have a plan, but then they immediately double down on that too. It's like they're it's almost like you're watching people just rewriting as they're going along when it comes to these type of stories, especially to the modern writing.
And
hmm
then when writers
And
complain about it, they then say something like,
Hang
well,
on, Leia.
where could we have really gone with this? I mean, a lot of people want to
Once
blame
once
Rian
Schooner finishes his statement, Leia, you go next.
yeah, Leia, I want to hear your input because I know I keep bringing you up a lot. So
it's all right.
when Rian Johnson, when everybody wants to blame Rian Johnson, but I also, Abrams shares most of the blame too, because in the third movie, he had the third movie. He could have undone everything and he could have changed it, but instead he changed some things and then uh, left other things in. I mean, you could have easily brought Luke Skywalker back in that third movie. You could just say that he was force projecting on that planet where Rey was, and that
hmm
he was just somewhere else. You could have done a million other things, but again, it's this limited capacity with
They
artists.
also didn't need to bring in Palpatine. All he had
He
to do
didn't.
was work on Kylo Ren instead of just again doubling down, putting the
Yeah.
mask back on him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like you can you can partially omit some of the things Last Jedi did, but you just it's like he was trying to write his own story, but he was mandated to continue another story too. And in the end, even if he was him in the second movie, which I doubt he was going to call it the Last Jedi. I firmly doubt he would have named it that. We all know that he probably would screwed that one up too.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been cohesive in his own idea, but the end result would have been just JJ just start trekking it up again.
Yep.
Like you would had you was I'm pretty sure he would still brought back Palpatine either way.
Mm-hmm.
I, either way he would have led to bringing back Palpatine. I really hazard to say that they should have just stuck with Trevorrow because at least some of it sounds ridiculous, but it was I was very interested in how they were going to put that together either way. You know what I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
with Trevorrow's original outline. Do anybody remember that one?
Yes. In fact, I would have loved to have seen that Dark Lord that's rising from the Red River, which is basically the allegory of rising from blood, like Count Dracula. I mean, come on, that Sith Lord alone was cool.
It was a insect, was it not?
It was shaped. It was going to have like a super. It varies, but the one that I read is that it was it had a humanoid body, but his limbs were like Slender Man.
Hmm. Anyways, we're getting off topic, but
oh no, it's good stuff. I mean, it all piggybacks, but
it's like poetry, it just rhymes.
I mean, like what
But
was it?
before you go ahead, Trooper,
That comment. I have an
let's
answer for that comment. So
hang on, Trooper. Let's give Leia the floor real quick.
yeah.
Well, to your earlier conversation, I was going to say the problem when we're talking about writing is I believe now in this day and age, writers, instead of the audience feeling the emotions themselves, they're trying to tell them how to feel. If you want to chain this back to romance, they want to try to tell them how to feel instead of letting them feel it for themselves. That's they're making their point. They feel they have to write it in a certain way so they feel exactly what I want them to feel. That's not the magic. The magic is they have to come to that themselves. A good example that comes to my mind, and I mentioned that when I was interviewed by the professor, was when I go back to Richard Donner's Superman and Superman finding Lois Lane in the crack in the earth. And him realizing he saved everybody but the woman that he loved so much, and then having those seconds. If you guys remember, if all of you remember out there remember the movie or not, maybe you haven't seen it, but there's a little bit of seconds where yes, I did, Neil Star. You can it is on YouTube if you look for it. There's no dialogue. It's just him sitting with her in his arms. And we really didn't need an expanded exposition because the emotion leading up to that, we didn't have to. We could sense the pain that he was feeling and the hurt he was feeling of losing this woman that he was in love with. That we see we know he's the Man of Steel, but it melts now because this is someone that's very special. But the point I'm trying to make is that we as the audience, the beauty of that moment is that we came to that moment ourselves. The writer didn't have to tell us that. And that's what they're missing now. They want literal interpretations. It shouldn't be literal interpretations. The magic is when you, as the moviegoer, is sitting in that theater and it hits you. And when it hits you, nobody has to tell you that. Or me, I'll even go say, I said it myself in the Winter Soldier, when Captain America Winter Soldier, when Cap says, I'm with you to the end of the line, and he falls into the river. And you could hear me just all gushing in tears in the theater, asking for tissue, people looking at me like I'm crazy. I said, oh, I'm crying because I really felt that, and I haven't felt that in any other Marvel movie. But again, the magic is it hitting you. But like you guys are saying, they're not allowing that magic to happen. They're trying to do it for you, and they can't do it for you. That's the beauty of it, and that's what they're missing in writing. And there's another example popping up.
Trooper, take it away after Leia.
Oh, well, what I was going to say, and I'm going to let Leia finish her point first, but Leia, go ahead and finish up your point, because it's a very important point, and I want people to kind of hone on it.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that that's what the writers are missing now, and it's sad that audiences are not picking up on that instead of just sitting there and just consuming what they're giving them. Mm-hmm. Instead of them saying that, I don't care how good the special effects were, I don't care who the stars were, man, I just did not feel that, or I just didn't feel that chemistry, or I didn't just feel that love story. And I'm seeing that a lot lately. Mm-hmm. But the point is that the writers are failing to do that. The lack of talent in this is that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Excuse me. And there's other examples that I'll bring up as we go off in this conversation, but it's they're not allowing. They're not trusting their audience. They're not knowing their audience. They're not trusting the intelligence of the audience. I mean, when I saw Superman, I was still a little girl. I mean, that was just a year after Star Wars, but I still felt that emotion. Maybe I couldn't express it, but I could still feel that emotion. Or when I brought out the Beauty and the Beast, the animated film, of Belle and the Beast eventually starting to fall in love, or maybe the Beast himself. But you have to let the audience come to that, and they're not doing that. They're telling them what they want them to feel.
Yes, they're literally spoon feeding them the story as it goes along.
The problem is nobody likes to be.
Yeah,
and the reason why we have so much, the reason why we have so much debate now, especially in the online community, is
y'all do. I stay away from that. That's a hot.
I'm saying I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Okay, just this once. Dang it! Now I'm hooked. Anyway, but now that we're having debates, is because people don't want to be told what to do, and then you have these other people. Because this is another thing, Leia. Because they're smart in how they craft this. Okay. Because they start bringing up political talking points, diversity, we need representation, and they turn it into you're attacking the thing that we're trying to emulate. No, we're attacking the execution in which what you are claiming, because they're basically saying we can, as long as we make this character, let's say, a
A
talking point,
lesbian.
the lesbian, or even the color of their skin. We make this person
Yes.
black. We make this woman a lesbian.
Yep.
Any sort of criticism that we get from this, we will use them as a shield, so to say, you can't criticize us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
the romance is always there. I
Plot
could
armor,
sworn
all you
I
need is
see
agenda
you.
armor now.
See, you just need to quiet the storm of your mind and accept the breadcrumbs I'm leaving you. You are leaving a huge paper trail, and every time I'm trying to sift through this paper trail, a lot of things that you're leaving there is not really connected. But yeah, it's connecting. She, the smacking her around is just saying that this person loves that person. That's not a good romance, Mrs. or Mister.
No.
That's just you're trying to make abusers seem sympathetic.
Yeah.
Abusers are not sympathetic until they have realized what they're doing. You usually abusers with hearts. Let's just say that
Oh, the
those that,
virtuous abuser.
not really, that's not what I'm talking about. But
Okay.
we can discuss that now that you bring it up. But no, what I'm saying, the ones that were originally victims of abuse,
Hmm.
that excuse me, that now abuse another person that's been their let's just say morality pet. They tend to wake up from that psychological conditioning, if you will, when they realize what that they've become the very thing that they hate the most, which we get few of that now, or at least it's not existent in this kind of writing, because like you guys been
Because what
saying,
they're
like we
telling
all.
you is that those feelings that you're feeling, there's nothing wrong with feeling that way. You got to live your truth. And I'm like, God, no.
So you're saying
No.
the truth is, my truth is that I am evil, that I am an abuser,
Yes.
because that's all I'm seeing every time I see a romance option like Catra
Well,
or
I mean,
Hardak,
we're to
Hardak
the point.
Prime.
We're to the point where truth no longer means fact. Is pretty much
Well,
where
but
we're at.
just building off of what the wolf is saying is that
Yeah.
they're basically like going, oh, well, because she's a lesbian, it's okay for her to be this just mean, to be cruel and bad, because secretly she's a nice person, and it all works out for her in the end.
I've
Or
never met a virtuous lesbian. Let me just put that out there on YouTube.
But she's hurting your hero.
exactly. Thank you.
Hang
Like,
on. Stop the presses. Your so-called brownie point affirmative action character is hurting your hero. So whenever time I see them hurting the hero, it's really painting a bad picture of the people that you're trying to virtual signal. Because whenever time I see lesbians, I think they're gonna hurt me because of what you just did with Nura. That is what you're telling me. A lesbian is always going to be evil and malicious, and she'll do anything in her
Have you
power
met
to try.
one? Have you met one in real life?
No, but I'm saying that's what I'm saying. That they
Oh,
they
goodness.
keep forgetting that the masses tend to use television as their source of information.
Yes,
Why
they
you
do.
think? Why you think we don't trust sharks that much? And we love dolphins, which you shouldn't trust dolphins. Don't trust those
don't trust the
critters.
dog.
Don't trust those
I took
critters.
shark a completely different way. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but dolphins are not the benevolent little mammals that you think they are. Them things are
They're not
evil.
flipper.
They're evil. Werewolves do not trust dolphins. Bottom line. We know they got a secret stash of weaponry somewhere in the deep ocean. They're plotting an uprising. They're not going extinct, or they're not in danger as people like let them. They're breeding in droves. But that's a rant for another time. I'll definitely construct a stream about my malicious contempt for dolphins.
Oh, Jesus. That's some
But yeah,
romance right there.
but anyways,
Uh,
point being, they don't realize, or at least they do know. They just don't. They just know that the machine is working just fine. In other words, they
And they use it, like I said, they use that as an excuse to not improve themselves.
Yes.
Whenever somebody asks you, like, "Oh, look at this," and that's another thing too. It's that don't sell. I mean, for those out there who are like, "Oh, we're getting our token representation out there," like we got our lesbian characters. Anybody who is of a different sexual orientation, you don't have to support that. Okay, don't say, "Oh, but it's a lesbian character's done wrong." But hey, we got to no. You demand better. You say, "I want an
Mhm.
actual," because they keep saying, "Oh, what's the best way to write a same-sex relationship?" The answer is simple: write it as normal as possible. But then they say, "Oh, but it needs to stand out." No, it doesn't.
no, it
It
Mm-mm.
doesn't. I
Exactly.
mean, a female is still
doesn't
female.
need to.
It follows
No,
a
no.
female
The
arc.
real question you should be asking: well, what does standing out mean to you?
Exactly.
Well, what it means is they want to write something like Vampire Diaries, and I'm like, okay, well then clearly you've missed the mark on what romance really means. I mean, you're literally taking the tokenized Hollywood version of what you think
No, okay.
romance is, and you're applying it to your real life. So maybe you need to kind of take a step back and figure out where you are in on the maturity spectrum to be
There
able
is
to even contemplate writing something like that, because it really does take a lot of maturity to be able to see outside your own character when you write it. So
exactly. But there is a. Thank you for bringing up Vampire Diaries because that's another thing that I'm noticing in stories. And don't get me wrong, they've always uh, mythology in the Bible, and even before this whole woke bug took everything over. Usually, the romance is always written in the beginning stages,
yeah,
and then the story usually ends with the two characters getting together, and then they never show the fallout later. Sometimes they did, and they wrote them in very smart ways. But today, it's just like you got to write it like this. And there is a difference between romance and lust, and everybody's getting that wrong.
oh yeah.
Vampire Diaries is the epitome of lust.
Well, because we're not even teaching kids anymore that it's okay to have affection for someone of your own sex, and what that
Mm-hmm.
means in terms of friendship, and the
Mm-hmm.
difference between having friendship and having a romantic interest. Those are two very different things. And it's like
Let's face it, we're living in a
now
world where George R. R. Martin is where I could say that he's a decent writer of romance at this point,
because
considering his body of work.
males and females will have different relationships with people throughout their entire lives. There's a different type of interaction when it comes to women between women in terms of a sisterhood and what that means. And if you really want to just kind of tokenize it really quick, it's more of a eat, pray, love thing where you know you you share your problems. You're eating, eat, and then you get to the pray portion of it, which is the console and finding advice through your female friend, who then acts as almost like your sage, if you will, your Galadriel, who peers into the mirror and tells you, well, if you do this, this will happen. And then the love portion of it, which at the very end, the only thing to do is to be able to love. So whether it's a guy you're getting over, or your best friend just turned into an enemy over a dude, that kind of thing. It's and for dudes it's different. It's more of a camaraderie. It's a very different type of brotherhood. It's you're poking at each other all the time because that's what guys do. But to get to Fagbile's post a while back, the reason
Hmm.
why uh, men and women tend to have different arcs is because women in general, in terms of archetypes, have always tend to follow a very maiden mother crone storyline, where the Amazon princess then becomes the vessel of life, and then in the crone stage becomes all knowing, if you will, or uh, through her through her life gains experience and then is able to use that experience to kind of guide others. With men, it's different. Men, it's a little different. I mean, if you happen to have read, King, Warrior, Magician, Lover by Robert Moore or Douglas Gillette, they will the way they break the uh, the male journey down. They break it into four different archetypes. They break it into the lover, the knight, the king, and then the sage. So men go through a different cycle altogether. It's uh, not to say that women are easier to kind of figure out in terms of story writing with a maiden mother crone storyline, but it's a little easier to write because men go through different types of rituals, if you will, or rites of passage. They always start off as a page or a lover, where they're, or that could even be termed the fool, if you will, where they're finding their place in nature. They don't know how to interact with it, so it's this fumbling towards the next horizon, if you will. And then, we get into this young adult stage where we become more of a knight character, where we're out to fix the world's problems, yet we don't know how, because if we have had proper recognition by our patriarchal figures, our fathers or our masculine mentors, then we'll have more direction. The midlife of a male is kind of like their king phase, where they're in their leadership, they're in their form now. So, they've become the man or the superhero or if you will, the return of the king, where he is now on the seated throne, and he is now able to govern over his people. And you know, just like in Thor Ragnarok, at one point, the man does get to the sage stage, almost like where Odin finally goes into the 10th realm, if you will, heaven, which they don't really talk about in Marvel, but I mean it's there. So, and then from there, you're able to again give advice based on life experience, where Odin more or less visits Thor in the form of a vision, if you will, or a Merlin stereotype, where he questions Thor's beliefs. Are you
The
Thor,
God of
god of
Hammers.
hammers? Yeah. So, I mean, there's
And then we don't get
men
that.
and
I was
women
really
are
just
intrinsically different. I mean, we're not the same, and they want to write it as if we are. So, but if you are going to write a homosexual relationship in terms of two men or in terms of two women, they have to follow those same archetypes, because you're writing about
Only
two men.
one movie that actually kind
Uh,
of did that correctly was Love Simon. To
oh, really? I never watched it. I never
I've
watched
never
it.
I never
seen
watched
that.
I never watched it either, but that was basically the premise of two guys getting together and falling in love. Now, one of them was sure enough that they were straight, yes,
Mm,
but the premise, and I'm only going by what I gleaned from it, was the fact that that it was, let's just say, I would call it a well written Hallmark film where two people
mm,
discover their love for each other. Was I don't think it was I don't think the fact that we're having a gay relationship was really the biggest deal. It's just the fact that people were celebrating that they were, right for
mm,
each other and they come together. It, of course, it's a high school story, a high school romance, but still, it was a high
uh,
school romance that happened to be told between two boys.
mm,
mhm,
And we've had stories like that even in the indie movies. We've
mhm.
always had love stories between same sex, but we all know that they were relegated to the indie film genre. This was a high profile movie that was based off a book. Last I checked as well, was based off a book that was well praised and well loved. I don't know the quality of the book per se.
I and I
I
when
just
I
hear
hear
I just hear that it was a really good movie.
mhm.
right, right.
Nobody complained. Nobody criticized. It was just a well regarded movie about two men finding love in one another.
Right.
Yeah,
So
Exactly.
yeah, again, like I said, that type of story usually is relegated to the indie film, which is
Yeah.
more of the sexual experience that two of them share between one another before they finally begin to connect and have that romance. That's usually how the indie films usually tell that story, where you got the receiver
Hmm.
and the giver mean one another. They're talking and talking, and sometimes in the case of the women, it's usually played. The usual type is the homely girl from the church family, and the sort of either punk goth rocker girl that's like very free with her
The rebel.
sexuality. The
The
rebel,
rebel.
yeah, there we go. Thank you. Rebel is usually played by that too, or in the case of one particular movie, Short Bus. Uh, it's a woman that was really trying to explore her sexual appetite, and she seemed to have a problem with trying to reach that peak until she finds it through another woman per se. In the same token, of Short Bus was also a gay man that really had a thing for somebody who didn't get reciprocated, but reciprocated through another gay man. They, funny enough, they had a threesome with another dude in one scene, which was
Mm.
Yeah,
quite
but just
artistic, if you will.
like what you're saying though, they don't write it and highlight. That's the problem with these high-profile films, is that you create a same-sex character, and now suddenly this character becomes a caricature or a stereotype of.
And in Short
Oh yeah,
Bus, mind you,
absolutely.
in
Yeah.
Short Bus, or at least any of the indie films, by the way, any of the indie films, including Short Bus, you will be hard pressed to find any stereotypes in those indie films whatsoever. Because I'm gonna tell you why you be hard pressed to find those. Because the indie filmmakers go in with the idea of, you know what, there's a huge misconception about the homosexual in the media, and I want to really um tell a different story, not tell our story or tell their story. It's tell a different story of how normal gay people are, and that's what I've been seeing in majority of the indie films I've watched in the recent years, from the early aughts and over. And I'm like,
Well,
what?
here's the
This
thing
should
with all
this
that
these
stuff.
movies should have been in the limelight to really
Well,
highlight that stuff. What are you gonna say, Trooper? Go ahead.
I was gonna say they're trying to normalize the type of relationships that happen outside of the human life cycle is what they're trying to do. It's not to say that same-sex couples can't raise a child, but like I've always said before, you still need to have a paternal and a maternal influence regardless.
Of course,
Two men are still two men at the very end of the day.
of
So
course.
I mean, you still need to be able to have the belief system imparted by the mother as well as the father. But yeah, so no, you have
Just to,
these
just to
writers
pump the
that
brakes real quick, I still question this in Dragon Prince. How the hell two lovers are gonna have a child in Dragon Prince? Cause she
well,
cause you got this little girl who's supposedly Queen Regent in place of Regent in place of her two
yeah.
mothers, and I'm like, how the hell that's possible? I'm willing to okay these gay woodland elves here, but them having a child in this world as a same sex couple, the two lesbians, I find that hard to believe. Thank you very much.
I was gonna
That
say
You
leads
gotta
Jojo
into
explain that.
Rabbit,
that
same
leads down a
thing.
giant rabbit hole. So don't even
It
go
is.
there, because
It is
that rabbit
a
hole
giant rabbit hole. I
is
mean,
I'm ready with my torch at this point.
like
oh lord.
it's conflating the premise of immaculate conception. It really is because now we're
Hmm.
literally taking out um
Oh my goodness, the
what's the
fan
best
base
way
for
to put it?
Dragon Prince is
I would
deplorable. I'm just gonna say that right now. They're deplorable. What I'm talking about the shifters in
yeah.
specific. The shippers are very detestable right now because
Well, that
before we
oh
even
that's
got to the before we even got to this year, they were shipping the mute auntie with the brown elf. They
hmm
were just about to kill each other moments ago, and they barely have a shaky alliance in the later season. in the upcoming.
That's the thing too. Is that that's what's also led to a lot of bad romances, shipping. But I
That
don't
doesn't
blame.
mean that, like like like
I don't
like.
blame shippers at all.
Well,
The fact that the
what I'm
fact of
saying,
the matter
Schooner,
is,
is the fact that they work. Oh, they work so well together. They fight together. They're communicating with each other and whatnot. They must be going to be lesbian lovers. There's no doubt in my mind that she wants to screw her own freaking mute translator.
Well,
So shut that down. Unless you really want to make her bisexual, which we can really go there. But there's no doubt in my mind that brown elf will be very interested in a human at that moment, let alone screw a female human. I defy you to really think that she's a lesbian in that regard, which is interesting because we talk about different species here, right? I don't.
Mhm.
I wouldn't really think that most of these elves will have that concept of same sex relationships like humans do.
no, they
But
wouldn't.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. They're negating the dynamics of male friendships. A good one would be maybe like Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, where they together they make up a trinity, if you will, where you know even Kirk says it in subsequent films that he will never die as long as both McCoy and Spock are with him. And of course, when we get to generations, neither are present. I mean, if we go into the EU, we know that Kirk doesn't die that day on,
Mhm.
you
But it
know.
will be not this day.
But what I'm getting at is that we're no longer discussing these type of relationships. Uh, and what I saw Evie type, which was I wish we all learned what what a friendship was.
Hey,
It would have
greedy.
stopped a lot of crazy fanfics, and that's the thing. That's the thing. We have a lot. We have a lot of. Uh, what's the best way to put it? Uh,
Toxic.
no, I was gonna say malnourished in literature. We have a lot of folks that are malnourished in literature. Therefore, they do not know how to glean the type of relationships that you will have throughout life. I mean that's why we have these myths and we have these legends and we have romance. Even romances serve as cautionary tales. It's like
Yes,
oh
precisely.
yes. Hmm.
whether there's a big difference. There's a big difference between uh, Steve Rogers and Peggy and Kylo Ren and Ray. There's a
Hmm.
chasm of difference right then and there.
I
If we're
love
talking,
Evie's speculations there.
well, Evie says magic, but really what we're doing is we're replacing God for with occultism, if you will.
Yeah,
Smudging
and,
with occultism.
or they'll say that, oh, we do believe in God and he's gay.
Yeah, and
Oh
that and
my
that's the thing. And
goodness.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
Whether you believe in God or not, because I know that there are
We believe in God.
folks
And he's black. Yeah, I can make that claim too. You
right, right,
dingus.
right. Because when we sit at this round table, the one thing that we can't discard is literally one of the oldest works of art, and living text in human history, and that happens to be the Bible, which
Oh,
I would
Brian
argue.
Gilmartin, amen.
Handmaid's Tale. You know what, Brian, we haven't even gotten to that. But yeah, you look at one of the oldest
Should we
living
even
texts
get into
in
that? Because I
printed
haven't watched that show.
languages.
I refuse to watch that show.
I don't
Absolutely,
watch it
I've never
either.
watched
So
Handmaid's Tale, but
yeah,
I
I
can
don't.
tell you this.
I'm no
If you ever
fan.
went back,
Mm-mm.
go ahead, Leah.
Good later.
I was just going to say I was just going to say I have never watched The Handmaid's Tale. So I can't comment anything on that because when I read the synopsis of that, I was like, I'm out.
Hmm.
So I can't answer any questions on. Now I did see the movie version of that, and I wasn't really into it. It's not a story I wasn't really into, so I really don't
The
care for the
real
TV
question
show.
is, have you read it?
No, no,
Good.
never read the book.
Believe it or
You
not,
have.
my father has read it because it was considered required reading in his.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Of course, it was required reading. Of course, it was. it has a feminist. It does have a feminist overtone to it in some ways. You know,
Mm-hmm. The
when
TV series apparently is it a direct adaptation from the book, or is it took a lot of creative liberties? They really modernized it.
the TV show.
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't know.
It's
Is that
got
what
a
they're doing?
sci-fi slant from what I heard. It looked like it was taking place in a sci-fi world. I
Yeah.
don't know. It's like it's trying to egg off the Hunger Games a bit with a bit of The Giver and what's another book in comparison? Because it really is really ripping off like three books that at least have some adaptations to Hunger Games. I hazard to say 1984, but that would not be an apt comparison. But
Mm-hmm.
Can
yeah,
I
it,
just
it go ahead,
can,
Leia.
oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Commander. I just want to go back to the discussion you guys has about the when you're trying to write a romance and LBGT, because Trooper was speaking and I was agreeing with what Human Schooner is saying. Many times, and what I've seen lately is, and I don't want to repeat it, but he's basically right. When they write an LBGT romance, they try to make it like it's something special instead of making it normal, or that only the LBGT romance is perfect, but heterosexual romances
Exactly.
are full of garbage. That an LBG
Mm-hmm.
romance, the LBGT couple can do no wrong. Everything is perfect. We're all good. But the
Yep.
heterosexual couples are the ones that are
Right.
wacko, messed up, screwed
Uh,
up,
Crazy readers.
divorced,
Crazy
it's
everything.
it's
And
their twisted
yes,
version of it's a twisted conditioning that you're trying to do, especially when they did this, they did this a lot in the CW superhero shows.
oh
Your
God, yes,
straight
there's
your straight relationship fails, so why not try a gay relationship
Oh
instead?
yeah,
And then
yes.
then you try, hey, this gay relationship is not so bad at all. Why was I even straight to begin with?
which is
Hmm.
great, fantastic. If you find
Yeah.
out that you love, if that you love Kielbasa, but at the very end of the day, it doesn't do anything to pass on your genetic map to the next generation or subsequent lines of further, generations of your family. It literally is a genetic dead end. Uh,
And where I
and
was going to go with this, oh, oops, we also pushed another toxic relationship too in the CW shows when it
yep.
came to the relationship because apparently they can't even commit to that, so
Well,
they break them up.
and that's the thing. They don't tell you about that stuff. I mean, they make it look perfect. I'm like, well, sure, that's great, but at the same
That's
Okay,
time,
we
that's
got
you're in a
okay,
genetic dead end.
we got Kara's sister together with Latina. So what now? I don't know. Uh, we I never wrote a stable relationship before. All I know is my bad relationship I had with my lesbian girlfriend.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just break them up. Yeah, let's just break them up.
Here's the thing. It's like, all right, cool, whatever.
Oh, and then they say, wait a minute, you killed the gay character. What are you, burying your gays trope? And I'm like, okay, first off, you die just like everybody else. You bleed just like everybody else.
Yeah,
You go to the
but
bathroom just
but we're
like
too but we're
everybody else.
but we're too far into the weeds to stick to the point. It's like, and these type of relationships, we don't tend to also teach that, it's like these are the medicine men of the tribe, if you will. Everyone in the tribe has a function, but at the very end of the day, does the medicine man marry? Well, or better yet, does the oracle of, gosh, does the
Delphi?
oracle ever marry? Yeah, does the oracle of Delphi ever get married? No, they
Mm-hmm.
lose their vision. They lose their superpower, if you will. So, you know, to go down this rabbit hole that pop culture like sells you as this pretty bow tie romance means to quote unquote uh, leave the tribe, if you will. You're literally
Exactly.
leaving the tribe. Like if you think about it, because I mean, you have your artisans, you have your painters, you have your leaders, you have your warriors. But where do all these fringe relationships fit in? They literally put them at the forefront. And when we talk about civil society, yeah, they have their place, but they're not mainstream. It's they try to make something mainstream that it's not. I mean, this is what 1 to 2%, and not to steer too far off from romance, but there are different types of relationships. Um, but at the very end of the day, we pitch these things like love is love and all this stuff and Pride Month and all that stuff. You know,
I want Pride Month to end already.
well, let
Yeah,
me put it to you this way. Let
you're
me
making
put
me
it to you this
sick with all
way.
that because it's disingenuous at this
Well,
point.
let me put it to you this way.
Everybody gets a flag now.
In
Why do
terms
everybody
of
need a damn
DC,
flag?
in terms of DC,
You didn't even bleed for a flag.
in
You
terms
didn't
of
even sew it
DC,
together.
look, don't make me bring up that video of Oakland. But in terms of DC,
Ah,
when we talk about Shazam,
welcome to Oakland, bitch.
Shazam has to deal with the seven deadly sins, and what's one of those? It's pride. But yet we elevate pride above all else in June now. It's like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
you're not teaching these precepts to have good men and women to be able to push our society forward, even in romance and in literature, because they're malnourished. We're not we're
As Trooper is saying this, I keep thinking, and I was going to say this to you before we even start in the green room. I was going to
yeah.
say, you know what? I really want to share Morgan Freeman's talk about Black History Month
Yep.
to everybody in the world, because that's what I'm feeling with all these ridiculous months that they keep inventing,
Yep.
and I'm like, so from now on, because here's what I used to do back with Black History Month. I used to play Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech every month, every year of Black History Month. Sometimes I'll re-listen to Malcolm X's speech as well and his sermons, right? Just
Mm-hmm.
to remind me of the accomplishments that we achieved as a culture and as a race, right?
Hmm.
Now, from now on, for every Black History Month, I play Morgan Freeman's video of that interview, and I question, especially, I would love to have that line on a T-shirt. You're
Right.
gonna relegate my you're gonna relegate my history to a month.
Yep.
Black history is American history.
It is.
I don't need a Black History Month.
Yep.
Do you want a Jewish History Month or a Native
Hmm.
American month? Very well then. I don't
But
want a Black
Commander,
History Month.
Commander, now you have a holiday. You got Juneteenth now as a national
Oh, I knew you were gonna
holiday.
bring that up.
Yes.
I knew you were gonna bring that up. Oh my
You
god.
know, okay, and no, and that's the thing that bothers me more. Here's something that drives me crazy is when they come out and say we now need to have our own flag for Juneteenth, and I'm like, you have a flag. It's the American
Well, that's because
flag.
Macy Gray stopped being
You don't even
relevant in
fly
the early
the
2000s.
so-called African flag that you flag. That's really invented by Jamaicans.
I mean, the last time I
the
saw
red, black,
Macy
and green.
Gray in anything was Spider-Man 2. That was it. I never heard from her again. I'm
One,
sure she had a
one,
career since then, but
Spider-Man one.
you know, I followed Jill Scott's career more than I did Macy Gray. And
I
here is a
try to
white
say
dude,
I'm sorry
getting
for
into neo
sci-fi.
soul and stuff like that.
That's all I hear when I hear that song. I'm like,
How did
why
she
did I
get a
even like
record?
this woman?
I've never liked her music. First of all, I always ask, how did she get a record contract
Baby, I know we have our bad days, and you
again?
was always mad at me. No, we had to move around. How do I know that? How do I know those lyrics way more than her first debut song?
Because it was in the Spider-Man movie.
Obviously, whatever.
Yeah.
I,
I'm like
I
Trooper. I
tried.
know
I
Jill
tried
Scott
to
more
that
than
woman
Macy
out.
Gray.
Right?
Yeah,
But
I'm with
see,
it.
I like jazz festivals. So, I
Mm.
mean, that just came natural to see Jill
Hey, baby,
Scott.
maybe we can go
Like,
on out and have a. Oh, I'm about to go. I'm about to get crazy tonight. Y'all bring
Yep,
a
yep,
Jill
yep.
Scott for me.
But just to build back on what Trooper and
Got in my
Ray,
car. Drove down to. Wait, no,
Oh, listen,
that ain't how to go.
listen to this.
Took off my clothes. Got in the shower. This is the way to love me, baby.
Victoria wants to know what is Juneteenth.
Go ahead, Trooper. That's your cue.
Oh,
Cause you still explain it to me privately in the back
oh,
room,
I about
and I
lost
still
my
don't
mind.
get it.
I about lost my mind when friggin' this is okay. You got to remember, this is our first critical. You can call it critical race theory. Let's call it what it is. It's racist.
I'll
Uh,
just call it a paid holiday.
uh, yeah, yeah.
This
Well,
point, yeah.
it was definitely that because Biden definitely tossed a federal holiday towards federal workers so that he can secure their vote next year, or not next year in 2024 if he's even still around. But
Yes, by
well,
that time they'll be pushing
you
them
gotta
around the
remember, he's got to
geriatric
do
home.
2 years in a day. He's got to do 2 years in a day because that's literally the way it's written, so that uh, chairwoman or empress, Empress Kamala Sato can rule for the next 12 centuries. But
Agreed, Trooper.
all right, so about Juneteenth. This is a state holiday particular to freaking Texas. Like I was telling Whoop, in the background, look, there was no social media. I couldn't just get on my Twitter and be like, "Hey girl, let me take a selfie." Oh, you like you how do I look in this? You couldn't do that. I mean, the most you
I'll leave
had,
that hovering for now, so we can answer that later.
yeah, the most you had was literally like express mail, and by that I talk about Pony Express, and you had, all these other mechanisms to get mail and to get messages across. So the message was out. Hey, you know what? We're going to go ahead and we're going to liberate slaves.
Hey, Matta.
And I always make the argument that people are more or less indoctrinated to think that the Civil War was just about slavery. It wasn't. It was about state taxes, is what it was. Um, but when you're small on resources and you want, quote unquote, to ammo up, you're going to go ahead and try to figure out the best thing you can. So that's how this kind of came about in terms of, hey, for us, we will go ahead and we'll cut you loose. You'll, live, and this is prior to the my vote is only 1/5, if you will.
Juneteenth, Matanui.
But to make matters worse,
And if it feels weird, you have every right to leave.
like you know everyone more or less already had the memo that black men and women were free. One of the last places to actually get the memo, oh hey, by the way, you need to cut people loose, was Galveston, Texas. Everyone was already independent by then. This is more of a political browning point holiday
Trooper, when you're
for
done, Leia
those
will
folks.
take
Yeah,
the mic.
yeah. So the same people who have not managed within the last half century to uplift the okay, good question. What has the ideological left and the ideological right done for the black community? Have they been able to lift the black community off of these social programs, and also have they uh, done everything within their political power to uh, not have the stratification of classes be uh, through economic means. Just because you're black doesn't mean you're poor, but it does mean that more or less you have a different subset of
You know,
challenges.
Trooper, there's another question that we can also ask as well
Yeah,
on the same token of what you just asked.
yeah,
How many black people just found out about this thing?
a lot. Because again, this is
They're just
literally
And how
finding out
many of
about
these
their history, even
and how
though
many of them are
none of
rolling
them
their
are
eyes?
teaching that history at
yeah,
all. You waiting for master to teach you that history,
yeah,
but not your own.
they're tokenizing the black community. We don't have a Hispanic Independence Day. Like, yeah, we recognize Cinco de Drinko, but I mean,
Mm-mm-mm.
let's get real. That's not a federal holiday. You know, we don't have yeah, we don't have Japanese liberation war. You know, like oh yeah, we liberated Japanese Americans from uh internment
Internment
camps
camp.
from same leftists who created these internment camps. Again, like do your history. Read. I mean, I was telling Wolf. I mean, the best thing to
Read,
do is read.
homie, read.
And Wolf brought up the good question. Well, how do you discern fact from propaganda? And I said my argument was, well, that's where your higher reasoning comes into play,
Hmm.
because you have to be able to tell the difference, and you have to literally dig. Unfortunately, you're only going to be spoon fed, just like these pop culture IPs. They're only going to spoon feed you the story. They're not going to tell you the actual story.
If you
So,
ever want to know who is controlling you, find out who you're not allowed to question.
ooh,
Ooh.
I knew you were going to bring that up. Well, that's good.
Mhm.
But anyway, we're not going to talk. We're not going to talk about
Moving back. We got to bring
Affirmative
it back.
action, more
no,
more
no, no. We're
affirmative
not.
action holidays.
I was going to say we're not going to talk about the. We're not going to talk about the Steens or the. I'm trying to find a way of wording this without coming across too controversial.
I call it
Because I
affirmative
know
action.
I know what Schooner's referring to. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. They're predominantly within the 46th president's cabinet staff, economic staff, and they also tend to have positions of leverage within Hollywood. And we'll leave it at that.
Yep. And Victoria, Leia, go ahead and voice a certain thing that caught your eye, a certain comment, by the way, and we'll touch upon this question from Dominic Powell.
Yeah.
Okay, someone I forgot who posted it, but they asked, were we aware of the mainstream for some crazy reason wanting to ship Sam and Bucky from the Falcon with special guest star Winter Soldier show? The first thing I want to say is I don't know where that comes from. I don't know who is bringing that up. Why would be the first question that I would say. My theory, yeah, if you heard some people ship Sam and Bucky, I don't know why. I do not see Sam and Bucky as a sexual lovers at all.
I heard that.
They don't want the toxic. They don't want to be toxic man. Toxic. They
Yeah.
want to
Well,
eliminate
yeah,
toxic
yeah.
masculinity
Yeah.
by gaying them up.
Talking
that-
about brotherhood between men, yeah, like
Yeah.
Leia was gonna talk about.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't know where this comes from. The only thing, I have a theory, and I could be wrong. It's just a theory. I think there were people with this show was used more for ticking boxes than telling a story. Anthony Mackie said in an interview that for the show, they only brought in Black writers only. No white writers were allowed to work on the staff. And that was because they
that's American.
Yes. And because they only...
So they want in Navy and not run through the hood, just stop by and say, what's up? And let you, boy, hey, boy, they doing so tough. Even though your past gone 4 years, still waking up late, not crying tears, just thinking about those days you used to talk to me, smile while I sipping on this Hennessy. And remember when we bragged on how rich we were? Get out this hood and like what's like a fancy. And now you hear my songs, the radio is playing. Oh, I can't believe my ears and what everybody's saying. But I tell you, folks don't know the half. I would give it up. How I wish I could.
I was going to say they wanted both. They wanted that.
I wish I could have found the part 2 version, because that's the one I liked way more than that one. But yeah.
Actually, they wanted both because they said their focus on this show was Sam. Like I said, Bucky was nothing but a token or a special guest star. And I could tell by the writing of Bucky, they had no intention of working with that character. They Found
you a new title, Leia. Found you a new title.
Yeah, little colonizer. Exactly. That's a
Poor
good one.
Bucky. Poor Bucky.
They're for Bucky, yes, and I hated that a lot because I liked the character of Bucky, and they had no intention of telling his story at all. He basically was
No.
there to apologize for being white. That's all they used him
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
And I resented and hated that, and I was not going to sit and subject myself to that trash. I don't care what it was. I mean, I knew some people sat there and thought, well, you know what? It was kind of cool. Yeah, it had the
Well,
woke stuff.
But
But,
it's
you know,
all
they
good
denied him. They
now, my
denied him
Mackie,
his
because we
redemption
can all
arc.
see Falcon now. It's
Like,
like,
I'm pretty sure Sebastian Stan knew the character enough to be like, hey, this is gonna be a great story arc, and then literally he was regaled to like maybe 3 films and like starring in a web series where he's like not even the main character and he's like this big old cuck, and it's
well,
like he did a lot of bad things, and the whole point to Bucky's arc is that even through all that, he's able to find himself,
yes, we're
dig
going back
himself out of
to
that
Bucky's
ditch.
arc here. Sue us.
Like, and instead, kind of involving, Sam Wilson in that process. I've lost my brother, who's Steve Rogers. You are now my brother. Instead of using that dynamic, it's they didn't like
No, and that would have been interesting if they
that
had
would have
done
been
that,
very interesting.
because the two of them have lost an important figure in their lives.
Yeah,
Bucky has been his friend for a long time, and it is because of Cap Sam discovered the hero within himself.
yeah,
yeah, that would have been great. And I'm going to get into that a little more as
yeah.
we go
Because
along.
because it's all good now, my Bucky. We off the hood now, my Bucky.
Well, first of all, they lost Cap in a really stupid way, but that's another story. We'll get into that later.
We
That was,
lost a cap
yep.
now, my
It,
Bucky.
it
Well,
wasn't that Cap died. They sent him, sending him back in time to live with Peggy
yeah.
was not exactly, it was not the ending for him.
That is not
Yeah,
okay.
no, it was
That
it
was
was the
not the
ending for the
ending.
movie going
That
audience.
is not. That is not. Just to bring it back. That is not how you write a romance.
That is definitely not how you
Right.
write a romance.
Exactly.
You go back
I
for your
agree.
date, and then you're freaking you're the one person you were freaking uh I want to say fiending or freaking pining for this entire time. She's like, this isn't gonna work out. And then he comes back, he's like,
Yeah.
damn it, all this time. But we didn't get any of that.
No,
So,
well, sending him back in time, that was not romance. There was nothing romantic
no.
about that at all. When I went back for a dance with a woman he hardly knew, and this is gonna hurt some gonna hurt some feelings when I'm saying this.
Oh no, you're
It's gonna
right.
hurt some feelings,
You're
but
100%
he
on the
hardly
nail.
knew Peggy enough to say, I must go back. That is my eternal love. I don't know what they were thinking, but that was not it. He
You
did
know what it
not
was?
belong there.
It
You
felt
know
more
what?
like first love or infatuation is what it felt like.
Once
Like,
again,
Yeah.
it's
rewrote
that
that.
first
I
stage
rewrote that
romance.
scene in my head.
Well, I
I
think
saw
what
that.
I like about that, it's the star-crossed romance, because the star-crossed romance is always about what could have been, instead of that's what Peggy and Steve were in their star-crossed romance.
Yeah.
They lived their one got to live a full life, the other one had that denied to them, and so now forever both of them, even in Winter Soldier, which is highlighted, is they both wonder what could have been, and that is the tragedy. That is the tragedy from the Greek, and what was it? Age of Ultron finally showed him burying that hatchet by saying, what I originally wanted is gone now. I have to accept what is.
Right. That's why that the end game scene makes no sense, because I guess the writers forgot those words. Like you, Schooner, I remembered those words.
And
He
what
was
happened to
starting.
Sharon?
Let
Where's
me.
Sharon?
No, we were already
He shows up in the show.
coming down from that peak of Infinity War. Like,
That
the
ain't
writing was
Sharon. I
already
want the
changing.
real Sharon. That's a scroll.
Like,
That's a scroll.
Wolf and I were talking about this one scene in freaking what was it? It was Infinity War, but like we were talking about black skin a while ago, and I
Yeah, dark
caught one
skinned
scene.
people.
Yeah, yeah, I caught one scene, and
We're
I
talking
kind
about
of
Black Panther.
yeah, where they like
Notice
all
how
spoke in
most of them are
Wakanda.
not. Yeah, most of them are light skinned, or at least where I was going with that was the fact that they were trying to replace light skinned black folk in the media. Majority of what you see in these new valued let's just call them productions is that you start to see a high amount of dark skinned people. That's why
Yeah.
there's that article about in the Heights screaming about where are the dark skinned people at? Where are the dark skinned Latinos at? You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, yeah. That's just to get you like that's just literally my personal view. Well, that's literally just to get you ready for when they bring in all the sub-Saharan migrants, or you see an influx of Afro Hispanics. Like something that I
They
brought up
don't know what
earlier
they're
was
getting themselves into. That's gonna be
yeah,
terrible for them. I feel bad for them already.
yeah. It's like uh, we put you in a room and you got this group of sub-Saharan migrants from Nigeria and all these places. Okay, cool. There's your dark skin. You get more Afro Hispanics, so you get all different types of dark skin, also, right? And then you put some traditional Black Americans in that same room. Who is in more uh, more of a crisis of having their values extinct? That would be the American Black, because traditional values are suddenly no longer edgy or no longer on vogue, if you will. Now it's about, and we've said it before, it's about rewriting blackness and what that means to a black person. I mean, it's happening in literature. I
Can
mean, we're
I?
seeing it right now. So,
I just want to just to build off of that because I think back in the chat, I think Dominic Powell said a question.
hmm,
What makes a good romance
That's what we were going to tackle next. We kind of
story
went a bit too
or
overboard.
subplot or subplot? And that actually it builds right off what Trooper was saying. It is the traditional, not just traditionalism. I understand you want to push boundaries, and this also ties in with representation within romance. It's traditional, okay? You have to have, and even you have to have, like you said, a provider and then a caregiver,
yeah,
okay? That's what the relate, and it's not about who is dominant or on top. That's the problem with modern day movies too. I mean, especially with uh, uh, these revenge. It's basically revenge porn at this
it
point.
really is. It really is.
It's just revenge porn. They just want to nick the male scrotum and then just lord over them. I'm just like, good Lord Almighty. Anyway,
And they
but
say I'm crass.
yep, and but back to what Dominic Powell was saying, it's archetypes and traditional roles. That's what
Meet
makes a
cute.
good.
Don't forget the meet cute.
Yep, yep, yep. In the mid queue.
Well, like
And they're
go ahead, Leia. Go ahead.
I just say real quick, Trooper, let you speak. It's Goonie. They're trying to subvert that when you said traditional roles of the provider and the caregiver. The Twitter mob or the SJWs want to subvert that and say there's going to be two providers but no caregiver. And they're trying to erase that out. And that's why we're getting a lot of bad stuff, because they want to erase that. And it's too much of competition instead of a love story should never be about who's better. That, and
They're not competition.
Well,
yeah.
it's about
this leads into this.
your
Now, if you're
yeah,
writing, now if you were taking Red Sonja, of course it's going to be a contest of who's going to be on top first before
well,
they
that's
finish the rest
that's
of the
that's
night.
a, that's a phallic moment, and that's something else. But you know,
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking.
to address Leia, it's almost like they're telling you that you need to reject your natural instinct for caregiving, if you will, as a woman that you are. Like that's wrong. You shouldn't give into that caregiver instinct. You should want to be empowered and go out into the man's working world and get yours, because they're going to get theirs, and
Be the
you
boss
can have it
girl.
all and spread yourself thin. And at the very end of the day, once you've reached a certain point in your life where you're past that mother stage, you ask yourself, where did I go wrong? And then they tell you, oh no, this is perfect. No, those feelings of emptiness, that emptiness is something that you can go ahead and shirk away, because there's other things you could be doing, again, steering you away from your femininity. And it's the same for guys too. Like They want
Mhm.
you to get away from that provider instinct.
Well, it also leads into what you were saying earlier too about representation and how they are unable to quote unquote biologically have children of their own.
Yeah.
And they say, well, you don't need the nurture and the caregiver. And then you got the feminists on the other side, the third wave feminists, because Mike, I think because the first two waves of feminism I'm on board with.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the one that came in the second wave of feminism came in. Yes, ladies, we are that we are just as equally.
Well, the only problem I had with that is,
Yeah, we want equality just as much as the men do and the same opportunities. But let us not forget that we are women too.
well, my problem with second wave
To
is that
quote,
it
you
technically was
quote
post World War
Wonder
II,
Woman.
so it was another way of tokenizing women into the
Yeah.
workforce, and
Yeah.
literally straying them from their, you know, telling them that more or less they should go into the workforce because in that way they're still able to achieve their hopes and dreams. We don't know what their hopes and dreams are. As men, we never stop to ask. So, you know,
Which is
you
our
know,
fault.
well,
I will concede that that was our fault.
well, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I'm gonna cop a knee and and castrate myself to the altar of the ovarian sisterhood. What I'm saying is, um,
Mhm.
you know,
I'll put a chastity belt on first before I do that.
that has
Well,
Everlast on it. That has Everlast on that
the
chest.
feminism that I grew up with is more of the choice to choose what your life will be and who your mate will be and who you choose not to
Yeah,
have, and
yeah.
to have children, to not to have children, to be with this person or not be with this person. If this person makes me unhappy, I want to leave this person. If this person is making me miserable or is abusive, there's no way I'm going to marry this person. Or
Mm-hmm.
if I leave this person,
I
will
miss that feminism.
you can't
Well,
financially care for yourself? But yes, I can if there is a separation
It's
or
still
divorce
up.
or
It's
whatever.
and I think as novice writers or novice creators that we are, I think it's our responsibility to actually kind of double down on what that traditionalism should look like and be able to be that
now
fork
that's
in
not
the
to
road
say
and point. It's kind of like the
Hang on,
Wizard of
hang
Oz,
on,
if you
Schooner.
will.
yeah, I agree.
I think we have to be that sign in the road, and I think we need to point back to Elysium more so than to point to Babylon, if you will, because
Mm-hmm.
it's very easy to go down that road of Babylon and do with your life that which ye will, but at the very end of the day, it's kind of like pointing you towards Pleasure Island, if you will, in Pinocchio. And I mean, these are good stories, Granted, they still had their flaws, but I mean steering someone towards Pleasure Island. I mean, again, Pinocchio. That's
And
not a
what
very good
was
ending.
Pleasure Island, but Babylonian and I mean entry point into hell.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about romanticism, yes. If we're
Yeah.
talking about Dante's Inferno and stuff like that, yes, absolutely. Because we've gotten away from telling the types of stories that will give you a fulfilling life. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the
Or
one
a
thing I was going to
cautionary tale.
mention, the one thing I was going to mention about Deckard and Aelia is that Star Trek kind of threw in a little transhumanism in it, but it was more of that eventually the male and human relationship will evolve and will give life to something else.
Mm-hmm.
In the human sense, it'll be a child, if you will.
Yeah.
In Ilea, in Deckard's case, it's a whole new civilization, and they go missing in action.
Which, of
But
course, the popular fan theory is they became the Borg.
yes. Before they started retconning and doing everything they did to it with the Destiny trilogy books. But
Yeah.
not to say that it's not good storytelling. It's still good storytelling. I mean, but again, these stories need to be told. I mean, these are our traditions in one way or another. Um, I want to get to
We watch as
Victoria's point.
discuss as your advanced technology is overseen by a princess who scoffs at tradition.
Well, I mean, if you look at the polls right now, about almost 1 in 4, 1 in 5 young adults now identify as part of the letter mafia. It's one of these things where we haven't, whether it be as adults or as teachers or as instructors, have been able to inject enough literature so that young men and women can distinguish the type of friendship bonds that men and women have amongst other men or amongst other women. And then once they cross over to the opposite sex as a rite of
I want
passage,
to
they
hear all you guys'
marry.
opinions about this one.
Like, my whole, well, Victoria Fagbiles,
Yeah, that's what I
my
mean.
example for her would be Kirk and Spock. It would be Harry Kim and Tom Paris. Those are the types of relationships we don't talk about, where it's camaraderie, where it's like, you are my brother because you are my brother, if you will.
Even I can even tie one closer to the Wolf's, to one of the Wolf's favorite, Berserk. There was a scene in the anime where Griffin and Gus are just having a water fight.
Yeah.
And that's not, forget the whole,
It's not yaoi.
yeah, exactly. And that's another thing that, while I did say that I don't blame shippers, because anybody will, because you have to know this. Shippers live just to push the envelope and just push the buttons, okay?
Yeah.
It's different entirely when they start catering to shippers, when they're catering to that Twitter mob, okay?
Well, the
For
easiest,
example, because you're going to find ships no matter what, and that's the whole point. It's just to have fun and use your imagination.
yeah, and the best example in Next Generation that I would use is Data and Geordi. There's no sexual love there. In fact, Data goes as far as to even experiment trying to have a relationship with a female crew member, and I forget the episode name, and I wanted to actually bring that up in this stream today about couples, but I mean, we can talk about that later.
Oh no,
But
we're getting there.
yeah, it's, so you have the brother bond, and now we're saying, oh well, you have a brother bond. Oh, you guys must be gay. So now you have to push the boundaries and go into
cater to that small group that has a loud voice on the Twitter sphere.
Yeah. So now you have to go even further and explore that. No. It's, now you're trying to sexualize something that has always been a rite of passage, if you will. As far as even going back as far as Viking conquest. These Viking ships. It was usually always common to have brothers, cousins, uncles on the same Viking ships when they went into conquering. We'll even say parts of Britain, if you will. Or even parts of the Celtic coast, if we really want to go there. But
Guys, we'll
what I'm
answer
getting
this
at,
question a little bit later, but continue what you're saying.
but going back to these male relationships, I mean, they were very important because it's your brother who's going to have your back when you guys are in battle, if you will. When you're conquering another nation's land, if you will. It's very important that you have a sword at your back. You know what I mean? So
I can answer that question actually, Trooper. That was actually that. Yeah, that was
very eloquent.
Eloquent, and I'm right behind it. But to answer Dominic Powell's question, the reason why they're doing this is because they're trying to say there is nothing that divides us. There are no boundaries, and and in order to do that, they have to basically subvert or question what it means to be what it means to be in a relationship, and how there has to be which is ironic. They say there are no boundaries, but they want to write those now.
I'm gonna step in for this one too. Where I'm seeing it from what Dominic is asking, the whole competition thing, it's really just them conditioning them to be the toxic one in the relationship. They're really putting this false impression that you have to compete in order to get the person in your favor. Yes, you do. No, but the problem is that the competition comes from the eligible suitors that would be pursuing the potential mate. That's where they go wrong at. They go wrong with this idea. They go wrong with they say there's a competition. There's a competition everywhere, mind you. There's a competition everywhere in business and in academics and the Olympics, of course, the Special Olympics, if you will, as also even beauty competition comes into play. There's competition everywhere. It's a competition, believe it or not, is a universal concept. It's a universal thing. It's always been in evolution as well. Competing genes that are competing to still keep their place in the world,
Yeah.
which
Well, they're
ultimately
pushing
those
food chain. Yeah.
yeah, ultimately those that don't compete, they're doomed to fail. They're doomed to be forgotten, to be overlooked, to be misplaced, and
Hmm.
even doomed to die. Once they're
There,
not getting that nourishment because they didn't compete for it.
Yeah.
So I strongly I'm strongly of the believer, and always continue to stick by this saying: if he don't work or she don't work, nor shall they eat. But
Yeah.
but
Well,
but,
hmm
but
Well,
but to
that's
really
why
stick
I
to
think it's exact.
that was a very competitive relationship at first, and then it
mm,
became the type of relationship that you have among brothers. It's
yep.
so
But what I'm saying is
Exactly.
going by what Dominic is asking is
yeah.
that they're trained, they're unintentionally or inadvertently teaching the girls that they have to compete with the
With men.
man for his affection, or to attempt to trick him into a relationship by via competition, which is
Oh
not
yeah,
the
yeah.
case.
By subversion, yeah, the catfish, if you will, in
That too,
literature.
and at worst, gaslighting too. Like, oh my
Well, yeah.
goodness,
Now, I
gaslighting.
mean, that's what we
Like,
would call it now. I mean, that's what it's moved into.
yeah, the gaslighting is just terrible. They gaslight a man into relationships too. They gaslight, and the same token of the same sex relationships, they gaslight those too. It's
Hmm.
it's it's a power. It's really it really boils down to, Dominic, speaking to you directly, the power play, the
Hmm.
worst kind of power play from what I've observed thus far, especially in the favor courses, when you got the uh the pickup guys and the hate to say this, but the OnlyFans girls too. In that same token,
The e
you know,
girls.
the e girls, and even the the quote unquote incels and fem sales. They're
Ah,
it's a,
shit.
it's in
Groypers, groypers.
huh
I said groypers.
Groypers,
Uh,
yeah. That
that's the whole
and dare
point.
I say it, feminism has been just really just been on a power trip and power play since the dawn of their invention, if you
Well,
will.
I think I find it hilarious because they're trying to say let's get rid of competition completely, yet they are really trying in this media to dominate, and it's not working because in just like the if we're looking at this purely by purely biology, it
Scooter,
is.
they will succeed. The problem is that what will it cost?
Hmm.
See, I don't think it will succeed because if you look at the history of humanity, it is within ourselves to naturally have competition,
Hmm.
and we
Well,
need competition in order to succeed because competition is what makes you stand out as an individual.
okay. Well, let me bring that back to Infinity War. When young Gamora asked Thanos, "What did it cost?" and Thanos says, "Everything."
Mm-hmm.
It's like so. I
Yeah.
mean, these hyenas will succeed for a time. I mean, we're watching it happen in live time. If we refer to living works like the Bible in terms of a form of art, it says that for a time, yes, these things do happen, but eventually, true good, if you will, and just like in any tale, true good finally rallies, if you will. If we look at maybe
Mm-hmm.
like Return of the King, true good
Yeah.
finally rallies and overthrows evil. But for that to happen, there has to be a tribalization of nations, if you will, to take on the great evil. So, you have Gondor, you have Rohan, you have, the tribes of Middle Earth, if you will. Or even if we, let's even go to the Justice League, Joss Cut, that one flashback where Diana is telling Bruce about how the tribes of man came together to
Mm-hmm.
defeat, Steppenwolf. if you will. So,
Yeah.
so I mean, it's throughout all our literature, but
But basically, what I'm saying is that uh, maybe I just have faith, but I think pendulum's gonna swing the other way.
Keep that faith up.
Yeah.
I I I, I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong that they will
so far I
swing.
haven't been. That's the scary part. So,
I know. I know. You're
Yeah.
Troy.
If
We
you
get
ever
it.
want to know,
You're Troy. Kidding,
but
kidding, kidding.
back to what I'm saying though, there was even an episode of Star Trek where there's this androgynous race of beings that Riker happens to fall in love with one of them,
mm,
and she has to. It's going to come. Somebody's going to come out and shout, "I am woman. I am allowed to be a woman. I want to love like a woman. I want to be seen as woman." Okay, and there's going to come out and say, "I want to be a man. I want to be seen as a man."
mm,
Yeah, it's going to happen if everybody just falls in line and says there are no barriers, there are no this and there are no
no,
that.
that's the Mulan storyline right there for a
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
We have Child of the Flower back with us again since last week, last Thursday. Thank you for showing up again, Child. And she's only here for a few minutes. Real quick, guys, I want. And since
yeah.
here for a few minutes, she will have to hear. Sorry, Child Lay has to step away for a while. Actually, she's back now. So we all four of us can answer this question. She
Hi,
says
child.
hello. She says hello all. Can only stay for a few minutes. Wanted to ask if the relationships are terrible now due to bad writing or systemic projection. A bit of both. Actually, a lot of
Both
both.
and a whole bunch of.
Leaning more towards systemic projection, though.
Well, you
Go
got
ahead.
that too. You got that too. So.
We have bad writing because of the systematic projection, and the systematic projection is because of the bad writing.
And the terrible life choices and life experiences of the individual that thinks everybody thinks like them.
and
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the malnourished society devoid of literature.
Well, I think Neostar Productions or somebody brought something up about Rooster Teeth, and
Yeah,
yes,
Yeah,
they're known for
Ruby,
Ruby, and I read somewhere apparently the creators behind the show, all of them apparently do not are on good terms with their parents or specifically their fathers. And if you watch the show, apparently according to the show, because I stopped watching, there's this somebody, I forget his name. Oh man, I wish I remembered.
Only person that rags on him I know is Vex Viewer that ragged on the show a few times. He's made a career out of it pretty much.
Well, it's one of these things.
Somebody said that there are no good dads in that show, and this goes back to Professor Geek's stream.
Same thing with father figures.
Yep.
Yeah,
Crow.
That's
was eating
exactly where I'm
slammed.
going to go with it. Like, the Lady of the Lake, goes ahead and
My boy Crow got slammed. I was like, what y'all got against my boy Crow? Okay, he drinks a lot. Okay, but that's not really to slam on somebody. Like, why you slamming on why you gotta do my boy Crow like that? Why you gotta do my boy?
Look,
He sounds like
the
Steve
Lady
Blue.
of the
Come
Lake
on, man.
shows the sword. In some stories, Arthur pulls the sword from the stone. That does not automatically make him king. He has to go through all these trials before he is initiated into king. So I mean, he starts as a fool, goes into being a knight, and then to become a full mature male, to become king, he needs to be more or less knighted, if you will, or bequeathed that power, if you will. But that's what that's in big shortage, right now in terms of all these writers with their relationships with their fathers. We have absent fathers. We have working fathers.
It's also a lack of masculinity as well. They're growing up without fathers, and then where are they going? They're going to school. Most teachers are female, and then what are they doing in their personal time? They're hanging out with their friends. But again,
girls kick more ass than the guys.
Well, we're not raising these boys as boys. That's the other thing that's going on in school too. Like we're raising these boys in school as we would raise girls. Boys don't learn like girls do. We're more rough and tumble. Yeah, I mean, I think we need to go ahead and run around a while till we get so tired that we're able to actually sit still. But that's why. Oh, he's got ADHD. Let's get him on some form of Ritalin. That's the first thing we do now. It's we no longer try to figure out
Tyler
how.
Durden from Tyler Durden from Fight Club once said, "We are a generation of men raised by women.
Yeah,
I wonder if another
Let me
woman is what we need."
Well, they
but
want to raise women. They're at the tearing down of
I
their
wanna
masculinity.
I
yep,
wanna bring
yeah,
I wanna share something with myself as well since Brian Gilmore brings this up. See,
Hmm.
here's the thing. I grew up in a single parent household most of my life. Now,
mhm,
my dad was in and out of my life. That doesn't mean he erased himself out of my life. He showed up for sometimes birthdays. He sometimes showed up for Christmas.
mhm,
You know, whenever he needed to bring by gifts or whatnot. He did take me in, and I lived with him for a while to attend high school, my high school year, because he was conveniently close to the high school where I went to, where I attended to. Now, mind you, deep down, whenever time I created stories, there was never a hint of absentee father, a hint of a deadbeat dad. Never once did I ever create. I always created a two parent as well for most of the characters I created. Never once have I ever created that many deadbeat dads in stories that I want to write. Specifically, the um the stories I'm writing currently as well have fathers, good fathers. And it's not because I'm pushing for better male role models. I've always had this impression, especially maybe it's probably due to the shows I watched too. The many of the '90s shows had really good dads,
Hmm.
even if dads were absent. The mother said good things about the dads. The only movie that actually didn't do that was Treasure Planet. But the cool thing about Treasure Planet was that there was still a father figure in Treasure Planet, or even Treasure Island if you want to go way back with Treasure Island. Long John Silver, villain, still a father figure all the same. So going by what Brian Gillen Barton is talking about, I will also add to that. Yes, they have dad issues. I defy you to even think that they have absentee father syndrome,
Hmm.
or even they have fathers that I bet you they have fathers in their lives that they hate, outright hate, because they're actually being a good parent. Somebody's doing the parenting job so right, and you can't even you detest that, right?
Hmm.
So it pours into your story, which is why you got so many stories, a lot of these stories too, that you get in modern writing. You got kids telling off adults of their responsibilities, what they're supposed to be doing, which is really ludicrous. Who are you as a child to really call out the parent? You're not even at the age where you're supposed to call out the parent.
Hmm.
You got
Well,
you even got
I, go ahead.
you even got you have Toph in that vein, but here's the thing about Toph. Toph loves her parents,
That is
even
true.
though they smother her, even though they baby her, even though they shelter her, she still loves her parents. Yes, she ran away as to act out to go on adventures, especially to help Aang learn earthbending.
Hmm.
But but there are times she put up front to say she's so glad to get away from her parents. There was that time in the episode of Runaway
Hmm.
where she breaks down and said, "I wonder if I hurt my parents by running away,"
Hmm.
which
And
ended on her.
even building on that in the Boston Say episode when she was captured, they say, "Tough, your mom's in the city," and she says, "All right, I'm going to go." I mean, she chose to go and see us.
Yeah, because they said we the letter tricked her into thinking that they finally decide to say, hey, you know, our daughter can handle herself out there. She's with the avatar, whatever. We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna sit down and talk. But of course, that was a ploy. But where I was going with
Hmm.
the Runaway episode, she at the end she wrote a letter to her parents
Hmm.
to let them know that that she's doing all right and she's safe and she's still alive. Granted, I credit to Cardinal West and his live stream of the entire series of Avatar: Last Airbender. They did leave that conflict. Um, they left that arc unfulfilled, if you will. So we'll never get what was going to happen between her and her parents, where they're going to reconcile, where her parents are still going to be the same way, or do they recognize that their child is the greatest earthbender ever to live because she discovered metal bending. We never get that in Legend of Korra, of course, because Toph is dead.
No, she's alive.
Hold on. Why do I think she was dead? Oh,
Uh,
that's right. Because freaking Katara said that in the first season.
mm-hmm.
That's why I'm hanging on the first. Dang it, that was a terrible season. No, yeah, you're right. Toph is a hermit now, and she. Oh yeah,
She's Yoda. Toph is a sassy
let's
Yoda.
not forget. Unlike her parents, she abandoned her daughters. Just wow. Talk about Flanderization right there. That's the one thing I. Oh my goodness! On top of her children being born by two different daddies. Oh wow, that's reflecting my real life now. Jesus, Jesus.
Okay, well,
And
really
we don't.
quick,
Oh, and also just adding on, we don't see her dad. We don't see
Nope.
the dads at all. We don't even know who they are.
really
And-
quick,
Go ahead.
to
Go ahead, Trooper.
impress this point upon a step further. So with all this writing, you have these you have these writers that are self-injecting themselves into every story, if you will, or self-insertion. Really quick. So to go back to say 1976. There was a song, more or less, that was sang by Marlon McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., and it's titled "You Don't Have to Be a Star to Be in My Show." So again, this dynamic between men and women, you don't have to be the star. Again, you don't have to be the save all. You don't have
Thank
to
you,
be.
child. Hope to see you again.
You don't have to be the Mary Sue or the Marty Stew in every story. Again, to be accepted by the opposite sex. But here we
Exactly.
are in 2021.
Real quick, guys. Let me
Right,
do
we're
this. Let me do this
telling-
real quick. Let me do this. I am a question to the world. Nah, nah, nah. Oh my goodness. You know what? Gotta get a little personal, guys. Now that Evie brought this up, I'm gonna tell you right now, guys. That song "I'm Still Here" from Treasure Planet saved me from suicide.
Mhm.
Because
Damn.
believe it or not, and if mom and dad, if by some miracle you catch this you catch this stream today, tomorrow, whatever, whenever the years, if you ever discovered that I am doing this, so yeah, I had suicidal thoughts during my high school year, but that song resonated with me so well. The lyrics that John Resnick would sing really resonated me. And there was one moment during the pandemic while I was exercising, I played that song and I nearly cried. I'm tearing up right now because that song really uplifted me to help me push on and push further. There was a lot to deal with during years after 9/11 and dealing with high school, dealing with the pressures and definitely happened to be the man of the house once we moved out of my grandma's home and went our own way and get into an apartment. And I'm still doing high school, dealing with college. I play that song every once in a while to keep me going. So yeah, a little personal there, but yeah, just letting you guys know that song saved me from suicidal thoughts.
Well,
That's what
but that's
music is supposed to do.
yeah, exactly. And that does come from in the stories of our adolescence. We do have those periods of severe depression where we do feel not adolescence. When we're in our teenage to young adult years, those are the years where we do feel those ways. And the stories would always tell us, you're going to get over it. You're going to endure it. You're going to make it through. Just hang in there. Just
It's
hang
just
in
a
there.
it's just a rock in the road.
It's a
You'll
rock in the
stumble,
road.
but
And now,
eventually you'll get back. This is just a I'm quoting Guts, by the way, from Berserk.
yeah.
But yeah,
Oh yeah.
continue, Spooner. Oh no, actually, you know what? Go ahead, Leia.
No, Scooney can go ahead and finish, and then I'll just jump in right quick. I didn't mean to interrupt him. Go ahead, Scooney.
But
Yes,
right now we're getting but right now, and this does lead into also romances too, because the whole point of those, you're gonna overcome it. It's not so much you're gonna grow out of it, you're gonna mature and become stronger because of it. Now, however, in our stories, we're getting they're romanticizing it, like saying your whole existence is this
It's impinging upon it, yeah.
yeah, your whole existence impends upon this, and anybody who helps you or not help, but the only people who can help you are the people who are encouraging your reckless behavior, not the person who takes a stand and says, you know what, grow up. I mean, first off, I remember, what was it? I mean, right now, today, if it was remade today, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Will Smith's character would be walking all over Carl and saying how wrong Uncle Phil, and saying how, all this kind of stuff, yada, yada, yada. And Uncle Phil, but, I will never be able to wrap my head around that, because in the show, when Will ever said anything to Uncle Phil put him back in his place.
because he's an adult. He's the
an
adult.
Exactly.
Same thing with Flex Wallace with Kyla Pratt and One on One.
Yeah.
When Kyla, I forgot her name in One on One. I always call her Kyla. When every time she step out of line, he steps in. Especially there's this one episode where because we always see him both blow through potential stepmothers for Kyla throughout that whole show. But there was this one particular one that they were on this vacation, right? And there was a subject of Flex being far too strict with Kyla and her friend, and the girl was pretty good, to him overall. She wasn't really a bad woman. The problem is that she let too much freedom, so they couldn't find no particular balance between each other, and that's why sadly they broke up, because I like that woman. The woman was actually pretty nice in that episode. I'm pretty sure Leia probably remember One on One in that episode, right?
I got to be honest, Wolf. I didn't watch it that much.
Okay,
maybe
never mind.
reruns, but I didn't watch that much. I'm sorry, I can't comment on it.
Or that one episode with D.L. Hughley, where in the Hughleys, I'm pretty sure you remember that show, right?
Didn't watch it that much. I'm sorry.
Dang it. Okay, I'll still detail the episode. There was an episode.
Go ahead. Who wants to watch that stuff?
I was on Mike TV. Dang it, leave me alone. No, but anyways, where I was going with the Hughley situation, where was the daughter was dressing all like a floozy. Let's call it that. She was dressed like a floozy, trying to hang out with some boys, and he put his foot down on that. Put the kibosh on that one. So there I forgot the exchange that they had, but he ended up winning the argument anyways, and it ended on him, putting the teddy bear underneath her arm when she slept that night. So that there's that sense of regardless of what she did, he still loved her, and of course she, you can kind of tell that subconsciously she probably felt that love when he placed the teddy bear next to her or underneath her arm. So that was a nice way to cap off that episode. My Wife and Kids. Anybody remember My Wife and Kids with Damon Wayans?
Mm-hmm.
Most people would probably say he's abusive to children. No, he's not. He's being a dad. But like there are times actually he's a bad example. Let's go with Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac is an uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
To his sister's kids. Now Bernie Mac came up with this show to really give us a sort of satire of his real life situation with his sister, who was a drug addict, whom he had to watch over her kids. He even stated that in in his stand-up skit in the Kings of Comedy, and he did the writers that he hired were really good writers, and he did a good job acting a good father figure to Vanessa all the way up down to baby girl and Junior.
Mhm.
You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Even the wife he had. Here's another one. He has a good wife that's actually not their mother
Hmm.
and
Mhm.
not even related to them by blood either. But she imparts some wisdom onto them like a mother figure do, and that's what like we've been saying so far. And I know we dodged the romance topic here, but I think that's where we're actually trying to impart to romance is more so, or at least not necessarily romance, but love. That's where I'm going with this. Love. It's more than just man love woman, man marry woman. It can be in part to we love our children, therefore we try to do right by them, do for the best of them. And the same thing in the same vein of the brotherly love, the sisterly love, sister to sister, brother to brother, or brother to sister. That kind of love that we're trying to impart. And it all boils down to us trying to really continue to have healthy, healthy, not toxic relationships that these idiots will never even grasp the conception of because they hate their comfortable lives. It's
There.
really
Mhm.
boiled it
Mhm.
really boils down to them living too comfortable of a life. They got everything they want that most of us kids who was born in the hood wish we had. We would I wish my look, I love my brother. I wish my mom and my dad was together. Bar none. I'm gonna admit that right now. My wife had asked that to me one time. I said no, not really. But I do know deep down, there's some part of me that wish that they did stay together when they had me. That they're both married to two different people. I now currently have a stepmother and I have a stepfather, a blood mother and a blood father. They're still alive together. I
Hmm.
got I'm really getting over that fact right now because I'm really making peace at the fact that I will never get that Hallmark mom and dad picture perfect life lifestyle. But
And
I
they're trying to
do
now deconstruct that to say that that is an unattainable goal. So just set your sights lower. And I'm like, why should we not try for Hallmark?
that too, and but I'm now making peace that I now have a father figure, and I now recently have a mother figure, while at the same time having a dad and a mom.
Right.
Hmm.
Sounds confusing, but it's actually pretty simple in my head somehow. But yeah, let's address Victoria Evie's question here. She says, "What's the difference between writing what you know and a straight up self insert?" There's a big difference there,
Oh yeah,
Evie.
we covered that. That was one of the first things we covered
Big
in the
one.
stream.
Because
For
writing what you know is that you know that, yes, while some relationships can start off rocky, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not suited for each other. Or even, another example of, yes, well, here's what you know. Your relationship may have failed, but other people's relationships didn't. Self insert is saying that my relationship failed, and as such, all relationships fail.
no, self insert is Cap Philam girl. That's what a self insert is. That's a good example of a self insert.
You know what? Yeah.
Captain Manga girl. What we had talked about earlier when Schooner had just jumped in. It all depends on the body of work that you read or had to study. So it's what do you know about Greek tragedies? What do you know about
Hmm.
Shakespeare? What do you know about Nathaniel Hawthorne? What do you know about American
If you
Romanticism?
don't know, research.
Yeah,
Hmm.
because that's literally going to shape your writing. Um, and if you need more of that, Geek's got a lot of stuff on there. I have no content on here for various reasons because I'm not gonna give the Kraken any more ammo to get bigger. But but my point is this. My point is this. It's
Ain't he the
if
cleric?
you grew up reading books like Old Yeller, Great Expectations, the Crucible, the
Oh,
Scarlet
Crucible's
Letter,
a pump the
it's
brakes real quick. The Crucible is definitely the prime example of a toxic relationship that end up causing the deaths of a lot of people. It's all
mhm.
and
Yes.
it's all and it all boiled down to it was caused by a toxic relationship,
So
which is
yeah,
something that's now being pushed to be more a positive thing.
or let's take it a step further. If you grew up reading Peter David, one of my favorite books in all of the Star Trek EU is Imzadi by Peter David. And it's literally one of the few books, and I hate to say it, it's literally one of two. Um, as far as books that explores the relationship between, Will Riker and Deanna Troy. In order to kind of get an idea of where Imzadi came from, Peter David was still at the very beginnings of his relationship with his wife, newly married. So you have that dopamine fix, and everything is beautiful and it's roses and stuff like that. So, I mean, it was born of an act of love, if you will, because it's a reverse Edith Keeler story in the fact that Will Riker never achieves his when we were talking about the four stages of a male, he never achieves being king, if you will. He never achieves being a leader over his kingdom, and that being that due to the untimely death
Hey, Daniel.
Troy of Deanna Troy, it brought on a whole bunch of events. And if you read the
Mhm.
book, it's an amazing book that just kind of brings it all back to the beginning. And it reads like a Star Trek episode. It really does. But then you go into the subsequent Imzadi novels that literally kind of almost grow like a triangle between the romance between Riker and Troy and a romance between Troy and Worf. And they read differently because it was a different stage in his life. He was going through a messy divorce. You're trying to write a romance arc when you really the last thing on your mind is romance or the love that you have for someone that's now gone sour. So, and that's another thing too. Uh, you don't just go and marry into a relationship. Marriage is forever. To me,
Hmm.
uh,
Mhm.
whether you divorce or you remarry or you suddenly decide, oh, you know what? I like my own sex. I'm gonna go marry a dude. Whatever. But the whole point is this: those people will always be in your life. The
You know what's sad
children
about
or
that
the
whole I like my own sex. I'm gonna marry some random dude. It's the
well,
fact that they betray the notion that the message that someone is born that way.
mm,
So I'm like, so whenever time they push that into the narrative of that, like when I went back to the whole your straight relationship failed, so why don't you try a same sex relationship?
yeah.
That
Well,
really
it
that
also
really
reads
contradicts the born this way thing. Like so,
well. It also reads as a betrayal because the thing is if you suddenly quote unquote discover that this was a whole thing that you're either now exploring or was always engaged in, the thing is you're betraying the other spouse. So, and
we got a
Yeah.
whether
lot of
people
stories
like
like
to
that too.
believe it or not,
Mhm.
a spouse always has a sixth sense about these things. Always.
Mhm.
It
So,
reminds me of this I didn't interrupt you, but this governor in Florida or the senator in Florida. I can't
oh
think of
yeah,
his
yeah, yeah,
name
yeah.
right now.
Andrew
Yeah,
Cuomo
yeah.
is
Talking about running water.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
his little thing with his little PMP party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Yeah. And the wife, and he gives her this. I'm just gonna call it. Well, he had a wife, and he told the wife before he married. He said, "I'm bisexual, but I pick you." But he was still having sex with guys on the side. And if I'm the wife, you know what I would say? I would end the
I
marriage
did not
because
sign up to an open
well,
relationship.
yeah,
and that is
yeah,
the
I
political
would.
narrative. That's a
But,
political narrative that
but
they fed
why?
everybody.
Because
5 bucks says that this poor woman did not have any idea what this dude was doing behind her back. Well, I'm sure she knew, but she didn't
Mhm.
see it outright. And to find out via the media had to be devastating. You've already
True,
brought kids into the world.
right? That's the
Again,
sad thing.
yeah.
That's
So
the sad
Selfishness.
thing. It's true, and you're right, Trooper. You brought kids in the world, but I think once I realized, because the back of my mind would always be thinking, what if a handsome man comes into his life and he's attracted to that handsome man, and wants to be with that man? It's best to just get the divorce and let him go live his life than to stay in this marriage that's pretty much out of a lie.
What Leia's trying to say, do what Lenny Kravitz did.
well, to take it a step further, it's like the only reason
I
then
want
then
to get
then,
away.
then the
I
only
want
other
to
thing that's going
fly
on is
away.
like,
Hang on, Trooper. Let me have this one. Let me have this one. Let me have this one. Damn it.
oh my
I
god,
want to
sorry.
get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you were singing, Lenny. I know. Yeah, read between the lines, ladies. When y'all hear the men singing, that's what he talking about. He trying to get away from the relationship so he can pursue a new one. He want to fly away. Let the man. She did what she did. She let the man fly away. And she married Aquaman. Good on her. Good on her. And you know
Yeah.
what?
She
And you
married
know what?
Trump.
Yeah, she did marry it up, didn't she? Hey,
Yes, she did.
Lenny's still up. What you talking about? That man's sexy. What you talking about? Anyways,
Uh,
no. Well, we're getting that
we're talking
Zoe
about
Kravitz.
Aqua Pro
Zoe
versus Lenny
Kravitz.
Kravitz.
Zoe Kravitz is in a Batman movie. Okay, she was in the Divergent movies here and there. She that's a healthy girl. Okay, that I'm pretty sure that their relationship did not mess that girl up. Thank goodness for that.
Oh,
But
I'm
yeah,
sure
he
it
wanted
did. I
to
mean,
get away.
you got to remember
He
this is
wanted to
Hollywood.
fly away.
They
Yeah.
make up and break up all the time.
Bang, in it.
Like,
Bang, in it. Bang. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop now.
But just a compilation of what all of you are saying, it's true. I mean, this whole
I'm gonna say
why
Lenny Kravitz
why
did it honestly. Is all I'm saying. He was doing it.
why
He did it
is it
honestly.
that you romanticize an LGBTQ plus relationship, but then when it comes to the hetero relationship, you're very quick to tell a stereotype view of it. I mean, don't romanticize, don't uh, don't crucify, no, don't tear down one just to build up another, because that also is a story killer, especially in romances. You tear
Yeah.
down, if you tear down one and then build up another one, that's just another false title, because sooner or later you're now setting the precedent for, oh, well, now another writer comes in and says, well, I'll just tear down that relationship and build up this new one, and
well,
so on and
because
so.
now it's trendy to indoctrinate these people that it's okay to blur the lines and then become unworthy of Mjolnir, if you will. That's what it is. I mean, Mjolnir is only bestowed upon you if you are worthy, and it takes a lot to get there. And
Can we address
the United
Neil
States
Starr's comment here?
You know what's that?
what
He
that
says
is.
open relations. Hang
I
on.
agree with.
I gotta read it out loud, guys. Come on now. I'm paid to do this. No, I'm kidding. Anyways, he says open.
You better get a thousand
Op-
subs.
I hope so, man. I mean, we be blowing this party up, sky high, burn up the ceiling, the roof is on. You know, we be like, and a little bit of, and a little bit, let the hell heck. This is the kind of part where y'all want to be here when y'all getting tired of the geezers, screaming about that whole SJ Hobo nonsense. Anyways, Neil Starr says open relationships are only an excuse to find someone better while still in the current relationship. I would argue that some people tend to not prioritize what it is that they really want in life. If you want a relationship, then have a relationship. If you want an open relationship, you gotta really work hard to make sure that the other party is down for that. And it's going to be really hard for you to find anybody who's really down to be open like that.
Well,
You
what
have
it
to be.
is,
What I'm saying is, you have to find
yeah.
somebody who is non-committal like you are, because a relationship is a committal relationship. An open relationship is for people who are completely non-committal. In other words, why don't you be what's that word? What's that word? That one night stand hit and quit, one bam bam thank you ma'am. What you call that? I think I probably stated it.
I have no
I
idea.
think you already stated it.
I probably already stated. But anyways, bottom line is if you're gonna be this is for anybody who's ever entertained the thought of having an open relationship, you better make peace with the fact that you're not committed to a
Well,
relationship.
there's a lot of dynamics happening, when we talk about open relationships. Again, we fetishize this notion that we can go ahead and push the moral boundaries and still be worthy of Mjolnir. But what it is there's the first thing that's going on is we've got dysfunctional people coming together to make a less dysfunctional relationship. You also have the shirking of responsibility. Being with someone makes me feel comfortable, therefore I'll stay with this person. There's also some maladaptive dynamics going on there. Whether whether both people tend to be clingy, if you will, and
Hmm.
can't seem to
Codependent.
find. Yeah, and then the other dynamic that's also going on is that um, we've indoctrinated females into having this habit of cohabitating with just any man and
Hmm.
Being far
Yeah,
too
to
agreeable.
with
Yeah.
quote unquote just nest until you find a better nest, or
They've been
uh
conditioned to be far too agreeable.
well, no,
not only that,
no,
but
they
also
haven't. No, if anything, they've been turned into freaking German shepherds. I mean, they've been turned
they've
into
been
these freaking like
Hyenas.
beasts.
swinging.
No, they've been turned
Nope.
into these
They're
beasts that all
taking
they
them to
care about is
swing. They're just
money,
saying, just go ahead,
killing
just
their body off.
throughout your impressionable years, just go out and swing, because it's fine. You got all these, contraceptives and all of these other things.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can
I
just wear
keep it
some
simple for
contraceptive
both
and
both you, Neostar, and Mata. It's a non-committal relationship.
oh yeah,
Hmm.
absolutely. The only
Open
commitment.
relationships, open relationships is basically non-committal, no strings attached. Meaning, you think
The
you're in a very a relationship, but you're
well,
not committed to that relationship.
it's a safe choice to avoid having to actually make one or avoid criticism from someone uh, that you would actually have to validate their opinion when it comes to scrutiny about you.
It's a
That's what it
relationship
is.
in name only.
Hmm.
Well, I think in the case of, again, I like to go back to that
Yeah,
governor and his
Leia, you've been
wife.
quite silent there. Have you been taking all this information in?
Yes, and I wanted to give
Right.
that, and I wanted to give everybody a chance to speak. So I didn't want to interrupt anyone. I wanted everybody to have their say. The best example of this, I
Right,
go
right,
back
right,
to
right.
to the governor, to the bisexual governor. I'm just going to say it. I think the wife is in one big denial of her husband and the kind of lifestyle that he wants to lead.
She's just
Now,
broken.
yeah, she's just really just been broken, giving him. I think that he was trying to give this. He was in politics, so he was just trying to give himself this image of what do all the politicians do when they we never have a single, there's never a single politician. Someone of high status has to have a
Right.
wife, a
But at the
family,
And
and
they
same
have
two or
this
time,
three
empty net.
kids.
at the
Yeah.
same time, we can't just by consensus say, oh, she's a hurt bird. When
Hmm.
fact of the matter is this woman has become accustomed to a particular type of lifestyle that she would like to stay accustomed to. So even if that means that she married alphabet mafia person, she
Mhm.
like she likes her Calgon baths with a particular type of bubble bath, or she likes her nights with the girls where she can throw everything on a cart. So
Hmm.
we can't necessarily just look at one thing without looking at the whole picture objectively. I mean, these women get into these relationships, especially when it comes to politics, because they want to be in politics. Um,
Okay.
if not, it would be one of these things where it's like, wife says, "Hey, you know what? I don't, she voices her opinion. I don't want you to do this, and that would be the end of it. It's like as a man, you would have to go ahead and weigh your options. Do I really want to wreck my marriage over becoming a politician? And if the answer is no, guess what? That's it. Keep your marriage. That's what it really that's what it comes down to.
Well, you also
I
have to think of it too as well, is that they also have children. So, like you said, a particular lifestyle, the lifestyle will ensure that the children will have.
Well, and here's the thing: you almost have to have one. You almost have to have them if you're a politician, because again, we have to go
Exactly.
ahead and project the idyllic lifestyle. It goes back to we have these people that go down the road of Babylon while projecting the road to quote Elysium, if you will. Oh, look, we're a perfect family, but yet here I am converting with a male prostitute. So I mean, that's what it is. When we talk about open
I
relationships,
did not have
especially
any sexual relationships with that woman.
well, no,
Oh,
especially in terms of the graphic novel. We go back to this whole Jean Grey Wolverine Cyclops thing, where
Oh
you've
boy.
Oh
got
God,
one,
don't get in it.
two men or one may leave. It's like, okay, at one point, these writers got to come up with a better storyline than, again, two may enter, one may leave. So, and again, that's a pop cultural
Well,
reference to Mad Max 2. I don't expect everybody to get it, but
I got you. I got you. But I was just going to say briefly that was more done to more or less demasculate Wolverine than anything.
yeah,
That
exactly.
was them. They were on this demasculation train, and I think that
Yep.
when they wanted to demasculate all the superheroes that
Yeah,
were masculine, bring them down.
yeah,
And make
Bring
because
them
weak
at the very end
low.
of
women.
the day,
Yes.
the hyper masculine or Wolverine would have won out. That's just how that would have ended.
Hmm.
I mean, that's exactly
I'm
how
gonna,
it would have ended.
there's another
That's
thing.
exactly
There's another.
how it ended in nature.
Hang on,
So,
Schooner.
Wolverine would be the provider, if you will. It's like, if you want to propagate your genetic gene pool, or if you want your ancestors' legacy to continue, guess what? You're going to go with Wolverine, because you've got the most chance of being able to perpetuate your genetic material to further that. I mean, that's what immortality is. It's to have children, and those children have children. So, I mean, to me anyway.
Well, see,
So
but the thing is about especially fiction, I think Jean Grey, uh, Cyclops, and Logan dynamic is what they said in X2. Okay, Jean says that women flirt with the bad boy, but at the end of the day, it's the good guy that they want.
To address Green Boss real quick,
Right.
yes, a lot of things that a lot of these perpetrators and a lot of these
oh well,
hedonistic
yeah,
people would do when they're getting caught in a scandal, they just pull out whatever safety net, be it they're trans now,
yeah,
they're non-binary, they're
yeah. Now they're
gay, lesbian.
BIPOC, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're using it as a safety
Because
net.
they say it's that, like I said before, it's a shield against criticism.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Daniel, get away from Tinder. That's gonna right your brain, man.
Oh, Tinder's dank, dude. Like, you're not
Man,
gonna
go
find anything there other than a thought or an e-girl. That's it.
man, go to a bar. Do what
Yeah.
Johnny did in Cobra Kai.
Go to freaking Anime Matsuri. Go to a Star Trek convention. Crying out loud. Go outside. Talk to real women. Go to these places. Here's the thing. Go to these places that you like to go, and all the females there, that's your playing field. That's literally your playing field. And if they're taking, guess
and,
what?
and,
You win.
and go in that tux.
Mm-hmm.
Put on your best behavior. Freaking brush your teeth, comb your hair, smell nice,
And clean
for
your
one.
room. Because you know
Oh
you're going
yeah,
to take her home that
oh yeah.
night.
You gotta clean your room, especially if you're gonna bring them back, like in date number 5. It's like you gotta
And
you
don't
gotta seal
be
the deal.
afraid. You cannot be afraid to walk up to the prettiest person in the room and say, "I think you are the most beautiful person I have ever laid my eyes on."
No, Schooner. This is how
Don't
Daniel's
tell
going to do it.
that.
This is how
I'm
That's a
just
little
this is
saying.
simpy
this is
though.
no. This is how Daniel's approach is going to be. So I heard you like. So I heard you like Palidorus.
Nah, you club them over the head, throw them over your shoulder, and freaking walk off into the
So
sunset. That's how it works.
I heard you a Williams lady. A what? A Williams lady.
Or,
Uh huh.
or
A
if you're
John
one of these
Williams lady.
chicks
Oh,
on
John
stream,
Williams.
if you're one of these
Yes.
chicks on stream, you do what Zula said to Princess Jenna. You know, you grab them and you take them. That's all there's to it. That's all there's to it.
The John Williams thing might work. You never know. No, Daniel Hearn, if you're listening, just be a good old fashioned gentleman, because I think in the end that's what wins. And women may not say that, but that's what they're looking for.
Yep.
Just a good old fashioned gentleman. We don't have that now, and that do that, and I guarantee you it will work. You'd be surprised.
I like Evie's comment. I watched
Go
a
ahead.
reaction video for the first episode of the L Word where a lesbian politician got caught with someone else's wife, and she was mad that people were shaming her. Shake my head. Yeah, fuck the L Word.
Well, that was the writers trying to say that sodomite behavior is legitimate.
Yeah,
It's
two
fringe
thousands
behavior.
were rife with that bullshit too.
Yeah, I mean, in 2021, they're all about it now.
Oh, heavy.
with these comics, and now they're trying to kind of infiltrate anime and manga.
Real quick, guys, that's what we're gonna be probably pushing for this Thursday. It's gonna be called the Stop Apologizing stream.
Yeah.
Oh, but not
Oh, okay.
In fact,
So,
there was a brilliant
I know,
episode.
I know. I usually try my best not to keep Schooner out of this, but hopefully Brian will be with us that day
Yeah, get
to
a
fill
mic,
in
bro.
I already told him I already told him the cost of
Stop
Logitech.
apologizing. Get a mic.
You gotta start small somewhere, dude. You don't have to
Yes,
You don't have to go full retard early.
Right?
Anyways, hey Al,
Yeah.
we were talking about you earlier in the stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
Stop apologizing
We
is a good one. That's what a lot of these celebrities need to stop doing, this crap of apologizing. They need to. The
Oh, yeah.
boy, that's great. Yeah, that's what I'm tired of. Yes, exactly, Brian Gill, Martin.
Look, I open the door for everybody, women,
Oh.
children,
Uh-oh.
and dudes, and I make no apologies for that. I am what I am, a gentleman.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I got a copy of Cannibal Women in the Avocado Jungle of Death, and it's got a lot of TNA, and I do not apologize. It is so much fun to watch that film. It's
Wait a
such
minute, what's the
cult classic.
congratulations for Al? What are you congratulating me on?
That you give your door to everybody.
Okay.
I don't give my door.
He derailed the stream. Let me. We were talking about Samuel Proctor talked about your love for Hallmark and earlier we were kind of joking about the Hallmark movies that being sapphic and very overly preachy and lovey-dovey too much, which they like I mentioned, in their defense, their heart is in the right place and they have the right ingredients. The problem is that it's too much sugar and not enough spice and little bit of and far too much everything nice. Everything's far too nice. But then again, one thing I will say about the Hallmark movies, especially the recent Hallmark movies, one thing that's a big relief for me: no third act breakup, or at least a no third act misunderstanding then leads to breakup. It's just a misunderstanding. They talk it out. You know, they don't officially break up. They just separate. They just get some room, get some breathing air, then come back. Okay, so I made a mistake, so I overreacted. You know, they go back and do that stuff. But at least not like your traditional romance movie where you get that misunderstanding, you get that third act break. I'm like, that was just a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Al. He said sometimes we need a little nights with a world so naughty.
That's true too.
Amen, brother.
Yeah,
Amen.
that's true. I'm
It comes
trying.
back to the Avengers movie when Agent Coulson is telling Captain America maybe a little tradition is what we need.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was driving at earlier. It's we really need to push that, and we really need to get away from uh, literally spurging about what these freaking franchises do every 5 minutes, because I mean it literally keeps you in that frame. Like we can't again talk about this kind of stuff because now it's like, oh, guess what she said on this video,
I
and
would
and,
like to
blah
sincerely
blah 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 blah.
apologize to the black community at my
Or
at my.
or did you all see that trailer for Karen? And did you see what freaking so and so said
Oh.
about the acolyte? Like
Oh
I
my
could care less
God.
about I could care less about that trash content. I'm over it. Like these YouTubers just cannot get out of this rut.
Bruh,
Like I
I saw
get
that
that it
shit
gives
on
them
Twitter.
content, but
Somebody
it
had somebody
it
had
it
tweeted about it, right?
detracts. It literally detracts from pointing, or literally, like I said before, being this signpost to pointing towards, if you will, the Emerald City versus, quote, the Witch's Lair. You know, it's like one
Yeah,
resolves the
I saw a
problem.
Twitter post about Karen, and they
Oh
mentioned
yeah, they got that
That
all
was on
wrong.
BT. They
Like,
mentioned that was on BT. I was like, wait, since when did BT stop appealing to the Medea crowd?
well, it's funny because they're all like, oh no, it's a white woman. It's like, no, actually, it's not. If you look at the if
Nope,
you
not a white
look at
woman.
the trailer, she literally tells you her last name, and her last name is Drexler, and that's a German High Ashkenazi Jew. So literally, it's a hateful Jew female going on about her black neighbors. But
Mm.
that's not what you're going to glean out of that
Oh,
film.
oh
And
my
all
goodness!
it is, all honestly, all it really is to literally
Whoa, wait! Pump the
foment more
brakes.
hate. Huh?
Wait, pump the brakes. You said she's a German, but she's also a Jew.
Um,
Oh,
uh,
the
uh,
Jewish hate is beginning. The Jewish hate is beginning.
well, that's because Hollywood wants it.
Yeah,
That's where they're
I
going to go
know,
with
I
it.
know, I know. It has begun, guys. Jews are now back to being hated for no
Right.
reason.
Well, no. It's going to be one of these things where it's like, guess which demographic is now being pointed in that direction, so that that same lobby can say, look at all this hate that's being perpetrated against us.
Next is gonna be light skinned
What
blacks. Gonna be
demographic is
light
that?
skinned
What
blacks. I'm gonna
demographic?
tell you right now, the next people is gonna be light skinned blacks. Because there's
There,
always been a battle between dark skin and light skin since the dawn of
the one
time.
problem that I had with that trailer, because I honestly want to go see, because I was laughing so hard. That to me is comedy, but
Go ahead.
uh, there's like a little Confederate perfume in her room, and I'm like, you got that part wrong. It's like that's the one part you got wrong, but they want to associate it with conservatism or traditionalism, that somehow this Karen embodies that. That's not traditionalism. Traditionalism has always been, at least for us in this roundtable, from 80s to 90s to early 2000s, and I had mentioned this to you, Wolf, personally in
Hmm.
the back room, that it really meant about going back to freaking Juneteenth. That to me, Fourth of July has always been where we all get together as a family, regardless of where we come from. You, me, Schooner, Leia, whatever, and we all sit at this table, and it doesn't matter. Big plate of collard greens, big plate of spot, pot stickers, you know, big plate of whatever aquatics eat. I don't know what aquatics eat, Schooner. I'm sorry, but we
You know,
sit at this
a
table
big
as a
chomp.
family, and we break bread, and we enjoy the fact that we are free. And
Hmm.
my question has been, you know, are we truly free? That's been my question. It's, I guess we're free as long as we think we are. I mean, all these documents that I was telling you about, the Constitution, and all that. We're still one of the few countries, if not the only country, that still has its original Constitution. So if
Hmm.
we go by that piece of paper, then yes, we are free. But all this pop culture and all this stuff tells us that we're not. We're oppressed, we're divided, and that somehow I've
Mental
wronged you
conditioning.
for the last 100 years. So it's literally keeping us from sitting at that table and enjoying a good dinner. And then they give you a tokenized holiday, and they're like, "Oh, well, here's your Independence Day." It's like, no, blacks were already free prior to Juneteenth. That was literally the last place to get the freaking memo. Oh, by the way, since we don't have social media, I can't show you a picture of my butt. So, because that's what it's turned into. Now, we're in a culture of TikTok and Twitter and all this stuff. It's
All that information is rotting their brain, and yet
Yeah.
they claim to have little information,
right.
and or rather they claim they have more information than people way back when, which is funny.
Hmm.
To which every time they say that, right,
Hmm.
I'm
Hmm.
looking at them, and I want to quote Egret to them. You know nothing, you Estee hobos.
Pretty much, yeah.
But I mean, it's
No, I.
we all have fond memories, and I know, generationally,
Wish we turn
between the
back
four of
time
us, we all,
to the
we
good
can all tell
old
stories about lighting
days.
sparklers and enjoying Fourth of July and
When our
having.
mama sang us to sleep, but now we're
Now it's
stressed
like
out.
now it's like you have these cities that are canceling July 4th for tokenized holidays. What does that tell the young people?
Divide and conquer. That's what it is. That's what
Yeah,
it is.
exactly,
It's
exactly.
divide and conquer.
Go
But
be fruitful and multiply without consent. Uh,
Without consent.
but the
Uh,
thing is that there are more now. More. It just seems that there's more of a pushback, especially now, because I mean we're proof of that. That we're willing to ask the question. No, we're not willing to ask the question. We're willing to say something's wrong here.
oh
There's
yeah.
something. There's something. What is it? Rotten in Denmark? Is that what it's called?
Well, definitely, because I mean, look at all the stories and, of course, romance arcs that we read and grew up with and studied. I mean, all that tells us there's something wrong. So that's why a lot
And
of the stories
mhm.
now are changing or having a big cultural shift. Now, again, we're pushing
But
these
older stories
not.
are now coming to the front line now too, more than ever
Yeah,
in droves. It's
yeah,
Christmas.
yeah. Like, I mean, we're pushing all these. Um, I would say conflated relationships. So yeah, people don't know how to interact with each other, especially young people
Good
now.
morning. In
So
less
I
than an
just.
hour,
go
I.
ahead,
aircraft
Leia.
from here will join others from around the world, and you will be launching the greatest aerial battle in the history of mankind.
I keep taking out my retainer. It's just a bad habit.
Mankind.
I didn't mean to say that on YouTube, but
That word should that word should have new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our pay differences anymore, and we will be united in our common interests. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July, and you will once again be fighting for our freedom, not from tyranny, oppression, or persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as American holiday. But as the day the world will
Yes.
declare in one voice, we will not go quietly in the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
I knew that was coming.
Well,
I
well,
knew
look
we're
that
at
not
was
all
even
these
in
coming.
time for the
characters.
war with turn.
Yes, I knew
Damn it.
that was coming.
Look at all these characters that are now coming out as Alphabet Mafia, right?
I think that's
Mhm.
So,
what
so
we're up against at this point. Freaking
yeah, I mean,
Nazi
like I said,
alphabet people, Nazi black people, Nazi trans people. Let's just call them for what they are. Freaking communist people.
yeah.
We have tradition. We still have traditional. We have traditional. Sorry,
Well,
we have
we have
traditional
communist
trans. We have traditional
people.
lesbians, traditional gays. We have traditional non-religious whatever,
Oh yeah.
and you got these commies trying to fight against that. That's why they call the ones that live in the traditional life, internalized oppression, whatever. You know
Well,
what I'm
I mean,
saying? Who choose to
we
live
call
that
them
life?
communists, but yeah, they are socialist leaning. I mean, these people have never actually lived in a socialist or even a communist country. They haven't. So I mean, their idyllic world is everyone being the same. But what that means is that some people have to be cut down so other people can be put at their level. So what that's saying is that a kid who has a bright future now has to more or less be resigned to not having that potential outcome because we need to help, you know, so and so who's oppressed. Mind you, we're not even focusing on that child that is kind of falling behind. We're just saying, well, we just have to cut everybody at the top to make everybody equal. But what it really comes down to, and I think we all were talking about this earlier. It's like, again, we're schooling young boys like we would raise girls. Like, we're not teaching boys the way boys need to be taught, because again, you got a lot of rambunctious energy. Boys learn differently than girls. I had a very hard time keeping attention in school. Like, to be perfectly honest, I hated every minute. Only because I came from being homeschooled. Like, I came from a private education, then being thrown into the public school,
I'll do it.
and then
I'll do it.
literally feeling like gosh, it really felt like I was among. It felt like I was. I hate to say it. It felt like I was among plebes, because I was always a semester ahead, and that was my problem. Was after being thrown into the public school system, really deterred a lot of my learning. I didn't want to. I didn't want to be there. I was mentally always somewhere else. So, and I'm sure that was probably different for each and every one of you, but you know, it's gotten worse since then. If we look at our
Mm.
upbringing and our schooling, it's gotten worse since then. It's like now we're
Well,
pumping all this stuff into
there's also another thing. I mean, there is what's the word I'm looking? Boys are being taught that everything that comes naturally to a boy is bad.
Yep.
If that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, keep expanding on that. I'm gonna
Yeah.
I agree.
I can blow my nose.
And
Which
this
is
is also, and this does ring around.
which I'm
This
gonna add real quick, Troop Schooner, and you can continue. That's why from now on I'm operating on a damned if I do more so than a damned if I don't. Because
Yeah.
I'd rather be damned by doing something I know in the fiber of my soul. Yes, I'm an atheist and I say soul, but whatever. But I believe every fiber of my being to be right. If given the chance, I will do just that. Right. So
Mhm.
even if they condemn me for doing what I believe was right, then I'll go down or be committed or convicted, knowing full well that I did something against what they try to prevent me from doing, what they try to teach me to be prevented of doing. If I see, say, a man being harmed by a woman, I'm going to pull her away willingly because there's no need for that. It'll be the same token if a man did that to a woman. Same token. Or if a person ever attacked a homeless person, I'm willing to jump in and pull them away from that person because regardless of what happened, there should be no violence, right? Non-violence, right?
Mhm.
And it should not devolve into that. But continue, Schooner.
And this
That's all.
brings it back around to the fact of you're being everything that, like we said, to a young man who's growing up, being told that everything about what they're naturally feeling or what comes as being a man is as being bad. This leads to, like, bringing it back around to them being terrible at relationships because they are literally now so insecure with themselves. Like what Leo was saying earlier, and some people in the chat about soy boys who need constant reassurance that they are doing the right thing, or if they're not
Do I
overstepping.
need consent to touch your hand? Do I
Yeah.
need to do I need consent to kiss you, to hug you?
Hmm.
No.
Well,
No, you
And this
well,
now
here's the
brings,
thing.
Well,
Here's the
that's
thing.
like the
Consent.
government now saying, "Oh, it's okay to hug someone as long as you're wearing a mask." I'm like, wow.
Well, here's the thing. The whole wondering if there's consent involved when it comes to hugging, to holding hands and stuff like that. If you naturally, if you offer, somebody will reciprocate. Especially if you're offering in the sense of companionship or compassion. They a person should be able to read that. Unfortunately, their reading is so stunted they cannot tell whether it's an offer of compassion or an invite to be roped into somebody's scheme or plan. But the thing is that we should look. There should be no question as to what consent should be whether consent was given or not, and no, and nor should ever be thought about it being rebuked, because there are times there are women that rebuke their consent out of the blue when they did give it subconsciously. They gave it subconsciously, and now they want to take it back. Once they find once they see it as a person that they don't like, that they want to screw over.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So the whole is it okay if I hold your hand? Is it okay if I hug you? You know what I'm saying? No,
Well,
look, any confident person, or any person with natural confidence, or natural visual cues, would know when to hug somebody, or when to hold somebody's hand, or when to kiss somebody, especially if you're into the realm of courtship.
Mhm.
well, I agree with that's another reason, since we're talking about romance, why romance is getting difficult because of, I will say it, the Me Too movement has made it difficult to do a romance because those whack jobs don't know what is romantic and what is not. They don't know what is a compliment and what is harassment. They're putting everything in the same boat. And now they think, oh, just because
You
a
got
man.
Keanu Reeves having his arms stretched out in every picture. Why would you
Mhm.
do that to him?
Yes.
Now,
Well,
now, 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 now,
See,
mind you, he made that conscious choice. He made that conscious decision. But we all know where it's stemming from. Like he has to do that now. I'm like, he looks so awkward in those pictures.
hmm because
or
there's,
like
I agree.
He
even with
doesn't even look like he's in those pictures. He looked photoshopped. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, it was just like that one interview they keep playing again and again with Henry Cavill and Chloe I can't say her last name.
Chloe. Let's call her Chloe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chloe, where she's looking at him and she tosses him a smile because she is clearly like, she finds him attractive. He looks back at her and gives her a smile, and she coyly looks away. And they're trying to say, "Oh, Cavill, we got you, rapist." And I'm like, what?
I said
I'm
the
gonna be like,
same thing.
I'm
It's
gonna be like Uma
such a double
Thurman.
standard.
I'm gonna be like Uma Thurman in not Kill Bill, Pulp Fiction. The only thing I touched was her hand, and we said hello and shook hands. Whereas you little motherfuckers that are sitting around your campfire, is it, you know the quote. You know the quote.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's such a double standard. The woman can look and drool and gloss, and she can do all she wants to the guy. But if it's the other way around, like, okay, let's use moi for example. I'm sitting here and I'm having a little conflab.
We triggered the Lady of Valor.
If I'm getting a little, I'm sitting here
I
having a
think
little
I triggered her,
conflab.
ladies and gentlemen. Her
The
wrath is
female
out.
gaze.
If I'm sitting,
Female gaze.
if I'm sitting here having a little conflab with Chris Evans, he's got on a nice shirt that shows off his physique and pecs and strong arms and muscles and all that. I'm gonna look. Okay, I'm female, I'm human. I'm gonna look and give him a compliment and and stare and do the things that I normally do because it's human nature, right? Cool. I get away with it. But if
Hey,
it's the other, huh?
hey,
What?
I'll admit too, like there be some attractive women that walk by me when I'm walking with my wife, and she be like, "Hey, that's a nice butt." I'm like, yeah, that's a nice butt too. I agree.
But if it's the
You
other way
know,
around, and he says the same, he says that. No, but
Go
see,
ahead,
Trooper,
Mike, go ahead.
and
Go
then
ahead, Mike.
oh yeah, yes, Quinn, now that you talk, but if it's the other way around, and Wolf, you said she has a nice butt, and the woman hears you, she might call and say, "I am suing your husband for sexual harassment because he said I had a nice butt." That's how they think now. That is exactly how they think now. They've just totally messed it up. Which I would love for if I'm having the conflict with Chris Evans and he is just undress me with his eyes. Hey, I'm all for it. I ain't gonna say nothing. He can do whatever he want, and I would be proud of it. And if he says I have a nice butt, hip
Son,
size,
the string just got
breast,
hot.
whatever he did. Whatever. Hey, you said you.
Whoa.
Relationship. You know how
Are you blushing
relationships
now, Leia?
start with a glance.
Yeah, everybody does it. Yeah, it
You know,
starts with the glance.
I hate to bring up race as I usually do. I'm gonna start. This is the last time I'm gonna stop using that phrase, because I'm at this point I've exhausted that. I don't mean to bring race into this, but this would
Apologizing.
no what yeah, thank you, Schooner. But you know what that Me Too reminds me of now?
Hmm.
What's that?
Do anybody remember Emmett Till?
Yes,
That
I
name
know the
is
story.
familiar.
I am familiar with his story. You can
For
tell it, Wolf,
those
and I'm
people
familiar with it.
into Emmett Till.
I'm drawing a
So I have
blank.
something playing in the background to inspire me.
Before I do, let me address Evie and Meta. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. Anyways, so for those people in the back who are not familiar with the Emmett Till situation, Emmett Till was a black man, a young black man, if you will. Um,
Mm.
correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, Leia, because I'm pretty sure you're aware of the history of that too.
Yes.
But
Hmm.
but to put it in short, Emmett Till was the spark that started the civil rights movement. How that spark happened was the fact that he chose to ogle a white woman, I think,
He whistled
or
a cat called a white woman. Yeah, in the
yeah,
South.
well, wolf whistle. He
Yes.
wolf whistled to a white woman, and the white woman informed the police that a black man did something to her, terribly to her, and without any of course our legal system was not as sophisticated as it is currently now.
Was this in
Without
the South? Was in the was this in
Yes.
it was in
yeah.
the South,
Well, that was yeah, the
Hmm.
democratically run South that still kept that Confederate spirit alive.
of
Yes.
course. Anyways,
Hmm.
here's the thing. So without any evidence or any investigation, because it's the South, the dirty South, they they apprehended Emmett Till and beat him senselessly. Was it the police? Right?
Yes.
Oh no, it was racist white boys. Racist white boys
Hmm.
took took
Vicious,
took
vicious
took justice
beating.
to their own hands, quote unquote.
Yes.
They took
I
Vicious
justice
beating.
into their
yeah.
own hands, quote unquote. Took that boy and beat him to death. Not within an inch of his life, to death.
Hmm.
Okay.
His mother, Mrs. Till, I don't know her first name. Sorry about that to my people. But anyways, the funeral happened. She decided to keep the casket open. Reason, so that everybody see her son as he was, to really see the monstrous act being done to her son. This visual sparked the civil rights movement. Where am I going with this when it comes to Me Too? This is Emmett Till redressed. What was started as a movement that's willing to open up to those who've been victimized by sex offenders and really it should have been of all categories, male, female, whatever, right?
Yeah,
hmm
yeah, yeah.
Unfortunately, it's limited to only men.
Hmm.
It's gotten so bonkers, especially with those who are not well informed in the movement or who are not fully ingrained, and it's usually those crazies that act like they're part of it, to a point where you wink at a woman, Emmett Till. You even shake the woman's hand, Emmett Till. That's why I'm saying it right now. I'm saying it like that because that's what I'm saying right there. Because a lot of men have suffered under this, under this notion. You even tap her shoulder, Emmett Till. Bump elbows with her at the club, Emmett Till, and it comes from a woman who has low low self esteem for herself, insecurity about herself. Of course, daddy issues plays a part as well, and missing father plays a part as well.
Agreed.
But again, pointing at a woman, even Emmett Till. Where I'm going with the Emmett Till is that oh he's a potential rapist. He could have raped me.
Mhm.
He could have touched me. He could have molested me.
But
You have
yet,
one. Go ahead, Trooper.
um, but yet, you're like hitting all these points. You're on fire, and just to like dovetail to that, we're teaching 5-year-olds all sorts of stuff they don't need to know at 5, and that
Yep.
literally piggybacks onto that. We're already I hate to put it in this context, but we were
That's right,
literally like
Evie. That's right.
sexualizing them at this point. And we're
Mm-hmm.
teaching them all this stuff, and we're teaching them positions, and what their wee wees and hoo hoos are, and how to best use their wee wees and hoo hoos. And then the moment they we're literally creating the problem as well. Oh well, he tried to do this to me. Oh, he did it without my consent. It's we're blurring the lines, and literally we're now. I hate to say it, it's almost like we're creating rapists, if you will. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, in the sense of that we're now saying that it's okay
Oh,
to.
Jesus H. God Almighty. I just looked at the picture.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Good God. All right.
Eh.
So I was not familiar with this story. Now this is going to stay in my brain the rest of my life.
Yeah, that was the point.
Yeah,
Like,
For good
yeah,
reason.
yeah.
For good reason too. Good. Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, we're just not going to be doing it. That's exactly the same exact thing is happening, except
I will
beating him to
never
death.
forgive.
We
I
are
will never
now
forgive.
coercing.
As much as I respect Lil Wayne for his enlightening comments, I still will never forgive the fact that he put in one of his raps the lyrics, "I'm gonna beat that pussy like Emmett Till."
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That was
that was so
that
that
was
was
what it was.
But
insulting.
just getting back to what Wolf was saying, that's exactly where it's going. Except not physically, it's emotionally pushing them to the point where that person will probably, maybe they're actually trying to do that, get people to kill themselves. I mean, are they
It's
really
it's it's society suicide note. It's society trying to edge onto a societal suicide.
Well, look at what we're doing with our current situation in our um, global flu, and I'll leave it at that because I mean we can only talk so much about it, so without having the YouTube algorithm be like, eh. So
Well, it's the Me Too thing. I think has been politicized. I think it was started by women really who were unhappy that a certain orange man won because of some comments he made that they would find offensive about, and they were upset that he won anyway, so they had to find another way to tear him down and those that are like him. Oh well, let's get on
that
the
came the witch hunt. Yeah, I agree. It suddenly
yeah,
went to see, okay, how did Orange Man win? And not only
yes,
that, anyone over the years, this is clearly anyone who ever, let's look up everybody's history because we got to burn the foundation down.
right. We can't get him, but we'll get others like him, and we'll come after others like him. And oh, I guess Brian Bill Martin looked up the face. Yeah, a lot of people aren't
Yeah,
familiar with that story. Wolf, glad you brought it up. They're yeah.
yeah, they
Oh
don't know
yeah.
their history. Why? Because they're too busy bitching about Loki. I mean, let's get real. There's no history
I'll
in
tell
freaking
you right
Loki.
now,
Loki is
public,
literally like garbage fast food. Like,
Yes.
what
Let
Wolf
let
just
me
told you is literally ripped out of the pages of history that you're not supposed to know. So,
let me just say this right now. I'm going through this as the ideal philosophy. Those that don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it, and I'm seeing constant repeats of history. It's going to
Oh
get worse.
yes.
It's going to get worse, especially when they're trying to remove history from school.
yep.
They're trying to prevent us from learning history. I don't know why. Well, we kind of
You know
have
why?
our
Yeah,
ideas as to why.
yeah.
Because obviously some of them fantasize about these horrible people. They want to be like these horrible people even more. They'll scapegoat or try to point the finger at somebody else, saying, "Oh, he's just like Hitler."
Well, I'll
Yes.
I'll take that a step further, and I hate using this imagery, but it's more like you're passing Promethean fire
Hmm.
onto onto the first people, if you will. You're
well, thank
you're
you for bringing this
literally
to my
allowing
attention.
them to think for themselves as opposed to being part of a hegemonic Borg-like consensus, if you will.
Well,
Mm.
and also, like you said, well, those that don't learn are doomed to repeat it. And we're seeing it now because what gets me is that I guess I can say this: the left or the SJWs think they are the right side, but they really have become the very thing they claim to be fighting, and
And
they're
that's like, exactly.
yeah, they're trying to make people believe that. So how can you be legit if you become what you hate?
Oh
You say
yeah,
you
Exactly.
hate, yeah, you say,
Really,
yeah.
what it all comes down to is, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Leah. Go ahead. I'll finish up.
No, okay, yeah, they doomed to repeat. So you say you're not for racism, but you're practicing it. You say
mhm,
you're not for bigotry, but you're practicing it. You say you're not for sexism, but you're practicing it. I mean, I can go down the list of bigotry. You say you're not for bigotry, but Amazon, no white men allowed.
mhm,
You say you're not for sexism, but if a woman has hips and breasts, we have to tone them down and make them look like a 13-year-old junior high school boy. You say you're not for all these things, but yet you are practicing in them. So how can you call yourself righteous? And that's what they don't get. Evil is evil. It doesn't have a color. It doesn't have a design. It doesn't have a dress. It doesn't matter what side you're on. There is no okay hatred. There is no okay sexism. Nothing is okay. And because and that's basically what they're doing. That's what I see. I said, well, you say you don't like Orange Man or his followers, but you're doing the very thing that you claim that he's doing. So you yourself are not righteous. But they don't see it like that. But you yourself are not. So you have no authority to speak because you are doing what you claim you are fighting. You say you want a world for everybody, but yet you're doing all this inclusion. You know white males, straight white males, or a no. You're taking them out of movies. You're taking them out of books. You're taking them out of literature. You're saying we want to hire this certain group of people. We're going to hire this person, not because this person is talented or educated or skilled. It's because this person looks and acts a certain way. Well, what is that? What is that
mhm.
called? But by definition, what is that called?
Right?
So, is they're actually repeating it, but they trying to trick people and thinking that they're not. And I'm sorry, you are, and that seems to be coming from Hollywood. Hollywood is the
Yeah,
one that's really perpetuating a lot of
it
this is
is.
coming from Hollywood.
It is,
And it all
and
comes back, and it all comes down to breaking down of the values of what it is. Like, they're breaking down the traditional families, but in point of fact, the relationship.
yeah,
Okay,
and
they're not trying to break. It's whittled its way
Led
all
by
the way.
people with boring, privileged lives.
well,
Exactly.
and here's the thing, and I've argued, personally in our private conversations that it sounds like we're having a cultural shift is what we're having because if this is if
A more
this
of a
is
manufactured
Hang on,
cultural
Scunner.
well
thing.
here's the thing all these IPs are all shifting towards this because like I said it's an instant movie they can inject it do whatever but if because this is a grave situation. We can't downplay it anymore. It is a grave situation,
Mm-mm.
but our elected leaders choose not to do anything about it. So obviously, they must be in a place where they accept what's going on, or else we would see someone or a few three-letter departments putting a kibosh to it.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's
popular
because.
culture drives the popular narrative. So
Hang on, Leia.
Mhm.
no, no, no. Go ahead, Leia, because I mean that was my point.
Okay.
I was going to say quickly, and then I'm going to let Schooner jump in. Trooper, when you talked about our elected officials is because they want to keep the power. How do you
Hmm.
keep power? You divide and conquer.
Useful idiots.
So they go up there and they claim to be, well, we're better than the Orange Man's administration, but in reality, they're just as bad.
Oh
But
yeah.
they're just trying to keep it that it's all about them when they're just as bad. They're just no different. They're no different, but they're leading the people to think they are, but to keep them divided so they can keep them conquered and keep it going the way they want it to go.
Hmm.
And it's
This is
because
not Wakanda. You are not our king.
Right.
Scooney, what were you going to say, Scooney?
Well, exactly. And how do they do that and keep their power? Like what most of these quote unquote, because let's face it, writers and creators are now activists. And what do
Yes.
Yeah.
activists do in order to keep themselves relevant so they're not irrelevant anymore? They need to invent a dragon. They need to go and slay the monster. They
Well, look at
Chase the dragon.
and
look at what
belittle.
Steve Palpatine was doing in the Galactic Republic. He was slowly acquiring power and using the Trade Federation to
And
do
Chase
it.
the dragon.
Hmm.
So and we finally see him come into fruition once we get to Order 66. Every all
And
these
I ask,
chess pieces were
and
in
I
the right
and I
places.
ask, and I ask this: did the galaxy improve when Sheev got the office? Because apparently, from what I've inferred from the universe, I don't think there was ever any alien Senate multicultural. I mean,
Mm.
after Palpatine came about. Of course, we all know that the Empire is consisted of human only at that point, whether
Well,
you
I mean,
saw any alien or not.
Well,
they
I
were all
love how
more or less
expanded
driven to
universe.
live in the sub levels. I mean, we're talking about the lower levels of Coruscant. If we're going, even as far back as Terrace, prior to Order
Hmm.
66, I mean, you already had. I mean, once civilization got to a certain extent in Terrace, I mean, you had the type of behavior that you see now, where it's one above others or one above all others. And the crazy part is, I mean, these are all our myths that are telling us this stuff, and literally they're portents into what we're going into. But this is why it's so important to uh, take down these intellectual properties, because I mean that those are our modern storytellings. I've always said, take what you want from it, then move on, because the moment you get stuck in one place, you're at that one place and you can't see what's happening thereafter. So it's almost like you can't keep her watching and you hope. you know at one point you have to go ahead and you have to change the Blu-ray. You have to go to Empire Strikes Back so you can get to Return of the Jedi. That's the whole point.
Hmm.
And
Right,
everyone seems
exactly.
to be stuck. Everyone seems to be stuck on episode
Exactly.
3 or episode
And
4 about how everything is just it's going up in smoke, and it's like, bro, it's like you gotta get through the subsequent DVD Blu-rays to get the Return of the Jedi. You can't be fixated on how Loki is crap. We know it's crap. It's been crap.
So
You
I
know,
know we went on a history tirade. We've been flip flopping here and there. We've covered a few of our listeners' questions here and there, or
yeah.
topics. How about we talk about the types of romances that we like and that we hate in
yeah,
fiction and any medium?
let's get back to something positive.
Fun
Well,
talk, everybody. Fun
I mean,
talk.
I mean, this all does relate to romanticism, because that's exactly what's
Yeah.
being extracted out of these narratives, out of these modern narratives. Uh,
Hmm.
w- we're taking the chase out, the courting process. We're now saying, hey,
Hmm.
you know what?
Hmm.
Don't try to build and leave a legacy behind and leave the earth a little better, than how you received it. We're now saying, jump out there, go do all these taboo activities.
Well, it's just more people want to be famous than anything
Oh
else.
yeah,
Because I heard this one saying, and I'll never forget it. If you want to be famous, kill a president. If you want to be a legend, leave the world a better place than when you found it.
oh yeah,
Well, it's
oh
back to
yeah. I
what you
mean,
said. It's. I'm sorry. It's back to what you said. I believe it was Schooner or if it was Schooner
we
or
both
Trooper. One of
sound
you
alike.
both. Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right.
You we don't have artists, we don't have entertainers anymore. We have activists. Nobody wants to be an actor. Nobody wants to be a director. Nobody wants to be a writer.
Yeah,
Everybody is an activist now. They don't want to. In Hollywood does it to entertain. They want to teach you how to think. And that's
Yep.
where we're getting the garbage that we're getting right now. So I just want to say that's all I hear. They're hiring activists to write, actors saying, well, my activism is before my acting. I was even watching some track and field, and for the Olympics, I'm not sure I want to watch it because there's athletes that say they're going to use their activism during the Olympics. I'm like, well, you don't want to be an athlete? I said, why are you an athlete? Why do I be an athlete if all you want to do is be is
Because they think they
activism?
can spread the message through the Olympics.
Yeah,
And
and
that's
Whatever.
the
these
other
are
thing that
That's the whole point, really. The whole point of their activism is to spread it. That's it. They don't.
and in terms of
The problem with
romanticism.
these the problem with the activism of current generation versus the activism back then is the activism actually went out. The activism back then went out with a bang, trying to make the world a better place, like Schooner said. You know what I'm saying? Like our civil rights leaders, back to our civil rights leaders, they left the world. Sadly, yeah, they were leaving the world in a better place, but unfortunately, those who don't want to be legend but want to be famous are actually bringing the world worse than it ever was when it first started. Whereas the activists of back then, they went out and did things. They, like with Martin Luther King with his protests, with Malcolm X with his sermons, with Rosa Parks with her refusal to sit in the back.
Yeah,
I'm seeing
her,
I'm
to
seeing the
take
role
a
the
knee.
the
Yeah,
whole
her refusal to take a knee. So
that I was about to get to that. I was about to get to that. It's a reverse of what we're seeing as of right now. Colin Kaepernick is thinking, must be thinking themselves of Rosa Parks. Now everybody's doing the Rosa Parks.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Tiny Shitty Coates thinks he's Malcolm X.
Yes.
That's what that's why
yeah,
that's why
it's
Black
all
Panther that's why Black Panther acts like Malcolm X more so than Black Panther himself. He's not
Yes.
meant to. He's not meant to be a freaking civil rights leader. He is the king of Wakanda. What did he know about civil rights in America? What would he know? Why,
Exactly.
why would he care?
in fact
Civil
he
rights in
does in
America
fact
has
he
a
does exactly he doesn't care about what the goings on are of the world. He is the protector of Wakanda.
yeah. Again, it's that mature male arc, if you will, that we talked about earlier.
hmm
But
What is
I
that
saw
sound
Exactly.
in the
To
background?
protect what
there was this interplay in chat, uh, and I know I haven't said this in a while. It's from Anger Green Boss saying that this is a religion to these people. It is because it's a secularized society, and they have decided to pick up the papacy of pronouns, is what it is. To be
Speaking
more,
of pronouns,
yeah, to be more oppressed means to get more goodies. So if you're a Latinx,
look, I'm gonna
differently
say this
able,
right now.
biracial,
I'm gonna
indigenous
say
person of
this.
color, you get more of the oppression pie than just your cis black male.
I'm gonna say this right now, and we'll get into stuff that we
Yeah,
enjoy and
yeah,
hate
the
about
yeah.
romance. But I'm gonna say this right now.
yaoi.
Speak. And this is a this is going to be addressing to those who are of good intentions. I hopefully I will say this. No,
Mm,
I'm not going to say at the risk of offending anybody, because I know it's going to offend these blowhards anyways.
yeah,
So there I am. You are you may be a nice person. You may approach me nicely, but I have been a literate black man to the best of my abilities of studying literacy and and learning how to read comprehendly. That's a word. Trying to learn proper grammar as best I can as well. I'm sorry, and I'm saying that half-heartedly, by the way, but I am very sorry. I'm not going to make myself illiterate to make you feel better about choosing your own pronouns. So if you're gonna approach me going by I go by they them, I like, okay, good luck being illiterate then. Go read a book or something and learn how to use they them properly. because I'm not gonna dumb myself down to make you look or feel good. And if anybody try to challenge me on that, I'm gonna call you racist because now you're asking me to fit a stereotype
Mhm.
that black
Mhm.
people are illiterate and can't read good or let alone spell good or even talk good. So you expecting me to be like them? What the heck is going on your end, Leia?
Well, nothing. I was
It's
just putting some chips in a bag. Everything's okay.
nice. That sounds nice. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I had well, I'm still kind of on my fast. I mean, I had like some Havarti cheese and some, deli meat, and then I went on my Lilikoi lychee rain. So I mean, I'm due to eat. So it's like, dang it. Like I hear like the plates rustling. I'm like, man, I'm hungry.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's these new, not chips. There's these little cheese it crackers, chippy things, cheese it cracker chippy things, and I was just putting some in a little bag here to munch on. So I'm sorry to disturb you,
Oh,
Wolf. I was
nice,
still
nice,
listening.
nice.
Everything is okay, and then I was brushing the crumbs off the table here so they
Right.
wouldn't get messy.
Well,
That's what you heard.
I try to stay
Right,
to
right, right.
I try to do like low carb keto because, like I said, like my body loves sugar. So
Just to answer your question, gamer, we are in the fun talk right now. But
sure,
bottom line is,
but I mean, I still want to get to those relationships and stuff. So
yeah.
Oh
But
yeah.
bottom line is, I'm not fenced to play a stereotype that you want me to be in just to make you feel good. And I'm
don't hate
pretty sure
don't hate
Leia shares the
don't hate.
same sentiment.
I agree 1000%. Not only
That's how
for
you.
me, it's double for me, not only being a black woman, but also I'm a full figured
Right.
Mhm.
black woman. So there are some types that I refuse because I have dignity for myself that I refuse to fall into on both sides of the coin. So I do understand exactly what you're saying there, Wolf, because even now, like I said, and I know we discussed the body positivity many times, but there is the
We can cover
I
that again some other time
oh
as well because I'm
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
sure there's a lot we can still talk about.
Oh yeah, there's still more to talk about when we get back into that. But I see what you're saying. I wouldn't sacrifice my dignity or respect to drop to anyone's standard either.
You're gonna meet me halfway. So if you look like a girl, you a girl, so you are she and her. If you're a
Yes.
dude and you look like a dude, you are a she. Excuse me.
No, you're
Well, well, if you got that,
Oh
I'm
wow,
gonna
they got Wolf
look,
now.
look, look,
yes,
They
look.
got
Hang on,
they
hang
got
on, hang on, hang on. Rebound, rebound. Well, if you got that man
you
bun, I'm
can't
definitely gonna call
mulligan
you a
that. You
she.
can't mulligan
You,
that.
you,
It's on
you-
YouTube stream. It's his screen.
oh,
look. Rebound, rebound. If you got that man bun, if you got that man bun, I'm definitely gonna call you a she and a sissy
Uh,
boy.
yeah, I don't do
But
that.
if you look like a man, masculine, oh yeah, you're a he and a him. I'm
yes.
sorry. There's no in between. You you are trying, and this is coming from people who want it both ways. They're trying to embody both. They're trying to be androgynous. Androgynous, you still remain a he and a him or a she and a her. They don't even they forgot about the androgyny thing. Like this stuff is laid out for them to pick. It's been laid out since generation by generation. And they're trying to invent something as if it's something new because again, going back to what I said, they live very comfortable, boring lives and they haven't done anything unanimously or amazing to fulfill their lives. And even if they do go to college, which they do per their parents life savings or whatever, or any of that, whatever gets them beyond the door. They spend their parents spend their money on useless degrees. I think as Trooper clowned them about useless degrees that get them nowhere. And again, they're bitter because their parents told them that they were special. Oh, boo hoo! My mom told me I was special when I was when I was in poverty. You think I'm whining about it now? I haven't gotten that good career job. I'm not crying about it. I just know that if I apply myself, I'm ready to. I know I'm gonna reach that top of the ladder. So long as I
Yep.
apply myself, so long as I continue to apply myself. and it's done wonders for me so far. Despite me not having that career job, I still got a job. I have a wife. I applied myself in roping my wife. I applied myself in getting a job. She helped along the way, yes, mind you. She helped, and I would be further grateful for her about that. I have my mom who put me through college. Yes, I'm a dropout, but at the end of the day, I always make sure my mom knows that I'm always keeping my head up. Dear mama, you don't believe that I going through it. Kept my head up just like I promised you. All that jazz. You know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
anyways, point being is that application should always matter, and they don't apply that whole gender pronoun bullet that gen. I'm losing my mind, guys.
Yeah, it's
I
okay. It's
got
been happening for a while.
it's been my blood pressure raised up a few times here and there, and my anguish at this ridiculousness. You
Oh,
know,
easy keto, man. Easy keto. Keep that blood pressure down.
I know. Anyways, you know what? I'm gonna stop ranting now. Rant over. Let's get into the Let's go ahead and get into the stuff that we enjoy and stuff that we hate. Let's start with Leia real quick. What are the romances that you like?
Well, I'm going to stick within the MCU, and I'm going to name one that didn't work for me, and I'm going to name one that may shock you guys. You may jump out your seat a little bit.
Mm.
So
Captain
you,
Marvel in Goose.
oh God, no. No, even nothing. Captain Marvel, nothing. Nothing. Marvel, whoever. No, nothing. That's not on Netflix. Now, the first one I want to say about the MCU and romances is because um I don't think they have really great ones, but I'll give you one that could have been great but wasn't. And here's the thing. Now, we all know WandaVision was based on the show was partially based on the relationship between Wanda and Vision. But the
Yeah.
problem to me was the love story was never love story never got off. The
Yeah.
love story never got off. It went from, to me, Wanda and Vision went from A to C. What happened to B?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
Never.
started, and that's why when we got to the show and she's in mourning, I didn't feel it the way I should have felt it. Or in Infinity War when she had to retrieve the Mind Stone out of Vision because of the power of Thanos. I'm sitting there going, I should feel this, but I don't. It's not like in Digital Dawn of Superman where
it would
she
have
felt
worked
the
for you
threat.
if they started out as platonic friends.
Well,
Still,
And
I
then we got
Well,
that in Civil War, but then we go from Civil War to Infinity War, and we
no.
got
What I'm
right,
saying is,
here,
what I'm saying
let
is
me
they should
pull
have
up the
right.
stayed as
MCU
platonic
box
friends during
because I
Infinity
think
War
I know what
because
you
that's
guys are
still her
talking about.
friend.
Right. They're very good actors. I like them both, but I felt that, especially the guy who plays Vision, his
Paul
name
Paul
slipped
Bettany.
my
Bettany,
mind.
beast
Oh,
mode. I love Paul Bettany.
I love him. He was wonderful in the role and on WandaVision, which angers me on the show because I wanted more of him, and of
He could
course
have
we
been
know
a
why.
doctor.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted more of him on the show, and I guess with WandaVision, I went into that show thinking maybe they'll give me some backtrack on how they fell in love and why it didn't without showing me how they fell in love. I can't represent why she would want to recreate him so badly. You following what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
that right there. That could have
All
been
you had to
Well,
the TV
again,
show of WandaVision
if they
because
yes,
had already, well, I'm coming
again,
from
all they
a
had to do was keep them as friends and build up their relationship. She wanted to see her friend, or at least an attempt to see her friend one last time, because the five stages of grief, if you will, it
hmm
yeah,
should one
yeah.
division should have been the five stages of grief throughout that whole show, and the ending
I
would
mean, if
would have been acceptance.
yeah. What were you going to say, Scooney?
I was going to say, well, yeah, exactly. That could have actually been the whole show, WandaVision. You could have had it take place in between the events of Infinity War, Civil War, and Infinity War, how their relationship began, and then in the mid-season cliffhanger, it's a retelling of Infinity War where Vision survived, and you're like,
Right.
wait a minute, what's going on here? And
Exactly.
well, I mean, I'm
suddenly
glad.
everything starts coming apart.
Like, I
Hang
mean,
on,
unless
Trooper,
you were
because
already familiar with the
I know you love that show. Let you know
No,
what?
I was
Now that
gonna
you're
say
talking, let's
unless
hear
you
it.
were already in the comics, I'm with Leia on that one because because
Yep.
you would not have known how they got to see. Like, I mean, if you were already like, if you already knew what was coming in terms of a relationship, then when we got to Infinity War, you would have been right there, like with them in that
Hmm.
scene. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we
So
didn't.
that, and that would have also been
Hang
interesting
on,
because
Leia.
you see that there's a bond between them already forming in Age of Ultron, but then you can ask the question: was Wanda bonding with Vision or the Mind Stone?
well, that would
Because
be a little weird because
well, it would, but that's the thing. Because remember, the Infinity Stones. It was always hinted at until Endgame just ended that little made their whole existence irrelevant. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the Infinity Stones, there is this subtle implication that there is a level of consciousness within them.
Kind of like the
That
scene in the first Avengers movie.
Yeah,
exactly, Captain America, the first Avenger, Red Skull, and the Infinity Stones teleports him away.
right.
And why? And why? So he will be the guardian of
Soul Stone.
the Soul Stone. And then what was it? The Ether, Malachi from Thor: The Dark World. Yes, it's a couple of groaners, but it's clear that Malekith had that stone likes to be a little bit mischievous. You know what I mean? Likes to alter and play with the things of reality.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Mm-hmm.
you have the Power Stone, which is just raw force of nature. Hence,
Power Stone.
exactly Power
Love
Stone.
that game. Never
Hence,
got the guy to play it with only the demo. I had to get a
so
Dreamcast. Anyways, continue, Schooner.
the Power Stone always seems to follow those with strong passion and iron will, because, like they said, not everybody can hold it. But Ronan did, Thanos definitely did, but surprisingly, so did
Peter.
Star Lord.
Star
Star
Lord.
exactly, and why? Because he had an iron will. Well, not just him himself, but the entire Guardian. That's where his iron will comes from. Each of his friends.
That and he's got another genetic makeup mapping into his DNA. But we
Exactly.
ain't
He's
going into that in particular.
But that's why the Soul Stone allows Peter to will it. And let's see what else. Doctor Strange is the Time Stone. Obviously, it allows him to be his guardian because he understands the nature of what time represents and is willing to keep the natural order of it all.
hmm.
Exactly.
The Mind Stone. I think I got all of them. Right? Am I missing one?
No, there's six. I think
You
we
are
did he name all six? I was my fingers. I think he
Yeah.
named
so you cover space, you cover reality.
time.
I'm pretty. You
Power,
only have yeah,
power.
power. You only have time and soul left.
Hmm.
So yeah. So the Soul Stone is basically only like what Thanos did, obviously, what you are willing to sacrifice. And I would have loved it if we got furthermore into your idea of also the Soul Stone. What are you willing to sacrifice? What part of yourself are you willing to sacrifice? Because if you
Let me explain
sacrifice,
that to the chat for those
yeah,
who probably wasn't there around the time I mentioned that my idea of that oh, sorry, Evie, you're not gonna be able to hear this, but maybe if you catch it in the backwash, take care, Evie. Well, okay, here's my take on what the Soul Stone would be like, and this was my rewrite of Black Widow for us to have a proper Black Widow movie instead of us questioning whether or not she lived or not, or if she's still a Soul Stone, right?
mm-hmm,
So I've said this a few times, and you guys have been here a lot of times for me to say that the idea I had was I was going by what Infinity War stated when it came to Thanos approaching the Soul Stone and of course the Guardian, which was Schmidt's now as the Guardian. He says, "What are you willing to sacrifice?" Um, the problem I have with Endgame, above all the problems that we have with Endgame, was the fact that the Russos simplified it to basically sacrificing
The love of
just
your life.
yeah, basically. So we all know that Black Widow sacrificed herself to recover the Soul Stone.
Hmm.
Where I interpreted what Schmitz had said, what are you willing to sacrifice to gain this stone? It could be anything from metaphysical to physical to anything that you cherish the most. In other words, I'm talking about the levels of equal exchange from Full Metal Alchemist. So
Exactly. So like when he sacrificed his one daughter, but you could technically stand at that altar and say that I will sacrifice my ability to walk, and then you just
mhm,
fall down, and you got
mhm.
the
Yeah, but it needed to be
fall down, and you
something tangible for the audience. We have to keep that in mind
yeah,
as well.
Yeah, yeah.
exactly.
So I was gonna say, what if Hawkeye cut off his archery arm? Because
Hmm.
he's still Ronin in that point. At that point he still fires. He still runs around with a sword, which if that was the way I was going to go with it, um, he was going to be like the next. He was going to be like another Winter Soldier, only except his arm converts into a crossbow. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
then you
Exactly.
really don't sacrifice that which you hold most dear, because then you can get a whole bunch of Wakandans to give you an arm, and
That's why
you got your bow arm back. I
that's
But
mean,
the
why I have
thing
you
yeah,
is
here to,
that
to, to iron out
also,
the plot hole.
but that's
yeah.
But
another thing too, is
here's
that it would
here's my
also lead into
here's my next thing. Hang on, Schooner. Here's my next thing of where I was going to go with this. Through some gamma magic, let's just call it that, being around the Hulk,
Hmm.
somehow, and I'm gonna quote Poe here. Somehow, Black Widow is able to reproduce again, despite her being sterilized, right,
mm,
artificially.
yeah.
But somehow being around the Hulk, because the Hulk, even though Bruce is in his human form, he emits gamma radiation.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that gamma radiation somehow heals her wound,
Hmm.
or or by being affected by the Infinity Stones prior to being blasted by the Power Stone in Infinity War, that somehow fixed her sterility.
Yeah.
Now the stone is asking to give that back because that's artificial as well.
Yeah. Oh, that would be actually perfect too. It would explain why the Infinity Stone snap left all the Avengers alone. That because the Infinity Stones chose the original Avengers to be their protectors.
Hmm. You could say something like that. I don't know. My,
Just before
but my,
the,
but
the
my, but my
Infinity,
rewrite of it, but my rewrite of Endgame when all that bullshit time travel business. Anyways, but I'm just correcting. I'm just semi correcting what the Russos could have done instead of just going repeating that same thing with the same music of all things
Yes.
and less impactful than Gamora's death.
Yes, it
yeah,
was less impactful than Gamora's. Gamora's was more
exactly. But
was
back to what you
Trooper
were,
Trooper, step in because I know you got something to challenge my idea. Go ahead.
On what? What? We suddenly give her back her uterus? I mean, do we really want to inflame all these feminists that have glorified not
Oh,
having a
I
uterus?
do.
Like,
oh,
Oh,
I
I
do.
do.
Oh,
like
yes,
the whole
yes,
point
yes,
with
yes,
that is
yes.
it defeats the purpose of having a sterile woman. Like,
Well,
it's
no.
like,
Here's the thing,
No,
though. But here's the thing. Remember years ago they were blasting Josh Whedon for making Black Widow a sterile woman,
well,
Mhm.
I
and
mean,
they
times
never consider they
change.
never they never
Again,
considered
times have changed.
that.
You got to keep up with the times.
I don't need to keep up with these bitches.
Well, I mean, that's what Scarjo's doing. I mean, now she's saying she was all objectified, and
just the way you said that.
Black Widow, more or less, we're finding out is a movie for not men.
Look,
Like, I guess.
look. I'm mad at these broads at the fact that they're slamming barren women
Yeah,
by slamming a barren woman on screen. Oh, it's because a man made her sterile. That means he took her power away. Uh, you better hope no barren women hear you, feminists. You
but
better
no,
hope that because you just reduced a barren woman to something that they cherish that they traditionally cherish the most. A lot of women traditionally cherish that gift, and and those that traditionally cherish that gift also assign compassion to those who don't have that gift, or at least they
Yeah.
lost that gift. Some are born without it. Some are born with it, and through many
Female
circumstances
female
they lose it.
issues. Yeah, they can lose it through female issues
Hmm.
or any other illness. Yeah.
There's no right or wrong explanation specifically, but like it happens to those who loses it. So when I hear them bash, I'm like, oh my goodness, you guys have no heart at this point. This is telling me you guys have absolutely no. I had this discussion with my coworker who used to work with me before he transferred over to another facility. I said, you know, when I heard stuff like that, I'm like, these broads don't consider the fact that, you know, every woman out there, not every woman, but most women out there don't have that gift. So you for them for Josh Wooden to do that for them was actually I would have been praising him. I don't praise him these days now, considering what's been said about him, what's been coming to light. But at the time, at that time when that happened, when it just so happens that Black Widow was artificially sterile, I was like, oh wow, that that gave everybody a pause, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
Mhm.
you know what? That was nice of him to actually make a he didn't have to by the way. He didn't have
Well,
to. He
the
did not
whole
have to. But he did anyways. He made a female superhero barren but still kicking ass. And I would take that as, you know what? Look,
Well, because that also calls into the crowd, like you were saying, because there are women out there who cannot have children, and they have talked about how they have felt suddenly, inadequate, or then what is my purpose in this world?
Right.
Those are some real questions, and it's even questions that even some men ask when they find out that they are incapable of giving a woman a child. They start saying,
hmm
"What are my then, you know, well, and it's interesting because they're like going, well, how can I be upset with something that I never knew I had, but always believed that I could?
yeah.
Yeah, so it affects both for both women and men. And I have to agree with Wolf. It was ridiculous how they attacked Josh Whelan for that. I didn't have any issues with it because it didn't stop her from being who she was.
we
You
Mm-hmm.
already
know?
seen what she's capable of
Well,
doing.
and
Yeah.
it's
It's
super.
still
You know what it was? It was
it still
because
affects her. It still affects
Well,
her.
again, this debunks
he
the this
made
debunks
her
Hang on,
more.
guys. We're crisscrossing. Hang on.
right.
All right.
He made. He,
I'm about to any mean miny mo one you guys. You know what?
I'm calling it.
Trooper,
I'm calling it. Uh,
go ahead.
so.
I'm watching Dune. I'm watching Dune. I'm not watching Dune. I'm not watching Dune. There's no audio. I'm
but
just
what I
looking
found
at images.
But what I found interesting is that everybody was, belittling him for making Black Widow feel like having her feel a little bit of trauma or regret or the feeling of having what's the word I'm looking for? He made her desirable, and that's what what flew over everybody's head.
Story wise, she knew why they did it.
Mm-hmm.
She for context for anybody who's still watching and listening, the context of her forced, and I'm calling it that,
Well,
forced
it is.
sterility is the fact that she can go into to jobs. I'm gonna call it that, jobs with no emotional attachment. They wanted they want a weapon out of her, out of the many others that they've bred, raised, and trained. You know what I'm saying? She was bred and trained to be the perfect assassin, the
Yep.
perfect weapon employed by the Soviet Union. I think it was Soviet Union,
Yep.
right?
Soviet
Okay.
Union.
Yep, Soviet Union. And they couldn't have her have attachment, let alone emotions. And what brings about a woman's emotions?
Mm-hmm. Their
Children.
children. And not only that, how do we also form attachments to the one that we made the child with? The child is the result of both.
Well, that, and you got to also keep in mind, if we're going along that train of thought, we have to bring in the uh, female archetype, if you will, or the female arc of the maiden mother crone. By keeping her in the maiden phase, she never becomes a vessel. Therefore, she never matures or never evolves, if you will. So,
Mhm.
Remember,
uh,
they were all about motherhood.
Yep.
right. Well, because motherhood changes you.
I'm just
From,
saying they used to always prop up motherhood back in the days,
well, yeah,
and
when we
now,
when the country needs more babies, we got to push that, and when we have too many, we're like, oh, you need to be free, be woke, be liberated.
overpopulation is a thing.
Right, 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 right.
We need to
Carbon
depopulate.
footprint. Eat your bag of bugs. But yeah.
And while you're sitting in the prison yard with everything walled off from you, and they teach you to say, "But this is freedom."
Right.
Yeah.
But this discussion right here, it just debunks the narrative that Marvel is always perfect back in the day. I mean, yeah, it's easier to look back on the Paramount days with rose-colored, lenses and say that those were the days of Marvel, which indeed they were. I mean, in retrospect, looking at
Yes.
where we're going in 2021, I mean, we're going into uh, the
The toilet.
Marvelettes, and as far as I know, the same writer for Falcon and Mechanized Colonizer, or special guest star Mechanized Colonizer.
Yeah.
From what I know, that same writer is writing another arc for Captain Woke America. I mean,
Yes.
you know, Chris Evans gets to do what he wants. He gets to be uber woke. It's like, I guess, bro. Like, no one's watching your stuff anymore. But I mean, again, he chose not to be relevant. So now he wants back in because the money's drying up. I mean, let's be real about these actors. Like, I mean,
Now,
we all
also, I
appreciate
give
what
it,
they
but
do. We all appreciate what they do. We're not saying that we don't. But I mean, if they're
Mhm.
willing to do if they're willing to do the what am I thinking of? If they're willing to do the Pied Piper dance and literally follow what the Pied Piper says, I mean, what does that do for the rest of, you know, the
They'll see what happens
admired,
when they don't pay them back.
stories? What happens? It's you move on, and that's what's happening right now. Like, we're moving on. Like, this is literally for another group of people, and their mentality is not like ours in terms of uh, the gap between the cultural divide between what I would say would be, well, and not even Zoomers, because some Zoomers know what's going on, but in terms of where they want to go ahead and shift this with Marvel, Star Wars and all that stuff. They want to actually get away from storytelling because they realize that costs money. So let's have it look like it, sound like it, smell like it, play like it, but not have it be what it is.
A
So,
poor
which is all
imitation.
fine and dandy for me because because in the court of public domain, we can make it better.
well, and here's the thing, when we talk about the Soul Stone, I mean, the reason you were able to snap the entire half of the entire known universe is because they all went into the Soul Stone. They went into the
So,
pocket universe. That's something that never was talked about, and they inserted that horror. Not that I
which
didn't like.
beautifully, thank you so much, Trooper. Sorry, I don't mean to cut in, but I got to get this out, which beautifully ties into my version of WandaVision because
Well,
the Soul Stone has tapped into, because that's what Wanda does in WandaVision. The idea to finally, first you show them falling in love, and then you have that alternate version of Infinity War. And then you discover that Wanda has basically is rewriting reality, almost like House of M.
yeah, and it
Yeah.
should have gone a step further and rewrote it. But
Which is what it's doing. It's House of M, which is exactly rewriting House of M. So either because she made either a connection with the Soul Stone, or it was because of the Soul Stone she got her powers. Either way, much like Red Skull, Wanda has become the Soul Stone's, like, I don't know, like keeper or safe or something like that,
I
and
honestly
she
think
can use that to alter physical
Mhm.
reality.
I honestly think that when it comes to Wanda and Vision, they definitely did not handle it in a way that I mean, again, being vested in the comics, you already know what's going to happen, right?
Hmm.
So, we get to Infinity War. I'm right there in terms of where they're at emotionally, but it's one of these things where it's not that it wasn't necessarily told in a way that was. They pretty much did with Wanda and Vision what they did with Hulk in Black Widow. They just kind of alluded to it but never touched it. It's there but it's not there. It's, oh, we don't want to go into it. I'm like, yeah, because it means that you actually have to write stuff out. So
And
I mean,
and this, I'm sorry, this also brings a question out to the Lady of Valor. Is this was this one that a bad romance or a good romance?
Hang
it's a
on, Trooper. Let the lady speak.
It's hard for me to answer that because it was never developed at all.
yeah, yeah.
So we don't. I can't really say if it
That's
was
an
good or
example.
bad because
I would say that. I would say that with that right there, because it was never
Yeah.
expanded upon. It's
Well,
not good. It's you've got from one. It's always what I say. This is how you can write
Hang on,
romance.
guys. Let Leia take the floor real
Go ahead.
quick.
yeah, because it's a result. It shows you it because we can't decide what kind of romance it is. That's a sign that the writing was garbage.
well,
It
Yeah.
was bad writing because we couldn't tell you if it was bad or if it was good or not. And then, like I said, it was hard to see the love story, so it was hard for me to feel what I needed, the emotions that she was feeling. All I saw is the writer just turned her kind of into a villain, or maybe that was their intention to say,
hold on.
Which also does
You
show
gave
that
me a
even
couple.
at its which also even shows that even at its best, Marvel was not immune to failure. I mean, Civil War and Infinity War, great films as they are, that is the weak element, Wanda and Vision.
Well,
yeah.
again, we're already in Disney, guys. We're already in that
Yeah.
Disney phase, so
Hmm.
it's already been handed off from Paramount. Again, to remind everyone, this is where we are. But to kind of try to explain it a little bit, again, genders are reversed. Welcome to 2021. But for me, I mean, I knew what it was when I saw it, but it was one of those things where, for me, again, I already like I was already there. Like for all the casual viewers, sorry, sucks to be you. You just paid 14.99
Well,
to look it
I
up.
was I
But
was
but it was a failed telling of Cupid and Psyche. It was a failed
mhm.
Yes,
retelling of
that's a
Cupid and Psyche.
good,
I mean,
good, good,
granted,
good
the roles are
analogy, Trooper.
reversed, but it was a failed retelling of again Cupid and Psyche. So
Good.
Exactly.
I agree, Trooper. I agree on that one. Well, that one was, but I agree with you 100% on that one, and it still doesn't work to this day, and just shows you once again when you don't get talented writers. The writer herself said she never read a
well,
comic, never read, doesn't know anything about this character. She was just hired because they liked her political views.
right.
So
It was the same thing with Seven of Nine and Chakotay. I mean, it was the same thing, same dynamic, Cupid and Psyche, and that also was never really delved into. I think Timeless touched upon it just a tiny bit, but I mean, by the time Voyager reaches back to Earth, we don't really. I mean, it never gets touched again. I mean, again, you have the mind and the soul coming together, but again, it never really materializes in Voyager as well. So, and that's what happened here. I mean, we got most of the. You know what? It's kind of yeah. You know what?
For
It
me,
was a
for me, when it comes to
2020
these,
telling of
I
it.
always, for me, I'm willing to overlook it because sometimes the little that we get is enough for me to really like see it see it come to fruition, even if it is off screen. I know a lot of people need more details, but for me, when it comes to stuff like that, especially the setup between Banner and and Natasha, which I'm pretty sure everybody outright disprove of that too.
Well,
Where I'm standing from when it comes to Banner and Natasha is like the Hulk needs a female
Tame
to
his
calm him
masculine,
down. Hmm?
which is to tame his masculine, which is
Yeah.
exactly what the professor's been saying. And what we get in Age of Ultron, I actually think is really cool. How Natasha is the one who's able to talk him down.
Now I wouldn't say it's a developed relationship because it never
No.
did develop
no, it really
anywhere
wasn't.
beyond that.
Again,
It was forming. It was forming, but
Yeah.
it never crossed that bridge
it
because
was
Hulk decided to not necessarily burn that bridge, but leave it unfinished when he shut her out.
it was
And
a 10-second retelling of taming the beast, if you will. That's what it was.
Which really
Yeah.
could have bugged me because if the writers, and yes, Joss Whedon and Disney had had their head on straight, that would have been the idyllic time to bring back Betty,
Mm,
the Incredible Hulk.
better that they didn't. Better that they didn't because.
Disagree. Well, it's just if you want to expand upon the Hulk line, that,
Oh, yeah.
the Hulk franchise, that would have been the idyllic point to do it.
But
Betty.
it's almost like you don't want to spoil the perfectly imperfect work of cinematic film that Incredible Hulk was. That's the best way to put it.
Oh,
Like-
get out! Get the fuck out of my face with that shit.
Like if you think about it, I mean, we
I'm
got.
not talking about you, Trooper. I'm talking about anybody who say that.
I know, but again,
I know who you voice it, but that's my response. I'm like, get the fuck out of my face with that shit.
but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, cool, Bruce got his Arwen, if you will. Best to leave Arwen, where Arwen's at. If we're gonna move from Arwen, we know her story never ends well, and it's the same thing.
That's a beautiful segue into a good one because I think Leia has gone. Oh dear! But just because Leia has laid,
Disappear. Oh wow.
yeah,
Probably a signal thing. I mean, we are kind of getting where time wise where it would start acting up. But what was your couple, Schooner?
good
What
one.
was your-
Well,
Start
Leia,
wrapping, yeah.
I think she gave us. I think that was. I don't know if that was a bad one or a good one, but I'm going to go to the opposite of that. I'm going to say Arwen and Aragorn is a very good relationship, in my opinion, because it does follow
Agreed.
the arc. It follows
Though
the
I still
arc.
ship Aragorn with Aowen.
I know.
Yeah,
I even have a friend, and I even have
I kid. She's a cute
Well,
lady though.
Well, what's interesting is that this actually leads to a college experience I have. We were every so often in college, my friends and I, we would say, let's just do a rewatch of The Lord of the Rings, the extended version, but we would spread it out to over a week. So Monday, Fellowship, Wednesday, Two Towers, and then Friday we would do Return.
yeah.
And my friends and I were watching Fellowship, and my one friend said he loved Arwen in Fellowship, but he hated her character through and through. Two Towers and Return of the King, because he says, oh, but because she's so melodramatic, and Eowyn's actually something. And, Eowyn is the woman I would truly go after, not some dream that is Arwen. That is Arwen. And I just, you should have seen the fish at this point, because the fish turned out of his gills. I just Majin Boo'd, bubbles. All I foremost.
Both women you can marry.
No,
is
you
any
cannot.
Yeah.
idol?
No,
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
Alwyn gets a bad rap, but Scooty continue. But I think Alwyn gets
She does get a
unfairly
bad-
treated.
She gets a bad rap, but what is Arwen supposed to be but safe? That is what I love Aragorn and Arwen's relationship, because Arwen is not afraid to show her vulnerability to others. Just like Aragorn, Arwen is comfortable within herself as a person. She knows she is an elf. She knows where she is. Eowyn, look, I love her journey of self-discovery and finding the inner hero within her. Okay? That was great. That's not taking anything away from her. But I was more of a fan of Arwen because
Right.
she
Right.
because she is a myth. Look at her for what she is. She is what the professor said, the feminine. She
Hmm.
pushes the best virtues of people. She is willing to sacrifice everything that she is for what she wants. Okay, even if that includes dying and having a fleeting moment of happiness while being condemned to misery and sadness until the end of her days. Okay, because if you had, she literally saw the future and accepted it.
Well,
Anyway,
here's
She
anyway
made
but
peace with it.
what we're
but,
really,
but I
what we're
digress.
really
I
seeing.
digress.
Yeah.
Hang on, Trooper. I'm almost there. Hang on.
Yeah.
She is, now this is going back to Aragorn, which is why I always say we should all strive to be more like Aragorn. Okay, because
Yeah.
Find the church girl instead of the country girl. Okay.
No. It has
I
nothing to do with
kid. I
that.
kid.
he is the epitome of what man should be. He is comfortable within himself as a masculine man, yet he is
Mhm.
willing to. I mean, do you see the way? I mean,
Well, I would refute that within Tolkien, but go ahead and make your point. I'll
Tolkien is
dovetail to
drawing
that.
from those. Tolkien is drawing from those archetypes and myths.
Well, he is. I'm not saying no.
And what is Aragorn? But I mean, like for instances, like in Return of the King. Remember, he's in this really happy moment, and he just starts singing. He's not afraid
Mhm.
to lead with his heart, and he's not and he encouraged, like we said, he rises up to lead his people. And even when he is with Boromir, he he instills faith. He instills faith in Boromir, even if he doesn't believe that he inspired any great deeds from anybody. I love that scene between him and Boromir too. That's a bromance right there.
Well, there's a lot of dynamics going on within Tolkien.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's okay. So we know Arwen is definitely the divine feminine. There's no dispute among
The church girl.
There's no dispute about that. Your Eowyn is your phallic woman. That's a completely different dynamic.
The girl next
And
door.
here we have Aragorn of ancient blood, but he's still man, therefore he is still imperfect. He's not of the first stage. So, in order for him to evolve, if you will, or to hit that genesis moment between Deckard and Aelia, he has to, and this is where sucks for him because at this point there really is no such thing as choice, where he must choose Arwen in order for him to become king and to be able to rule over his people. He needs to be able to go ahead and assume that crown and to step onto the throne, if you will. It's only through Arwen that's able to happen. Uh, to choose an imperfect woman is to never find his true self, because again, his relationship
Again,
with
and like you're
Eowyn
saying,
is a red herring. To go down the road of a phallic woman, and now we get into feminist theory, is to literally have the phallic woman right on top, if you will.
and that's
he is
another
now
thing too, like what you were saying about culture, about just dropping in on that token and Tolkienism, and how it ties into the ancient mythology, and how it both ties into both spiritually and biologically of relationships between men and women.
Yeah.
That we need to find that which is the perfect fit for us, and that also is in love and biology. Because if we're looking at it purely by biology, what is relationship? What is relationship but a sharing of resources, that one will be a provider, one will be the great caregiver. But if we're going spiritually, it is also about how we achieve the amount of maturity within us. And not only that, when we get into the religious aspects of it too, it is the divine path to that which is God and heaven.
Yeah.
So it's all perfectly you see how it all perfectly ties into each other. and no matter what you believe, it's all saying the exact
Them
same.
days, they don't want to be the church girl.
No, they want the
Exactly.
harlot. I mean, that's what popular
And
culture
that's what they're trying to. They're now trying to say that the oh my gosh, what did they call it? Oh, to seek out the whore of Babylon.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Jezebel. They want to be
Yeah.
Jezebel.
Horror
Get
Babylon.
that
Seek out-
Jezebel away from me.
or to go after Lilith instead of Eve.
Yeah. Basically, to remain fallen because it's only through finding that divine relationship that has been preordained that you are able, as a man, to transcend, if you will.
I mean, do you know that the ancient Greeks and Romans believed that this is going to get a little explicit, but when it gets to intimate climax, that is actually the divine.
Well, yeah, because it's literally, and I'm gonna put it in a literary sense. It's a retelling of the creation of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It's the Big Bang, and while that sounds a little bit like a double entendre, it is.
Mhm.
Well, it is about the union of man. Everything, if you ever look at it, that's why I love going into all the research about relationships and how it's portrayed in fiction and in culture. It's always been about the ultimate union of man, woman, or even if they aren't, compatible, a man and a man, or finding that perfect love that will ascend you to make you the best that you can be,
Yeah.
because you can stand equal to this person. Okay. Yeah. And that is what, if you want me to give a definition of what love is giving somebody the means to destroy you and trusting that they won't.
I mean, Tolkien pulled from a lot of this. I mean, he pulled from a lot of as above, so below. And this is all starting to go into Catholic Bible geek and Professor Geek territory, but it's absolutely true.
Man's infectious. I tell you, he's very infectious.
Well, it's because of the professor we all got to.
Well, it's
because
also
of a bad Star Wars movie that the professor.
Well, I mean, it's not too. It's not too.
Hang on, guys. Crisscrossing.
My professors went ahead and instructed me, and it's not too far off the beaten path. That's why it resonates. Although, like I've said before, I do bifurcate with him on some things.
I heard it through
but handing the baton over to Leia, because I know her signal has been a little wonky. Did you have any other relationships you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, I did. I think it's okay now. It's stupid, I guess.
It's the types.
Upgrades on my dumb computer, but it looks like it's done doing its upgrade by now. I don't know why. But we'll see. But I'll go ahead and say this before it gets off.
Windows 10.
Yeah, Windows 10 doing the dumb upgrades.
Yeah, you put it up too long. I'm going to upgrade now by myself.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah,
I don't need consent.
Okay. Isn't wonky. The other one I was going to mention, and this might set fire to your underwear, but no, in the MCU, and I'm
try me.
going to say this, but the other relationship is I'm going to go into it. Is what? What, Scooty?
How dare you?
In the chat, but let me explain myself when I say it. I am going to say Bucky and Steve, but let me explain myself before everybody get a heart.
I mean,
you get a heart attack.
Well, yeah. I already know where it's coming from. So
no. Of all the relationships in the MCU, when I look at the 10 films, I actually think this is my own personal opinion. To me, their bromance is the one that is the best to me. Yes, I know it's a bromance, but I think their story and their bromance, if let's call it like that, because you got to remember, love doesn't necessarily mean sexual. To me, theirs is the one that is the most thought out, because they, in the first Avenger, we know that they have known each other since they were childhood. So they've known each other all their lives. You could say they're like brothers. And
they're
not
like in blood, but in bond.
Yeah,
but in
exactly.
Bond, yes, and in Bond. And I actually was okay with that when it went into the Winter Soldier, because in the first Avenger, when he falls off the train and Steve, believes that he is dead, how it changes Steve Rogers at that point. Again, back to Superman saving everybody else, but not a person that meant to most to him. It seemed like after we'll say he died, or Steve thought he died, he fell off the train. Rogers changes a bit from not hating bullies to now I want revenge. In a
Yeah.
way, he's a different person after Bucky's death. Then in Winter Soldier, he sees that Bucky is alive and even recognizes him even as the Winter Soldier. Even if he's as the Winter Soldier, he still knows exactly who that is and believes fiercely that there is still a good man in there, and I must save that man. So Bucky, in essence, has become the damsel in distress. He's
Yeah.
not feminine, but he is the damsel in distress that
I
needs
like the way you
rescue.
put that.
Yeah, he needs thanks, but he needs rescuing, because Steve has to rescue him, but believes so strongly that this is a good man and that I could change him, that I'm willing to risk my life for him. So when we get to the helicarrier scene, and even though he fights him reluctantly, I have to ask you, reluctantly, because when he gets on that last helicarrier and he says to him, please don't make me do this, so he doesn't want to do it, but I have no choice. I have the mission. I have to, but still, while they're on that plane fighting, he still believes so strongly. He doesn't kill him. You have to notice when they're fighting, he does not kill him. He
Not
injures him.
fighting to kill.
Yeah, he's not fighting to kill him. And then when we get to the final fight, where he basically throws down his shield, not even looking down to see where it went. Like I said in the theater when it happened, I'm like, Steve, what are you doing? Go get your shield. I yelled that in the theater. But that is still love. It takes a lot of love to say, I believe in you so much. If you got to kill me to prove it, I'm willing to die.
Exactly. And that's what I love. And you see him, and that's what I love about Bucky in that scene too. You see him yelling, like, because he's hit a nerve when he says to him, you know me, and he yells, no, I don't.
Yes,
because
right.
he has a feeling, and he doesn't, but it's his conditioning that's making him move forward. Because if he also has to realize that if he accepts that he knows who he is, then he also has to come to accept everything that he has done.
Alive.
You have exactly. Bucky has to accept everything that he did wrong, and that terrifies him.
Yes, because there's a scene in Winter Soldier, and I have to remind people of that, because I've heard many fans say, well, Bucky don't belong to be Captain America. He killed all them people and he was an assassin. He ain't evil. And I have to remind them, look, he's not mean. He's not evil. This was a man who Hydra took a life away from him and tried to turn him into a weapon reluctantly. He didn't walk in the doors of Hydra and say, hey,
you know why I call that, Leia, when I hear that?
Go ahead.
Those are people that are willing to judge a person on their past mistakes and not willing to judge a person on the content of the character of where they're heading now that they're making amends for their past mistakes. Those are been said by people who have no concept of forgiveness, no forgiveness whatsoever, regardless of what. Look, forgiveness is one thing to earn as well, especially depending on what the crime is or what the wrongdoing the person has done. So long as we're willing to give them that notion that they're willing to make a change and turn over a new leaf, we have to make sure to give them that. Which is why I try my best to steer everybody here and our ilk to the road to forgiveness. That let me put it like this as well. For all the things I calling them SJ hobos, calling them fear mongers and all that stuff. I defy you to really doubt that I'm willing to welcome them with open arms when they see the error of their ways, when they come, or when they come seeking asylum from those who are now turning them into the enemies that they claim to be fighting. And I encourage anybody who hears this as well to do just that for those who make that turn. Do not come with them with the "I told you so" look. Come with the open hand of "You have gained asylum. We will protect you. You you are welcome in our place. So long as you're willing to so long as you know what you have seen. You saw with your own eyes what your what I'm
You
stuttering a
seen,
lot.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
You have, you know, you now know you've taken your first steps into a larger world. Come on over here and
Hmm.
now take a seat. Come over
We'll
here and
clothe
take a
you.
seat.
We'll
Tell me
clean
what
you.
you
We'll
want.
feed you. No, we're not gonna ask them. Tell them what we know. We gonna clothe them. We're gonna feed them. We're gonna offer them shelter. Let them rest.
Hmm.
They
Well,
share.
I'm
They'll
just saying
share what
that.
they've seen when they're ready.
Yeah. What I was basically saying, offering a seat, come here, talk to me, tell me what's bothering you.
Hmm.
That's
And
what I was
boy,
going.
when you hear that sigh of relief come from, finally, I get to say something. I couldn't be able to over there. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Hmm.
Oh.
What's your take on this, Trooper? I hear that.
Well, I mean, I hear all these talking points, and I'm like, no, I'm like, there's limits. We
I know.
definitely
This.
have them.
I know. But
My whole
like I
thing
There's,
is
s-
this, we're, and this is going to be a little bit more uh, pragmatic. The problem that we're having with these Western countries is that we're so willing to allow so much to the point where it endangers not only Christendom but also the very foundations of the tenets of our countries. To the
right.
point where at one point someone has to say, "No, that's it. The door is closed.
I
You
disagree.
you need to figure out your problem because here's the thing. Um, we have we have X already going on.
Hmm.
Keep taking X in all the time only promulgates the problem. And this is happening in predominantly first world countries. It's and they all tend to have one thing in common, is that again with first world countries, we don't really tend to be. Well, yes and no. They push multiculturalism, especially in the United States, only because that is what binds us together. It's the ideology of Americanism, which is slowly being deconstructed, which then allows for more tribalism. So by taking that, and by injecting more of certain demographics that are coming from socialist countries, it only encourages in terms of, again, the changing culture to be more of a socialized construct.
Hmm.
So
I disagree with what you're saying though, Trooper, because this is why I love art, because art can technically be seen as anything we want it to be.
mhm.
And in the case of Captain America Winter Soldier, you can always take it on an uber meta level, allegorical level, that Steve Rogers represents the spirit, heart, and soul of America. And what is the Winter Soldier in that? He is the current day America that is being pushed by the techno culture and the conditioning
The
and how
entertain shitty cults.
yeah.
Yes.
In this
And
particular instance,
what is it that awakens Bucky Barnes? It's that sometimes all we need is somebody to believe in us. And
well,
that
Exactly.
be that as it
we need
may, and
somebody
be
to believe in us. And sometimes, and that is really hard, like you're
really
saying,
like this
because you're
conversation.
letting a lot of people in, and sometimes too many cooks in the kitchen with a lot of problems. But at the same time, I also agree with what you're saying. You have to sometimes put your foot down and say, I'm here to support you, but I am not going to carry you the rest of the way.
Well,
You have
Right.
yes, it is a rosy colored version of reality, and we do tend to project virtues, and also we tend to project qualities on to others that they may or may not have. So in this particular discussion, I would have to take on the mantle of Ultron and pretty much say that at one point, if we're literally signing our own suicide note, we need to go ahead and put an end to it because that's
Well,
literally what happened.
I would have gone down that mentality of belief if I probably had not found the professor and you guys and all of that. And this
Mm.
also comes from the fact that this also comes from the fact that personal things have also opened my eyes and realized that uh, I'm not getting too personal here. Sorry, I don't want to open that.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I mean, it's a profound experience that sometimes is
profound
best not
experience when you
shared.
realize that maybe there is. It's a profound experience, but then you see that there is something worth saving, which is again back to the whole allegory of Captain Rogers being America that's falling off of the helicarrier and Bucky Barnes pulling him out of the water. That
But even in that film,
there is something worth saving within us.
even in that film, if you notice, while it does take on certain semblances and guises of Americanism, America in and of itself is never really mentioned as America. I mean, it's mentioned in the form of Captain America, but I mean, if we look at when it was actually put out, which was during a certain period of time where we were steering more away from that, and we've steered away from it a lot more, especially in 2021.
Sad. Really sad.
I disagree because when Captain America does go on the run and the bureaucracies and the suits and those men in high glass towers looking over the world say that they need to tear the old one down, in the eyes of the suits, America is now the enemy. But then what does he do? He goes down into the civilian world, and in the civilian world, there's things worth saving here.
Well, we're definitely going to have this discussion after we see his appearance again, because I can almost guarantee it'll be a different version of Captain America. And then this particular discussion will take on the guise of, yes, he used to be this, and I'll probably agree with you on this particular point at that time, because yes, he used to be that.
He's going to be Cap.
But we'll know it's a completely different captain. And those characteristics and that sense of hope will irrevocably be taken from the character. I mean, we're already seeing it happen with.
Not if I can help it.
I mean, look at Falcon. Look at. I hate to even say it. Look at portions of WandaVision. Look at where Dr. Loki and the TARDIS is going. I mean, they're definitely. It's not the same. It's not the same Loki that we got in Avengers, and it's not the same Loki that we got in Infinity War.
No, I agree. But in movies and TV shows, maybe. But in the old school comic books and even the fan fictions, I mean, Trooper, your fan fiction and even the fan fictions that we make up here are far better. And I think that's because, and that never go. What I'm trying to say is it never goes away. It's just
no, it doesn't.
It finds another way of living on. It just maybe. While America is not really so much mentioned in Captain America, the spirit of it itself. I mean, the call to adventure for Sam, the belief that one can be better, like Black Widow and even Bucky. And there are people who are willing to do some really bad and dark things in order for us to maintain our freedom, which was in Nick Fury. And how does he do it? He stays in the shadow because he knows the values of his strength. He will never be an Alexander Pierce, because Pierce is
true. But look at how they're shaping. Look at how they're shaping the modern generations. They're not shaping them the way that we were shaped. So someone of that particular mindset would see that film and not glean what we would see.
But this is why we make these videos, because this is why we make these videos.
Let them have their fun.
I didn't know the bromance would bring out this conversation. Wow.
Well, here's the thing with that particular bromance. For me, it wasn't developed enough because they weren't able to tell the viewer this is what actual brotherhood looks like. What we did get on screen was great, but it could have been better. So I mean, I agree with Leia on this. It was probably the most developed relationship that we saw
I
throughout
just
the
didn't read its
Paramount run
conclusion.
of the MCU.
I agree.
But unfortunately, all the Bucky that we do get is when he falls off that train. That's it. We get no more Bucky after that.
I agree 100% with you, Trooper. It is the most developed, but and again, we didn't get enough of it. We should
Yeah.
have got more of it. We should have got more of it. And
Which is why we have it in Leia plus sizes, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the true version.
yes,
Nothing
Yes,
knife,
yes,
colonizing arm.
Yes,
I forget.
Now, are y'all ready for mine?
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
For the Batman and
So-
Catwoman,
Hell no.
she can't get her fish.
Nope.
She can't get the fish licked or whatever it was. I saw some meme.
Negro, bats,
meme,
bats get eaten by cats, Negro.
and it was like Batman staring down, and I don't remember what the caption was, but in the next still, it's like Captain Woman staring at like a fish on a plate, and then
Negro,
a
please.
bubble from the out from like the outside says no.
Oh my God!
I gotta find that meme.
I'm sure you will.
And and this is why they cannot have sex lives. I mean, it tarnishes
Look.
who they are.
I know you guys rag on the underdeveloped relationships in the MCU, but I'll still stick by Cap and Sharon Carter. I just think, like, even if they don't really look,
Yes.
So underdeveloped, and she
Go
was
ahead.
duplicitous. And this is what
all
our
I'm
hero
saying is
again,
it works
the
for me.
female is unknown.
it works
and
for me. Even if
duplicitous.
you remove the kids, I can still see them as a friendship relationship as well, regardless of how much we saw of Sharon. Like I said, it's really the off screen moments that I can imagine to myself what was going on behind the scenes, whereas again, whereas everybody else here in this panel want more meat and more contextual visualization, if you will,
Yeah.
if that's even a phrase. But I can make them, can I?
Mhm.
But for me, it's always like that idea of me just imagining what the relationship must be off screen rather than some nut job trying to ruin it for me in that regard. The fact that he comes to visit her during Peggy's funeral, that moment where they share that brief moment together that they share after you know the eulogy at Sharon's eulogy, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That the moment she's building up the fact that she's willing to help out Cat, which we never get in Endgame. Where was Sharon in Endgame? That's
Well,
where we could have gotten the
Uh,
conclusion.
Talk
She
to
was,
the
But
she was busy being Cap's maybe somewhat sort of relative. So
I guess so.
mean, they kind of had to take her out of the movie because she goes back, or he goes back in time and has a whole entire relationship, so he could have been kissing his own niece.
that's
Oh
the
my goodness.
that's the disgusting.
See,
That's
they made it. They're like, oh, so he's
And they're like, oh, well, George Lucas did it. We could do it. No,
look.
completely
It's
different.
more of he's several years older than her, so that's already creepy. Let's make it even more creepy by making him her uncle. Okay.
Well, that's
Okay.
the Russos. That's the Russos, and Kevin Feige was probably catching the woke virus at that time. And I personally think, and Commander, I think that that's when they were on this road to ruin his reputation. As Trooper was talking about, Steve Rogers was beloved by all of us, or maybe some of us.
Right.
And Kevin Feige felt, well, if
He
I
might
kill
hurt
him, that may not be good. So
If I had to stage
I'll
a
kill
raid to get
I'll-
him and that house Negro out of that Hollywood, I will.
I'm Team Iron Man. I'm putting that out there for YouTube. I mean, I get the love for Steve, but I'm Team Tony. So
Well,
That's why-
they
That's
got
why
rid
I'm
of
calling
Tony too.
Anthony Mackie.
Yeah.
That's why I'm calling Mackie from now on. House Negro.
Yes.
oh wait, I
House-
can't say that word.
And I'm
Yes, you
we're probably
can.
gonna have to call. We're
Yeah.
probably gonna have to call Scarlett Johansson that too, because she's talking about now how she hated being sexualized in Iron
Yeah,
Man.
Oh,
it's
she has
Yes,
internalized
yes.
misogyny
and I'm
now.
like, look,
Apparently,
woman, I'm
she caught the.
sure you loved being the object of everyone's gaze in the room when you walked in with something,
Girl, you was in under the
five
skin.
sizes
Shut
too
up.
tight.
Oh yes, I still remember pausing that movie.
She was loving Black Widow. Even in Winter Soldier, she still wore that outfit and was playing up that role. Now all of a sudden she's a little Puritan angel that could, oh please, oh
I'm
Oh,
no, I
now
just,
she.
must cover up
Okay,
now.
now she's
let-
Can't
Jennifer
show the
Lawrence.
ankles. Hmm. Yes.
Meanwhile, Jennifer Lawrence is tackling any movie that allows her to pull out her tits. Good on her on that one.
Red
Hmm.
Sparrow.
Good on her.
Yes, Red Sparrow should have actually been the prequel to Black Widow.
Yeah,
But
Red Sparrow, definitely.
Yeah,
we could have
yeah.
changed. We could have changed a lot of things around, obviously. And heck, you probably could have even had Jennifer Lawrence in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely what you could have had. Absolutely.
She got slugged in the face in Mother. She could take a hit.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. But what
Lots of
about?
times. Girl, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Girl, did you
Go
see
ahead.
her face in Mother?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I actually I like that movie.
I'm a bit indifferent with that movie because it's just I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Midsummer, on the other hand,
Oh, I hated that movie.
that's a whole different story.
I,
And,
that
and, and
movie was good.
funny enough, the actress is the sister in Black Widow. Not Image, Florence Pugh. I like
Hmm.
her. You know what? She's the last bastion for any female actor that I idolize in Hollywood. Now that we lost Scar, we got Florence Pugh. I'm like, oh, I hope you don't push no feminist agenda,
Don't hold
cause
your breath on that,
I'm just
Commander.
gonna.
From what I've
I'm
heard, don't
Well,
put
I'm
your
not holding
trust
out
in it.
hope.
Yeah.
I'm not holding out hope, but you
her
know,
eggs,
like,
her eggs between her legs.
all I'm saying is
wait,
you also got Rachel Weisz, who's never spat out no feminist jibble jabble either, and I'm hoping she don't do that either.
Oh, she
Y'all keep.
has. She has. You just this when she did that movie, The Favorite. She was spewing a lot of feminist
Oh
stuff out of her
wow.
mouth. She did. She talked
Yeah,
about
like the
she is.
thing is, it's like you literally. I mean, even to peddle the films that tend to be overtly feminist, you have to literally spew that line too. I mean, to get the quote target audience to go in. This is all about revenue. I mean, at the end of the day. So, I mean, they're losing revenue now, but I mean, they're doing it for. Again, we're going
well,
into a cultural shift, but I mean, it's cool and trendy to be able to say, "I don't need help from a man," or you
well,
know,
that's why I don't put a lot of stock in what actors or actresses say wherever they are on the political spectrum, because no offense, they're gonna go wherever they need to go if they want to stay,
true. And
You
relevant.
know something?
and that
You
applies
know
to the
something?
four of us, and maybe it
I'm
applies to everyone
still
in the chat,
glad.
but that
I'm
doesn't
still
necessarily
glad that I
apply
chose.
to the average Joe Schmuck who works 9 to 5 and just goes to see a movie and loves Star Wars, but he can't tell you what Rise of Skywalker was about. He can only tell you about the space horses and pew pew and the lightning.
Yeah, space horses surviving in deep space on a floating ice
And the Admiral
glacier
finished
thing.
his full bulletproof plan to escape capture, but I can't tell you because you're a male and your little male brain just won't comprehend how trying to break
But
through
you
all the
ain't no
fuel
Eldritch Abomination.
will how what?
You're not no Eldritch Abomination. Bitch, get the fuck out of my face.
Right, Admiral Pink Hair.
I don't have to share anything with you. There is a
That's
plan,
what it
but
sounds like to me when the way how you said it. That's basically an Eldritch Abomination saying you cannot comprehend beyond your tiny brain. Get out of here with that shit.
Well, you know what? You're a cis black male, so even more so because you're going to have an opinion. So I definitely can't tell you. I'm going to have you running around the galaxy looking for a female and then almost killing yourself, only to be taken out of your hero moment by a female who has to save the stuff she loves and then have a cringe kiss.
That's another thing that I love. If Haldo was talking down to Poe Dameron like that, I mean, I would not have. I would not have been so opposed of him just shooting her point blank and then saying in front of everybody on the bridge, "Does anybody have a problem with that?" And everybody going, "No, no, no."
No, that would have been a great scene, but we don't get that kind of stuff in Star Wars.
Because you can't do that to a woman.
Uh,
Uh,
Mm-mm.
that-
it would be post shot first.
oh yeah.
Oh my God!
Oh, it'd be great if post shot first.
Post shot first.
You'd be
I love
hard
it.
pressed to find any dude
That would have
do
been
what
fantastic.
Peter Weller do and Leviathan at the end.
Yeah,
Anybody ever seen Leviathan?
I love Leviathan.
I haven't.
So spoilers. I don't care
No, go ahead.
anymore.
Go ahead.
I don't care. Spoilers at the end when they finally destroy the beast and return to the boss that sent them down there in the first place. Mind you, the boss is a woman. Peter Weller's walking with the arm around the female protagonist too, and the boss lady asks him how was it, and he just slugs her in the face, knocking her out. And that's how the movie ends. Classic and hilarious.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all check it out. Cecil did a exploring
I know.
episode on his channel. Uh that's where I come to find out about that one. I was like, oh wow. That would not have passed through the censors of today, the
Nope.
sensibilities of today, and boy, will I have to find a physical copy for Leviathan now because I'm pretty sure they're going to try to torch that thing.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
But back to what I was saying
But
about
what's
Sharon Carter and Steve. Like I said, again,
yeah.
it's the off-screen stuff that impresses upon me because I like to imagine what could they be, what their conversation would be off screen to really get them to that point. I like the idea of not knowing where as Leia says where B happened because I like to put
Mm-hmm.
into words
Right.
words how they hooked up or how they had their little conversation even though we don't get to see it on that front. um Even if you don't see B, there's still hints of it here and there, or at least the little amount of visual where the two actors are having that good chemistry melding together like that. You can obviously tell that it has culminated with a little information that we're given. I'm operating on the less is more situation. Where did Leia go?
Probably connection issues.
Because I was like, wait, she's not cutting in on me on that.
Well, we'll definitely
Okay.
have to do one of mine before we jump off. I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't
yeah.
know how far we're gonna keep going. I mean, we can keep going, but
We can start now because I'm
okay.
definitely on the wind down now, and I can't keep down this energy drink.
I
Yeah.
well,
I got to get going soon too.
yeah. I'm at the bottom of my rain energy drink. That's not a shameless plug. That's literally what I drink.
Hmm.
It's 10 calories. Not really a fan of it. I'm more of a Bang dude. I like Bang. So, uh, I'm kind of torn. I'm kind of torn because I don't know if I want to talk about more in
Yeah,
terms
that's
of.
true. That speaks
You don't
to
necessarily have to talk about MCU stuff.
yeah.
Well,
There's romance everywhere, dude. Like I said to
well, I
to
know, I know,
Melissa,
I know. But for me, it's
addressing Melissa, but there's romance everywhere. We're,
well,
we're
yeah.
just
But
sticking
I
to
don't know
one
if
thing.
I don't know if I really. I don't know if we really have time to go into Tony and Peter, or if I really just want to go back to Wanda and Vision. So, I
You
know
want you
I
want to
know we
postpone
talked
it
about
for a part two then?
I know we talked about Wanda and Vision, but I mean we can
I'd
talk
be fine
about
with a
Tony
part
and
two.
Peter for a little bit.
I'd be
Um,
fine with a part two as well. I'd
That's
like to have
usually
a
what
part
yeah,
we do. We
yeah,
save
that's
it for
fine.
a
We can
part
do
two
part two.
anyways.
I mean, we'll just have to, we should call it, gosh, literary relationships is what we should call it. Because I
Yeah,
mean,
You know
next
what?
time.
romance.
Yeah.
Next
I
time.
mean, romance. I mean, we didn't really touch upon Arthurian legends either. I mean, we can keep going
Mm,
with Arthurian legends, but I didn't prep for Arthurian legends because I just didn't think we were going to go there that much. And me
right.
personally, it's like being steeped in that stuff. It's like I really don't want to go there. It's like I really, but what I really wanted to touch upon was how they were able to, just from a few films, they were able to kind of, even in talks with Sony, they were able to string together a coherent storyline to me anyway of the prodigal son, you know, and it really does start all the way back to Iron Man 3. We just finished the Battle of New York. So in Iron Man 3, Tony's still dealing with anxiety. He's still dealing with, I wouldn't call it PTSD because then that's playing into that whole storyline, but he is definitely struggling with his place in the universe after, quote, having his Batman nightmare visions, if you will, of what the uncertainty will look like. And in having to deal with what I would call the shadow of the Mandarin. So, I mean, to me, it worked. To me, it worked. Not a lot of people were fans of, oh, that's not the Mandarin. Of course, it's not the Mandarin, you boob. It's like, it works for Tony's story because it's better that he deal with an implied menace than an actual world threat because he's not there yet. This kind of helps him get there. By the end of the film, we get to the Iron Legion and we get the house party protocol, and it ends in fireworks. Tony is back. He's back at 100 and back at 120%. But in the process of his journey, while he's having to deal with the Mark 48 suit and he's in the middle of nowhere, again, he comes upon a shed, or rather, his journey leads him to his next rite of passage, if you will. And, it takes the innocence of a child and that father relationship with a child, which he's not necessarily there yet, but in the process, he literally makes that jump by the end of the film. And it's the prodigal son saying, well, I thought you were, an engineer or a mechanic. Yeah, I am. Okay, we'll make something. And then, light bulb goes in, light bulb turns on. And then, we see, Tony back at full capacity, in Age of Ultron. And we see that his creation can go, or his talent for creation can go as far as even making a mechanism, more or less,
This
that,
could also explain. This could also explain. I'm sorry to cut in here, Trooper.
oh, no,
This
no,
could
no, go
also
ahead.
explain in Civil War, hit Pepper leaving him. Tony would come to believe that maybe his creations or whatever foundations that he forms will ultimately crumble, and Civil
Yeah.
War is the ultimate little groundbreaker for that entire thing,
Oh, yeah,
because not only
absolutely.
he's lost, not only did he lose Pepper in Civil War, but the creation that he made as Tony Stark to protect the world went crazy, the symbolic Frankenstein creation.
Yeah.
And he feels, at least in his mind's eye, he does feel. Don't ever think that Tony didn't feel that the breakup of the Avengers he played a big part of that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
He realizes that everything he did wrong was, like you said. But then we get Spider-Man Homecoming, and then he starts realizing maybe there are, like you were saying, his relationship with Peter, that maybe he didn't fail at everything,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that failure encouraged him to try to. I mean, I think that ending of that's the one thing I would change. That ending of Spider-Man Homecoming, where Pepper and Tony are immediately back together. I love the idea of after that relationship, after that whole thing with Peter, Tony decides, you know what, I'm going to try to put everything back together. It's not too late, because Peter, despite the hard setbacks in his life, he took those broken pieces and he made something.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, and even from, Peter's end of it, it's like, you know, and this is what I thought was very creative, in the absence of Uncle Ben. And I mean, we've seen his origin story enough to know, we know what happens to Uncle Ben. We don't have to keep revisiting the corpse of Uncle Ben. But and we already know that, that famous line has already been imparted to him, but it's like, now on the Peter side of it, it becomes a coming of age story. And what's
Mm-hmm.
really cool about that is that his incident with the ferry, uh, in terms of the Manhattan ferry, if to be exact, uh, what you see afterwards, that exchange between Peter and Tony, and then later on that exchange between Peter and Aunt May, tells you that he has paternal and a maternal foundation there that'll set him up to be the character that he will eventually become subsequently. It's when you see that dialogue between Peter and Tony, when we're talking about the suit, and just like a typical teenager, this wouldn't have happened if everybody would have just listened to me, or if you would have listened to me. That's literally the dialogue that a son has with his father, in terms of,
And I love that bit when you said, and I especially love that bit when he just acts, when it's revealed that, yeah, he's actually inside that suit. When
yeah,
he says,
yeah,
well,
yeah,
you
because
know,
you see Peter's like nostrils flare. Like, I got to give it to Tom Holland. That scene to me is probably one of my favorite scenes in the MCU.
that's another thing that I love too, is because that's, a kid talk. That's like a kid talking back to his old man on his
Yeah,
cell
and that's
phone.
exactly what it is.
And,
I mean, it brought
and
back a
then,
lot of memories for me.
and
It
then
brought
his
a lot of
father,
throwback memories for me.
and then you round the corner and you see your father is standing right there on the cell phone.
Yeah, yeah. And not only do you get chastised, you pretty much get everything taken from you.
Yep.
And
What better way to say, son, you're grounded?
yeah, and then in comes Aunt May, and guess what? The punishment doesn't stop just because you just got chewed out by your dad. It's
Yeah.
you know if we're going down that meta, you also now have to be put back in order by the maternal reinforcement that you get. And yeah, it does happen. I mean, that's exactly what it's like, having to be chewed out by your mom. It's like you
Mm-hmm.
get chewed out, and it's one of those things of, don't lie to me. That's usually the way it goes. Don't lie to me. And the thing is
Yeah,
we
it's
make
like
these
you're getting. It's like
generalizations.
I always see it as like the twofold punishment. First, you're getting left. First, you're getting crap from your old man, and then you getting crap from your mom because your old man told her.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's usually the way it goes. And that to me worked very well, uh, because it's one of those things. That generalization that a mom always knows, and she lays it right then and there. It's like, I know you sneak out of this house at night. She lays it right out. 100%. Hey, Leia. So,
Sorry about that, guys.
oh, no, no,
The
no, no,
upgrade. Yeah,
it
this
happened.
upgrade. Yeah, but continue. Don't let me interrupt.
Okay.
What were you
Yeah, yeah.
discuss?
We were talking about Tony Stark and Peter Parker's dynamic within the MCU. So
Oh,
we were already at the point where he's being chewed out by Aunt May, and this is why my argument is, regardless of the type of relationship that you do have, you do need to have a paternal and maternal influence, because when Peter goes off the rails, he needs to be put back onto that trajectory by both his father and his mother. It can't be a one-way street. So you know, Aunt May goes ahead and just lays it out. And while Peter does deflect some and doesn't say the whole story, I mean, he does basically come out and
yeah,
say, I screwed it up. I screwed up the internship. And it happens, as teenagers, we screwed up a lot. And that's the thing about being chewed out by a parent, is that when we get to the point of forgiveness, it feels that much better, because it's truly genuine and it's truly earned, and it's not this false forgiveness that we see in modern pop culture with some of these subsequent shows and all this, uh, what I would call uh, anti, gosh, you know, we can call it woke, but this cultural shift that we're going on, where it's okay to do whatever you want and don't fear the consequences. You do have to own up to the.
And I feel that exactly, Trooper. I feel that is lost in Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Yeah,
In Spider-Man: Far From Home, we see they're now going back to the lost dad, type deal. Oh, woe is me. And now it's like, oh, but your friends are your family and that kind of thing. And
oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
absolutely.
the,
And
the
then
ideas introduced in Spider-Man: Far From Home are okay at the very least.
yeah,
But,
and again,
but
it
it's
did
not
help
the,
having Kevin Feige there for some of this stuff.
yeah.
I mean, it went at the end of the day, it's a separate company, uh, in partnership with Disney Marvel, definitely going all out of their way to make this film feel at least consistent with the rest of the MCU. I mean, that's part of the contractual agreement. I mean, it needs to feel like it's part of it. So while it may drop a thing or two here or there, again, it's a coming of age film. And it's out of all of the films within, quote, the MCU arc, that one holds unique uh, the unique title of being coming of age for a young man. You know, from going from being this like nerdy teen to becoming a young man and knowing the responsibility that comes with it.
And we lost Leia again.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and the thing is, in Infinity War, that's honestly one of my favorite scenes. When the snap happens, and you see the weight on Tony's shoulder because the one person he has taken upon himself to, uh, for better or worse, you know,
Yeah, gamer, that was dumb.
I wouldn't call it helicopter parenting, but it's one of those things where Tony took it to heart to literally watch out for Peter for better or for worse.
Yeah.
And to fail in this one part because it's out of his hands really weighed on him. And I honestly thought that Endgame did it a disservice, but we won't go into Endgame.
But I am going to say that I did love the sequence in Endgame when Tony lands and Peter's trying to say he's sorry, and then he just gives him a hug.
Well,
thought
yeah, and the I don't want to go, because that really tells you that Peter was definitely connected to Tony. And I mean, and
Yeah.
there are so many subtle hints in the way of, the father,
Which
imparting
is
this
what I
back
love
to
about
his
it.
son, if you will.
Yeah, which is why I love Infinity War too. When he tells Peter, "Yeah, you're going to help me," but then when he gets on board the ship, he's
Oh
immediately
yeah,
kind
that
of
was one of my favorite exchanges
yeah.
too, where Doctor Strange is like, "I'm confused," and again to tell the audience, "I'm confused as to the nature of your relationship." Yeah,
Yeah, what is he, your ward? And he's like going, "No, you're," and he's like, he's like going, and he's like
yeah,
going, "No, maybe I don't know." And then he goes, we're out here in the middle of space with no backup." And he says, "I'm backup." "No, no, you're a stowaway. The adults are
exactly,
talking."
exactly, and that's literally the type of dialogue that you have between a parental figure and a young man. And the best part of it, whether you like Far From Home or not, at the very least, when Happy reveals the 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 partial that the when the reveal on the fuselage happens and you see like a mini lab, you literally see Peter picking up where Tony left off. And it kind of gives you this, Tony has imparted his legacy onto, again,
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly. The future of the franchise was not. See, this is indirect. I think they indirectly did this, but everybody took it that way. The future
yeah,
was not Captain Marvel. It was Spider-Man,
yeah,
because Tony does in that scene when he says, "I dub you Avenger." This
yeah,
means the the torch. I mean, Infinity War and Endgame was Tony's swan song, which meant the successor is in fact Spider-Man.
yeah. And, going back to talking about male archetypes, it's like Peter starts as the fool and then is knighted by his father, if you will, and then
Mm-hmm.
becomes a knight. And the next course in his life is again to become king, if you will. We may see that in No Way Home, or we may see that once he gets to Sony proper, because again, Tom Holland signed a 5-movie deal after this. Like this, No Way Home is the last commitment to the Disney Sony partnership. After that, Sony can definitely take off and do exactly what they want. So,
Really
and
gonna go crazy because I swear if we got another reboot.
well, no, and where I'm thinking this is going to go, because I'm thinking it it'll definitely like 2021 is when, at the very end of the year, when we get No Way Home.
Whoa, Leia, there's so much activity.
But then
I
2022 is
That's a
Multiverse of
good
Madness.
microphone there.
So what may end up happening? Sorry, let me reset my.
oh,
But what may
sorry,
end up
Trooper.
happening? Sorry, no, my audio. Like every time you drop out, like it doesn't acknowledge that you come back in. because it still thinks it's running 3 audio streams with me and Schooner, so I have to reset it. But
You, you know
to get
what's you know what, Trooper? As much as I want to hear the rest of all this, I think we should start wrapping it
yeah,
up.
we'll wrap it up. I'll just say
Yeah.
really quick, with Multiverse of Madness happening in 2022, I think that's when he's going to get flung into Sony, and then we'll see the Spider Verse and the Venom verse. And while Marvel is going to shit, oops, sorry. Uh, there may be a glimpse or a glimmer of some fun on the Sony end of it
By the
because
way, guys, I'm
they
not
have
I'm not
all
instilling a
that
rule that
playground
the
to do
only the
it.
Wolf Commander swears and nobody else do. Everybody's allowed to swear. We just like to be
Yeah,
classy about it.
yeah. So I mean, there's I mean, the white pill would be, Sony has a really big sandbox to play with, and Marvel gave away the ranch just to get the one character. So I mean, we saw what they did with Spider Verse with Miles Morales, and that was a good film for all its flaws. It was a very good film. So I mean, we're off to
Yeah,
a good
it
start.
is.
We're off
Hey,
to a
well,
good.
can we do a part 2 of this, please, pretty please?
Yeah, because
You already heard
we're
me
at
announce that we're going to be doing a part
yeah, we're all
two.
ready
That's
to
not. That's not.
get
That's
out.
not. That's not uncertainty. That's a certainty.
Good,
Well, write it
excellent.
down.
Awesome.
Write it down. You got a pen and paper, right?
I
Yeah,
got
I
it.
would.
Yeah.
So we're
I
doing
would.
literary
Uh,
romance part 2, and then we're doing, or no, literary relationships, and then we're doing something else that Schooner wants to do.
Yeah, this is a great topic to do again. I wouldn't mind doing that. And Drew, back to what you're saying, and I'll message you later on this I'm not confident about this multiverse that Marvel is coming up with, to be honest with you. I'm not confident at all. I think all these multiverses and super verses and this verses and spiral verses and triple verses and quadruple deluxe cheeseburger verses and what DC's doing, I just think it's an excuse for them to pull do
Shit on what came before.
yes, and to
Well,
wokify it. I think it's their
Basically
I
that's what they're going to
think
do. They're going to get
well,
all the nostalgic characters of the nostalgic DC and Marvel movies in one film together. Every single one of them is going to be a navel gaze to the current
well,
current
if
one.
it happens in any film, it's going to happen in Doctor Strange 2, and that's all we get. Now, remember, Doctor Strange 2 is the last appearance of Tom Holland as Spider-Man in the Disney MCU. Then he goes to Sony proper. So whatever they decide to do on the MCU end, I'm already off the train because I'm ready to go over to Sony. So
Shit, we're
it
going
won't
to
necessarily be a
Madrid.
multiverse, but let me put it to you this way: we're gonna get Peter Parker, but again, No Way Home is a big hint to he's not coming back to the Disney MCU. He's gonna be in Sony.
They were crying when their sons left. God is wearing black. He's come so far to find the truth. He's never
Hey,
going
I'm okay. I'm
home.
okay if it's not. I'm okay if it's not Hot Aunt May. I'm okay if it's not Marissa Tomei.
Dead
If we
men
get
lying
Kyle Leone instead, I'm good to go. I mean, same. It's Italian.
at the bottom of their own grave, wondering when Jesus come, which are going to be saved. That being said, guys,
Yep.
uh, well, we just lost Layla again.
Yeah. Yeah.
She says the upgrade is messing her up, so hopefully, hopefully she'll pop up and be right with us while we start wrapping things up. Um, that being said, I'd like to thank everybody. We had a lot of people watching us. It kept shifting from 10 to 11 at times, which is crazy, man. Anyways, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us. Gamer, we do not have a Discord. I
Oh, that's
don't
all
know how
you.
that's.
Yeah, I don't use Discord. I use Telegram and all
I don't know how that's going to turn out if I ever do if I
Yeah.
ever do start a Discord or even a Telegram. We'll see where it goes.
Well, if
I'm
you can
really
do a
debating
Discord,
on.
you can do a Twitch. I'll leave it at that. And if you do
I already
Twitch,
have a Twitch.
oh well, why aren't you in a hot tub like doing hot tub streams making money? I know Amaranth
The
does.
hell I look like in a hot tub. You know how what fur does to water, or what water does to fur.
Well,
Y'all,
I
y'all, y'all
would
think
do a
y'all think
stream
y'all
from
gonna
the
y'all think y'all ready to see my shaggy ass?
I
Well,
would do a
hey,
stream
there's
from the
dudes
hot
on there
tub,
that
but
like
I wouldn't
donate
be
their
using.
stuff to charity.
And Trooper, I would do a stream from the hot tub, but the problem is that I'm so already so submerged in water. I'm
Dude, as far as I can tell, you secrete some crazy oozes that I
Uh,
will not even want to get
Bacta.
into.
It's called Bacta.
I'll just be underwater, just staying under there because I do have a breathing apparatus, but
Glad
I
that you do, gamer.
do. Anyway,
Yeah, again, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us, those that were here to listen or just there to hear us in the background, talk shit and shoot the shit and whatnot. I'd like to thank Leia for joining us. If she doesn't pop back in to say her goodbyes, but I'd like to thank my two wingmen that are here with me right now, starting with Trooper FN 2525. Sign us out.
Hey guys, it was super awesome. Thank you for joining us today. I want to go ahead and do a big shout out to Wolf for hosting us. Definitely a shout out to Schooner for putting up with me, with him and me having our little discourse between Captain America and Ultron. Always fun, and we're going to do it again. We're definitely going to do it again. And then again, big shout out to Leia Plus Size for joining us today. If you like this particular stream, go ahead and hit the update button. Go ahead and put in some comments below. Let us know if there's any additional content you want us to
Tell
discuss.
your friends about us.
Yes, and on top of that, we are on MeWe. So I mean, if you definitely want to keep up with us and all our crazy posts and definitely contribute or even decide to hop on this stream, again, you got to interact. That's the best way to do it. So Trooper FN2525 from Imperial Occupied Balmora signing off.
Coming to you live from the basement underneath. This schooner of the tuna. Sign us out.
well, coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, this is Schooner Tuna. I would like to say thank you to Trooper FN2525, Wolf 10 Media, and just to echo what they're saying, tell your friends, tell your family, come on board and have a conversation with us. This is Schooner Tuna signing off. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Boop boop boop. All right, thank you everybody, and I'd like to make a quick aside just to before I sign out. Uh, Elevator pitch is still a thing. Don't worry about that. For those who are asking, we are still waiting for anybody who wants to reach out to us to talk about their ideas, their storybook ideas, or comic book ideas, or any idea for any story. Elevator pitch is still a thing. If you want to be a guest speaker, definitely hit us up on MeWe. Hit me up on Facebook. You know who I am on Facebook. You seen the streams on the YouTube page, so you should know who I am. You can probably message me there. You can private message me on MeWe. Definitely, I go by Wolf 10 Media on MeWe. You can even find me on Twitch. I go by DreadWolfClaw1990 on Twitter. Did I say Twitch? I meant Twitter. Definitely track me down or track any of us down. Trooper FN 2525, Schooner Tuna, or even the Lady of Valor herself. You know who she is on Facebook. You know who any of us are on MeWe. You know where to find us. You can ask about us as usual. But again, elevator pitch is still open. Definitely. Or maybe I have to just step in and use my furry robot jocks as the template for elevator pitch. Maybe. We'll see. That being said, again, thank you everybody, and you are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet. Ow!